January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
There we go. The tournament leader holds Wesley So to a draw.
Dusataro, he has impressed all of us.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is going beast mode. If Magnus plays like this the rest of the way, who knows what can happen?
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
What a fight. Giri had to give it his all because he was on the verge of losing and he managed to survive.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
He continues to lead this event and he is just a teenager.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
It's the final day in Wijk aan Zee. It is round 13 of the Tata Steel Chess Masters Tournament. We have one leader at the top of the standings. It is Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the teenager from Uzbekistan. And while we don't know how today's action will conclude, we know the tournament will conclude today, and it has been a marvelous event. And as we see in the playing hall, photographers taking their photos. It looks like Anish Giri, he's there early, but many of the players have yet to be seated at their board. And well, it is going to be a great day 13 of action. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess alongside me, my good friend Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, we're up bright and early on the East Coast here in the United States, but it is worth it because today will be an epic.
It is most certainly worth it. It's not very bright over here in North Carolina, but it will be pretty soon. It's going to be bright because the chessboards are all going to be set on fire. Don't cry because it's over, goes a famous quote often misattributed to Dr. Seuss. Smile because it happened. Robert, we have been treated to an incredible display of chess, and very likely the greatest part is still ahead.
Oh, yes, indeed. And we have had some sparkling chess thus far. And yesterday's action also included some great games. While the top of the leaderboard did not change because those people up top, they drew their games. Parham Magsulu beats Arjun Aragaisi. Richard Report takes down Ding Liren. So we had two fun battles at the bottom of the results table here, but 5 draws up top. And most importantly, for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he was able to hold off Wesley So a day after holding off Anish Giri.
Both games with the black pieces, both games held from a position of strength, especially his game against Wesley So, where Nodirbek was simply slightly better for the second half of the game. He has been incredible no matter how you look at it, with the white pieces, with the black pieces, in the opening, in the end game, when he's worse, when he's better. He has displayed every possible skill to lead this tournament. But what a disappointing result yesterday for the world champion, Robert, as his hopes to win this tournament, they don't entirely come to an end, but essentially they do. He is unable to convert that big advantage against Praggnanandhaa, and the Indian junior holds him to a draw.
And as you see, Parham Magsulu had a big win. He moves up to 8th place, and if he finishes the tournament with by not losing his final round, he will be at his highest ever rating. So the bottom of the standings, and we start there, it's a bunch of teenagers, right? Some of the younger generation, they've struggled in this event, no surprise. But I think what is most surprising is Ding Liren, the World Chess Championship challenger. He is only 5 points out of 12 games. He's dropped well below 2,800. He's now number 3 in the world after entering number 2, well ahead of his opponent for the World Championship, Yana Pomshi. So, Don, as we look at the top of the leaderboard, it's been all about Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the Uzbek teenager, the Olympiad gold medalist, the former world rapid champion. He has been an absolute star.
He has indeed, and as I just said, he has displayed skill and acumen and just incredible play in every stage of the game. Tata Steel is arguably the most prestigious super tournament. It's definitely the most grueling super tournament, both because it's 13 rounds long and the time control is vast. To be leading this tournament, essentially wire to wire, is going to be, if Nodirbek can complete the run and make a solid draw or even win the game today, perhaps the most impressive performance of Nodirbek Abdusattorov's career to date. And boy, has he had a lot of impressive performances already, not least of which is, of course, his win in the World Rapid Championship.
And he's the lone teenager at the top of the standings. And he can win this tournament if he just wins his game. That is all that's required of him to take first in this tournament.
As simple as that.
It's that simple, of course. Beating Jordan Van Forest, walk in the park. No, but in all seriousness, he will take first place if he wins his game. Otherwise, if he draws his game and Anish Giri wins, we'll get a tiebreak. And if Nodirbek loses and Anish Giri does not win, Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So have an outside chance. So as we look forward to today's action, we know that Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he controls his own destiny, but Anish Giri and the others are hoping that Nodirbek loses today. And let's start right there. He gets the white pieces against Jordan Van Forest. Daniel, what do you make of that matchup?
Man, oh man, Jordan Van Forest had perhaps the most topsy-turvy game of anybody yesterday. It was a 7-hour affair against Anish Giri, where Jordan was off to a flaming start. He had what seemed to be a surely decisive attack, but then a couple of mistakes later, things got complicated. Jordan, he must be feeling tremendously fatigued, and now he's got the black pieces against the tournament leader. I think for Nodirbek, it'll be crucial not to take too many risks. A draw is satisfactory. Anish Giri, as we will discuss, has a very tall task in front of him. This, as we can see there, is their first classical meeting. So I'm not expecting anything crazy by Nodirbek, Robert. I'm expecting very solid play. Now, obviously, if Jordan gives him chances, if Jordan plays something sharp, I think Nodirbek is going to embrace the fight. But I think we're going to see solid, consistent play, and a draw is definitely a fine result in the final round.
Well, for somebody with 4 victories to his name, only 1 coming with the white pieces, that is surprising. But Jordan Van Forest does bring the heat, and he has more losses than draws with black. So if this game is going to be a draw, it probably will not be just a solid one. So as we talk about the other matchup, the really key matchup in this final round, if Nodirbek Abdusattorov is unable to win, Anish Giri steps in with a chance. And yesterday's game was topsy-turvy, as you described it. Today, he doesn't have an easier opponent at all. Richard Rapport has been on fire in recent rounds, and he always brings fire to the board. You do not know what to expect when you play the Romanian-Hungarian player. He's from Hungary. He grew up competing for the Hungarian Federation. Now he switched over to Romania, but his chess style has not switched. He still brings it every single game.
There are pluses and minuses to facing Richard Rapport in the final round. The plus side is that Rapport, as you have been saying, is going to bring the fight. He is not just going to play a quiet Berlin. He is going to play for the win with the black pieces, especially given how well he's been playing in the second part of the tournament. But Robert, that is simultaneously a good thing because Anish Giri, realistically, he needs a win and he is going to be going for the win. It's also a negative because Richard Rapport has the capacity to blow anyone off the board with either color. Just think about how close he came to doing that to the world champion. Magnus ended up winning that game, but his king was on a hunt. Richard Rapport applauding there. This is not going to be an easy trial for a fatigued Anish Giri coming off that incredibly long game against Van Forest.
And Richard Report played a stellar game with black against Arjun Erigaisi. And speaking of Arjun, has not been his tournament. He gets the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, he needs a win. He needs a Nodirbek loss. He needs Anish Giri not to win himself. So the chances are slim for him to take first. Same is true for Wesley So. He gets the black pieces against Pragananda, a resilient Prague who drew Magnus yesterday. Ding Liren, Fabiano Caruana, that could be a world championship match in another parallel lifetime. But unfortunately for these two players, they do not have a shot at first place. Ding Liren struggling with the white pieces. I'm expecting to be solid. Levon Aronian, Parham Magsulu, that is a heavyweight matchup. These two players have great fighting chess styles, and I think they will fight today. And they're not going to take it a day off just because they're out of contention for first. Vincent Keimer and Gukesh, the teenagers, they will compete. Vincent Keimer has played the longest games of the event, and Gukesh would like to end his tournament on the right foot. But all eyes, all cameras are on this matchup here, Danya. It's Nodirbek Abdusattorov. It's Jordan van Forest. Will the Dutchman do his compatriot a favor and take down the Uzbek player? Or will we see Nodirbek Abdusattorov sail to tournament victory? He has seemed unstoppable to this point.
Buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen, and make sure that they are buckled tight because this is going to be a grueling affair. This ain't going to be a quick draw. Quick draws are frowned upon in Tata Steel, and we haven't seen many of them. We've barely seen any at all in the time control. It really caters to some of these long topsy-turvy affairs as the players receive 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then another 50 minutes, and then another 15 minutes on move 60, and there's a 30-second increment. But more importantly, the clocks have been started. The first move has been made, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov is going to try to complete his greatest tournament performance of his career to date with a dazzling display in the final round. Here we go.
And you see that? Jordan van Forest plays the Sicilian. That doesn't necessarily mean we'll get a very sharp opening, but he is indicating he is willing to fight. He's not just playing a symmetrical position. And we see e6 on move 2. So not the Najdorf, not Anish Giri's course on Chessable, but we have yet to see what Jordan van Forest has in store for Abdusattorov. And that can be scary, right? When you're playing this final round game, the pressure is on you. We can see some people taking photos right nearby. But for Abdusattorov, we know he's a cool customer. He has a World Rapid Championship to his name. He also won Olympiad team gold medal and performs super well on the top board for his country. So he has what it takes, but will the nerves get to him? That's a big question.
And Jordan trying to make sure that the nerves get to him through his opening choice. That first move, 1c5, it means so many things, but most importantly, it means Jordan is going to play uncompromising chess. He is not interested in allowing some sort of quick liquidation. We know that Jordan is a tremendously versatile player in the opening. We've seen him play 1e5. We've seen him play the Caro-Kann very successfully. But both of these openings allow White to liquidate the game in most variations if he desires a draw. Against the Sicilian, there are more positional variations. White could play the Alapin. White could dodge the open Sicilian, those crazy lines with opposite side castling. But Robert, you are almost always going to get some sort of an imbalance, and Black is almost always going to get winning chances. That is why the Sicilian essentially stands alone as the opening that you want to play if you want to guarantee a fighting game.
And normally Nodirbek looks at his opponent. He stares at him, but I think he looked over him. And I'm wondering where in the playing hall Anish Giri is, because that's what Nodirbek has to avoid. It's going to be difficult, but he can't just be looking at Anish's game. Oh, is he not going to win? So if he doesn't win, all I need is a draw. But if he's winning, maybe I should also play for a win. You can't get distracted by anything besides your own game. That is where your focus has to be. And Nodirbek, despite being a teenager, he is very experienced. He knows just that. He does not need any advice from little old me over here. But it is a Sicilian. That means we probably will have a sharp battle. And from the very first move, that's the big question. Danya, if you're a half point ahead, a draw guarantees you at minimum a tie for first. Do you play super solidly, but maybe don't give yourself winning chances? Or do you take a bit of risk and play in like you would if it were round one?
Well, the common wisdom is that the best way to secure a draw is, of course, to play for a win. But my coach a couple of years ago also shared what I think are very wise words. If a draw satisfies you, 1e4, all things held equal, is actually a wiser move to play than 1d4. That may seem paradoxical. d4 is known as the more positional, the quieter line. But the thing is, variations after 1e4 are incredibly forcing. So if you're well prepared, in the Sicilian forest, then you want to go for those sharp positions. If Nodirbek knows what he's doing, they're also likely to go down a long theoretical line. And if Nodirbek emerges out of that line with a good position, then the lion's share of the work has already been done. So I love the fact that Nodirbek is not shying away from his main preparation. He took there a little bit of time after e6 to steel himself. Maybe he thought about playing a nice little Alapin or a move like g3, but no, that's not what he prepared before the tournament, and he decides to stick to his guns. That's what he's done all tournament long. There's no reason to shy away from that in the final round.
You know, you missed an opportunity for a pun. You said the Sicilian forest. I thought you said the Sicilian Von Forest.
Early.
Yeah,
it's 6:20. It's 6:20 a.m., you know. My brain isn't what it used to be, and I haven't had coffee yet.
I forgive you. And for Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Jordan Von Forest, I mean, you can just tell because typically players, they get through the opening phase, the first 5-10 moves extremely quickly. But Abdusattorov is taking his time on every turn. And you can see the photographers, they're making sure that they can catch him on camera. But Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he has tuned out the world. He is focused on his game here, and he is just playing standard opening moves. But I don't know. I just get this feeling that it's such a tense moment. And when you don't have a wealth of experience just because you're very young, that can be nerve-wracking. On the other hand, Jordan Von Forest has nothing to lose. We've seen that in recent rounds. With the black pieces against Ding Liren, he took up the mantle from the very first move, sacrificed the pawn, and everything got chaotic. Then against Anish Giri, he sacrificed in exchange. He gave him a rook for just the bishop, and then that was a tactical melee. So Jordan has proven throughout his career thus far, and that includes a victory in the 2021 Tata Steel Chess Masters, that he is willing to fight no matter the tournament situation.
Indeed. And a case in point, in that very same game that you mentioned against Anish Giri, yes, he messed up his big advantage, but even in that end game, he declined something like 6 or 7 move repetitions. You could easily imagine a scenario where you admit you messed up an advantage, you take a quick draw, you go eat some dinner. Jordan is not interested in that. He did everything he could. He pressed all of the buttons available to him. He exhausted every resource yesterday, no matter how long it took. Anish Giri with some incredible defensive skills to hold the draw in that game. But Jordan signifying that he really isn't all that interested in 3 or 4 extra rating points. He wants to make his imprint on the final tournament standings, and he is displaying that once again here with the black pieces against Nodirbek. And we see now the queen coming out to c7, Robert. That can only mean one thing. That means Jordan is essaying the Taimanov variation of the Sicilian, which is, along with the Najdorf and the Sveshnikov, one of the hottest and most popular Sicilian variations in recent years.
For sure. And there is a lot of opening theory. And the good news, if you're a fan of Anish Giri's, is that in many of these positions, there's no way to just force a draw. Sometimes in some openings, it's like if you don't make a draw immediately, the game is over in the sense that you get yourself in trouble. So this type of opening, and we can bring up the board here, is one that it's far away. There's no forced liquidation. There's no way to say, let's move back and forth. And if you don't copy those moves and make that 3-time repetition, then you're in trouble. So let's just talk about the contours here. The dark squares do look compromised in black's position because your pawn's on a6 and on e6 and no c-pawn. So that means a knight would love to land on some of those dark squares that you're highlighting, but the black pawns take care of f5 and d5 and b5, so the knights do not have forward access just yet. And one of the most popular moves here for white, I believe the queen f3 to g3 is played in these types of positions to trade the queens off on favorable terms for white, so that if that queen is captured there, the h pawn comes to g3, the h file opens up, so the rook develops in its starting place. And wait, the queen f3 just happened?
What a timely call by you. I mean,
and look at that move. h5. Oh, we are in for a fight.
Oh my God, this is crazy on so many levels. Now, queen to f3, Robert, this became incredibly popular, about 6 or 7 years ago. And before that, queen to d2, followed by the English attack setup with f3 and castle's queenside, was almost automatic. Then queen f3 arrived on the scene. Now everybody is playing it. So obviously, Jordan Van Forest must have expected it. And I know that h5 is actually not such an atypical move in this variation, but I have never seen it played this early. Yesterday, Jordan Van Foreest goes h4, I think, on move 7. Today, he plays h5 with the black pieces, also on move 7. What is the idea of that move? Well, I could point out a couple of things, Robert, and this is on a very superficial level. First of all, you're getting control of the g4 square. You are preventing the progress, or at least taking the sting out of the move g4, and you can use the g4 square as a stronghold for black's knight. Knight f6 to g4 can create massive pressure on white's bishop on e3, which in turn is supporting the knight on d4. And in addition, the pawn could advance down to h4 and cover the g3 square, preventing the crucial idea that you just outlined. Is this a novelty? I don't know. I'm going to check, but I love what we're seeing thus far.
And I just want to show a quick line, because queen g3, that was the idea we were talking about. And the point is that if black does take on g3, then the h-pawn takes back for white, and the rook is very happy to be on the h-file, because the h5 pawn is a target. g3 to g4 can be played in the near future, taking advantage of the pin along the h-file, and there's immediate pressure against black's position. But instead of taking the queen on g3, I believe black has the resource bishop d6. And if you try to take this pawn on g7, then black has the move bishop e5, and the rook on h8 is defended, and the knight on d4 is loose, so black would steal some material. And this is getting very sharp early on. And Nodirbek Abdusattorov, I don't believe he has prepped this. We see him thinking, and that's what Jordan Van Foreest does best. Maybe the engine says this is the 5th best move, but it's not a losing decision to make with h5. He just challenges his opponent from the very early stage of the game, puts them deep in the think tank, and then uses a clock as a weapon in addition to his brain.
He is always on the vanguard of modern opening preparation. And the hallmark of modern opening preparation is that the world has been discovered. You're not going to find any new islands off the coast of the Atlantic. You're not going to find any refutations to the openings that are now played commonly. So what you need to do is actually essentially the opposite. You need to find moves that the computer initially disapproves of. But the more you analyze them, the more the engine understands their value. And they can also be valuable from a human standpoint. There are plenty of positions where the engine assigns a big advantage to white, and yet black's position is much easier to play from a practical standpoint. We've seen that many times in this tournament. Heck, we've seen that several times in Jordan Van Foreest games. Yesterday against Anish Giri, the computer assigned an edge to black after that brazen-looking h4 move. Guess what? Anish Giri was dead lost 10 moves later.
Yes, it was a sharp battle that was going Jordan's way until he faltered a bit. But he is showing that he is still determined. And I saw in the chat someone saying, credit to Jordan, respect for playing fighting chess, not just trying to make a quick draw. That's not Jordan Van Foreest. He's invited to this event each and every year. Yes, in part because he's Dutch, but he is a former champion of this tournament. And that doesn't happen by accident. You have to be well prepared. You have to be ready for a fight in every single game. And just to go back to the game position with the queen on f3 and bishop on f8, that just goes to show that he is just trying to make this tactical at an early stage. So queen g3 has not been played. I'm not sure it will be played just because of this response bishop d6. And if you don't play the queen over to g3, what's the other thing you can do is castle queenside, because you did bring your queen out of your king's path. So castling queenside does look like an option for white. But then black quickly strikes with pawn to b5, and the same exact ideas hold true, that if and when white plays queen g3, don't be surprised when a move like bishop d6 is the response. And actually, now that I think about it, can we just show that? Because I think I found another tactical sequence.
Absolutely can. Castle's queenside.
So b5 after castle's queenside, very standard play. And then if you play queen g3, I think bishop d6 is still the idea, because if you take on g7, bishop e5 is the response. And if you play queen g5, the only safe square, knight takes d4, and there's a big problem for white. Oh, you can't take on d4 with the bishop, because bishop f4 check wins the queen on the spot.
Someone did his puzzle rush at 5 a.m. this morning. Bishop f4 check. White has to take back with the rook, Robert, but that just devolves into complete pandemonium. That's exactly what Jordan Van Foreest wants.
Yes, the g7 pawn may not be the most important piece on this board, and it would no longer be on the board in this continuation. And this is what Jordan is aiming for. This is maximum chaos. And if you're Anish Giri, you are thrilled if you're able to get up for your board, because, of course, he's busy calculating, wondering his own options in his position. But you see this, and you have to be happy, because because Jordan Van Forest is showing that he is ready to duke it out. And for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, it's a bit of a worrisome moment because you don't know what the engines say. You don't know exactly what the best moves are. He's done nothing wrong. He's playing just good chess, solid fundamentals, but H5 is just throwing a wrench in his plans.
And as you were making those great points, I did a little bit of research. Now, my database doesn't have the very latest update with games from the last couple of months, so take what I'm about to say with a tiny grain of salt. So H5 is not a novelty, but to give you context on how rare that move is, I am seeing 10 games in the database after H5. 10 games may sound like a lot, but in the main move, which is 7 knight to F6, there are 1,124 games. In terms of popularity, H5 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th move by popularity. So that is what Jordan Van Forest does. These are the kinds of obscure moves that he sees, essentially guaranteeing that this did not come across Nodirbek Abdusattorov's radar. And even if it did, Nodirbek was likely to cast only a superficial glance at H5. Guess what, Robert? In those 10 games, Black has scored over 50%. Black has won 6 of those 10 games, and several of them featured grandmasters handling the white pieces. I am loving this already, and no matter how this game ends, I think we are being set up for a photo finish in this game and in this tournament.
Well, can I ask you questions? Do you have the database open?
Please do.
What has those grandmasters who had the white pieces, what has been their move after H5?
So in the original game from 2016, as well as in 7 other games, so 8 total games continued castles queenside, and then Black actually responded with several different options. 4 different moves were made in that position. One of them was indeed the move B5, and that was played by Kostya Kavutsky, a name that should be familiar to a lot of players in the chat. Kostya is a Sicilian expert. He wrote a book from the white side of the Sicilian, so he is definitely someone to be trusted on the Black side. He ended up losing that game, and after B5, White traded on C6, but I looked through that game, and he actually got a very decent position out of the opening 1 game, continued Queen G3, the move you originally indicated. Black did not respond with Bishop D6, but that may be Jordan's innovation. And the final game continued Knight D4 takes C6. Something tells me that Nodirbek isn't going to release the tension this early. And Knight takes C6, Robert, is a move that you need to play with tremendous caution because Black could take back with the B pawn. And not only will D7, D5 be easier to carry out, but the B file opens up and that essentially gives Black an attack on a golden platter if White castles to the queen side.
Yeah, I mean, that does not look appealing in the slightest because bringing another black pawn towards the center, reinforcing that D5 push, as you're talking about, that is not appealing for Abdusattorov. So he's going to sit and think. So why don't we look at what's happening in our second place in the leaderboard's position? Because Anish Giri, if Nodirbek Abdusattorov does not win this game, he has a chance to, at the very least, tie for first. So Anish, we see him on camera right here. He is... It looks like his eyes are closed almost, and now they're back open. He's studying the position. But it's already a sharp battle in that game, too, because we do not have symmetry. We do not just have simple piece. Richard Report, no surprise, he is playing an opening that is just a bit challenging, kind of provocative, if you will.
Oh, my lands. And another incredibly rare opening variation. This is the Richard Report of old. We used to play the move C4, followed by G4. And with Black, you could fill a volume with the obscure, crazy openings that he played against the strongest players in the world, oftentimes successfully. He returns to his old self here. Let's rewind and update everybody on the type of Sicilian that Richard Report has decided to trot out. It starts out completely normally, Robert. In fact, it starts out as one of the most reputable Sicilian variations. This is called the Rouser, or the classical variation. Of course, in the Najdorf, you play the move A6. In the classical, you bring your other knight out. White plays the main move, Bishop G5, and this is where Report turns off the beaten path. He plays the move G6, and you might say, well, isn't this the dragon? Not quite. It's kind of a mixture between the Rouser and the dragon, and the downside of this move, the reason that it is as rare as it is, consists in Giri's next move. He snaps the knight off on F6, completely, Robert, ruining Black's pawn structure in the center, but giving up the bishop pair. And the bishop pair is what Black really banks on in this line. Giri follows up with the bishop B5, and Richard Report defends the knight on C6. What do you make of this?
Well, the pawn structure clearly is not very pleasant to look at from Black's perspective. You have an isolated d6 pawn, you have double pawns on the f file. And where is that dark square bishop going to go? That is the advantage in Black's position. He is the only player with a dark square bishop. So if he can play bishop g7 and pawn to f5, maybe he could wreak havoc on the long diagonal. But that's not easy to accomplish because right now it's White's turn. I believe the queen can slide up to a square like d2. Then White can castle queenside. And already you're seeing pressure on Black center. If you bring that bishop to g7, the d6 pawn at any moment will be targeted. And that seems to be an issue for Richard Report to deal with. Now, he didn't just stumble into this position. He chose it. This was voluntary. So he must have some tactical ideas in store for Giri. And I think they revolve around, as you're pointing out, bishop g7 and pawn to f5. So at the right moment, the board opens up, and that can be good news for a pair of bishops.
And I've got an emotional connection to this variation because I played this with Black only once, but in a game that was very important to me. This was in an open tournament in Denmark. I was facing a strong IM, and I just felt a hankering to guarantee winning chances with the Black pieces. I don't remember exactly how that game went, but I do think that we had this exact position on the board. And the big decision that Anish Giri has to make is, of course, between castling kingside and castling queenside. The principled approach in almost any Sicilian variation is, in fact, to castle queenside. And so we could expect a move like queen to d2. But given the fact that he knows Richard Report is well prepared, perhaps a quieter approach, castling kingside, maybe dropping the knight back to b3 to open up a line of communication between the queen and the d6 pawn. I think a serious case is to be made for this idea as well. And I would just finish, Robert, by saying that Anish Giri is obviously aware of the existence of this variation. But it's a similar thing as in Abdusatorov Van Forest. Richard Report has chosen an obscure line that is, of course, relatively speaking, well known. It's been played for many, many years. It still has hundreds of games in the database. But compared to the other Sicilians, it's so unpopular that it is unlikely that Anish Giri has reviewed this line, perhaps even in the last couple of years.
Great opening choice from Richard Report. And you look at his score, 6.5 out of 12, and he did not get off to a good start. Right? He lost in the first round with the white pieces to Nodirbek Abdusatorov. He later lost to Magnus Carlsen. So he was looking at a bleak outcome from the start of this event. And suddenly, he's found his form. He has won 3 of his recent games. He beat Ding Liren yesterday. He would love to end this tournament with another victory. That's the good thing about Richard Report. And as we look at their head-to-head stats, he has never beaten Anish Giri in classical chess. You know he wants to put an L in that column for Anish. He would like to get his first victory. And for Anish Giri, this is a huge moment. He needs to defeat Richard Report because he'll find himself either in clear first. If Nodirbek loses, Nodirbek draws, he'll find himself in the tie for first. And if Nodirbek happens to win, it doesn't matter what Anish's result is because then Nodirbek wins the tournament.
And what adds a little bit of sriracha to this narrative is, of course, the fact that Giri, I believe, has been runner-up 5 separate times at Tata Steel. The most painful one of those was in 2021 when he went into a tiebreaker against Jordan Van Forest and lost that incredibly topsy-turvy game. So Giri has had a chip on his shoulder all tournament long, and you could not ask for a better opportunity. You're facing someone whom you know is going to give you an unbalanced game. You've got the white pieces, and I think Anish Giri is probably happy with the kind of position that he has gotten, but right now he needs to make several more moves. He has a very important decision to make as to which side he castles, and he just doesn't seem all that comfortable. He knows that Richard Report is probably better prepared than he is in this line. And I always point this out, Robert. These situations, there is always a choice between making the obvious move, which your opponent was likely to prepare, or trying to deviate from the trodden path with some sort of move that you think your opponent was unlikely to analyze. But that is an incredibly dangerous game because you could stumble yourself into a pretty bad position.
I think the plans for Black are just very straightforward. And that's one of the biggest issues for Anish Giri. Bishop g7, castles kingside, and pawn to f5. And I want to show a sample variation. If we can bring up an analysis board to talk about what that may look like. That if white plays queen d2, which to my eyes is the most natural move. If you're playing bullet, bishop g7, and you castle queenside for white. So you have maximum pressure along the d file, and Black says, have fun with that. Castles kingside. That d6 pawn is isolated and weak. Go ahead, knight takes c6. And black actually should take with the bishop on c6, because if you take with the pawn on c6 instead, then you go queen takes d6. And this is really, really bad news for black. The d7 bishop is hanging, and then white will have a great knight that's able to hop around. So I think bishop takes c6 is possible for black. And if we get the swap of bishops on c6, and the queen comes and takes the pawn d6, it looks great. White is just up a pawn, but that queen trade is avoided with queen to b6, putting pressure on the b2 pawn, putting pressure on the f2 pawn, and f6 to f5 is next. It's automatic, trying to open up that bishop and go after the knight on c3 and the pawn on b2 behind it. So I just look at a position like this, you know exactly what Richard Report's plan is. And for Anish, he's like, I get material, but at what cost?
Black's position holds tremendous potential energy. The weaknesses in black's position are more readily apparent than the strengths, but I think this line very nicely illustrates the strengths. And before we close that analysis board, if I may quickly show another sample variation that furthers this point. Let's say that white chooses to go the other way, that white chooses to go kingside. That does not diminish the effectiveness of the move f5. I have actually found a game between Magnus Carlsen and Daniel Dubov in a blitz match from 2021, in which Daniel Dubov, who played this line 6 or 7 times, scored a crushing victory. The game proceeded as follows. White castled kingside. Black developed the bishop to g7. Magnus dropped the knight back to e2, opening up an attack on d6. Dubov plays the important move, bishop to e6, defending the pawn with his queen. Magnus swings the knight over to f4. Dubov castles, and guess what? After Magnus plays queen e2, Dubov already struck in the center with f5, opening up his dark squared bishop, and then he added insult to injury after rook a to d1. He stuck a knight on d4, and just look at how active black's minor pieces now are. He's completely masking the weakness of the d6 pawn, and Dubov went on to score a pretty convincing victory. Yes, this was a blitz game, but anytime Magnus Carlsen loses anywhere, Robert, I think you'll co-sign this point, that line needs to be taken very seriously.
For sure. And I'm just looking at the position with a knight on d4, the bishop open on g7, the queen on d8 can go to the queen side or even to the king side at this point to a square like h4 or g5. So Anish Giri has made his move. I'm very curious what it is, and he gets up from the board. So, wow, speaking of making a move that is unexpected, he brings his bishop back to c4. And Danya, I think we understand his point. The b5 square is better for a knight. So by bringing the bishop to c4, you fully control the d5 square, which will be an outpost for a knight or your bishop, but it also gives the b5 square to your d4 knight. And once that knight gets out the way, the d6 pawn is in big trouble.
Bishop c4 is far from the most common move. That honor belongs to Short Castle, but it has been played by a couple of very strong players. Peter Svidler managed to defeat Daniel Dubov in a rapid game with this move recently. Vaishali, who is playing in the challenger section, Pragnananda's sister, has also successfully essayed this move. And white will actually have a choice after black fianchettos his bishop, which I think is very likely. You can play knight db5 and go directly for the d6 pawn, but more likely and more consistent with Anish's style, I think, would be, in fact, to trade on c6, castle kingside, and as you're suggesting, establish either a knight or perhaps even a bishop on d5. And one of the benefits of the trade on c6 is that you're largely taking the sting out of the move f5, because then white can simply recapture on f5. And the last thing black wants to do is take back with the g-pawn and permanently ruin his kingside pawn structure. A very interesting choice by Anish.
I think it's a very good decision, because you might be able to take Richard Report out of deep preparation, and now it looks like he's on his own. And Anish, this is a big moment for him. We know that this tournament means so much. He is an ambassador, and media spoke to Anish yesterday, asking him how he felt about his upcoming match with Richard Report, and he didn't want to say much, but let's take a listen.
No, I'm not going to say anything.
You
I have the right to remain silent. And
Richard
has the right to watch this interview, so I'm not going to say anything about this the upcoming game. I can tell you that I had a certain plan for it, but we'll see.
He certainly does have the right to remain silent, even if he uses Twitter as his fertile grounds for speaking. But it's interesting, because chess players, they want to hide all information that is not already accessible. you do not want to tell anybody who you're working with, because if they know that they're working, if the world knows that they're working with Daniel Naroditsky, they'll start Googling and researching, going to the database for Danya's openings. And that gives them a hint at what that player might be looking at.
They'll be pretty horrified at what they'd find, though. Sorry,
maybe, but still, it gives them information. So Anish is saying, I'm not going to tell you my game plan. I'm not going to say I'm going all in, because that may give a hint to Richard about a specific opening choice. So I think Anish did the right thing in that interview. He's playful as ever. But Richard, he said, I don't mind. I am going to choose a fighting variation. I'm not going to sit passively and defend a slightly worse position. No, Richard Report is not that type of player. And the person who was standing next to Anish in that interview, Jordan Van Forest, he's not that type of player either. So we have two fighting games on the top boards.
We do indeed. And for the first time this bright and early morning, let's take a look at the bird's eye view. Obviously, we have more games to cover, and we will keep an eye on the games that do not directly impact the top of the tournament cross table. But obviously, the trifecta that we will spend by far the most time on is Abdusattorov Van Forest, where we have seen the queens come off the board. You called it. That queen from F3, it swung over to G3. Jordan actually accepted the trade and has just brought his Darkshore bishop out to C5. It still appears that he is in his preparation. And Nodirbek, I mean, maybe you should fly to Amsterdam right now. I know there's a couple direct flights from New York City, because you are predicting every idea in that game. G3 to G4, striking where it hurts, hitting that H5 pawn and exploiting the undefended rook on H8. Nodirbek, he looks like he's in control. He looks like he's confident, but Jordan might very well be in his preparation. And Robert, of course, Magnus Carlsen, I'm looking for him. He is on
bottom left.
Bottom left. It took me a while. Bottom left of your screen against Arjun Erigaisi. Just from the fact that he's got both of his bishops fianchettoed, you know that the world champion is trying to mix it up and score a victory in the final round.
He certainly is, and other players are fighting. Look at the games right next to that. Pragnanda is his second from the left from the bottom against Wesley So.
Whoa.
Wesley up a pawn with the black pieces, actually he's not up a pawn. It's even material. It looks like he's up a pawn because A2 is gone, but even material. But there's a knight there that's hopped into the D6 square with check. So Wesley So, he needs a win. Woo. He needs Nodirbek to lose, and then he would have a shot at first place. So why don't we dive into Wesley So's game, because Magnus Carlsen's game has all the pieces on the board. This is fighting chess all around. No player is taking the day off. Look at this position, Danya. What is that queen doing on A2? Why are both kings still in the center? Why is there a lack of development? And the black king is in check.
Be still, my beating heart, is all I have to say. I don't think anybody is going to begrudge us a closer look at the pandemonium that we have on the board after only 17 moves. And only is probably the wrong word, because we're only 30 minutes or so into the round and we're already 17 moves deep. The most disturbing thing for Wesley is that Pragg has all of his time left on the clock. We've talked about this a lot. That is a clear sign that he is still in his preparation, and this is not the kind of position that you want to be on your own. You want to have that Stockfish GPS readily available, and it looks like Pragg has turn-by-turn directions. He's got a knight on D6. Robert, I could rewind and quickly show how this crazy position occurred. Do you think that's a wise thing to do? I think it is. Let's go all the way back from the start. You could be forgiven for thinking that this is some sort of Sicilian, that the first move was E4, but no, the first move was actually D2, D4. This started out pretty peacefully as a Queen's Gambit declined. Things got crazy on move 4, C7, C5 by Wesley So. The semi-Tarrasch, after C takes D5, rather than the conventional knight takes D5, he takes the pawn on D4. This is a well-known line, and recently White has been mostly recapturing the pawn on D4. Pragg plays the old move, queen to A4 check, forcing the bishop onto D7, cutting the contact between Black's queen and the D5 pawn, and White accepts what is called, I think, the Schenning-Hara gambit by taking on D4. A trade on D5, Black's pieces start coming out, one after the other. A check on A5. The knight comes out with tempo. Pragg drops back. The knight comes out to E4. Attacking the knight on C3, Pragg defends with bishop D2. We have a trade. Wesley grabs the bishop pair and brings his bishop out. Man, this is only playable with preparation. Rook to C1. Pragg gives the pawn back. Wesley accepts it. He takes the knight, giving back his bishop pair, but taking on A2. Pragg develops his knight to C4, preventing Black from castling queenside. The bishop will hang. After bishop E6, E4, Suddenly, he is threatening rook to a3, trapping the queen. Wesley addresses that actively by counterattacking White's queen. And after knight to d6, checking f8, we've got more craziness. Queen d1 to c1 is Prag's choice, reinforcing the threat of rook a3. You still can't take the knight because you lose the queen. And Wesley has just evacuated his queen from a2. I have talked enough, Robert. You take over, please.
18 moves into this game, both players playing quickly. You have to assume this is preparation. And I wouldn't be surprised if Pragananda has 10 more moves up his sleeve. And I also wouldn't be surprised if this just fizzles out into a draw. I don't like talking in those terms, but I think Wesley, he said, the onus is now on me. I have the black pieces. I can't just allow a solid game where I'm slightly worse. Let me try for a forcing variation. The problem with forcing variations at this highest level is that they're studied and they're playing instantly at this point. And we see that a pawn on b7 was captured, the rook on d8 is loose, the knight on c6 is loose, queen e3. You can't play queen b1 check, because if you give that check, the rook slides back to c1, and White is going to steal material with the rook on d8 being loose. Yeah. So the queen trade has happened. This could be a position where White is ever so slightly better. Rook, I can barely get words out, and the moves are happening. And the point is that now, if you take on c6, the knight on b7 is hanging, and very importantly, the bishop on e6 covers the c8 square. There is no back rank check to win that rook on h8, and the pawn structure is clearly at the moment better for black. So the status quo is good for black, but with that last one, knight c5, you're going to be able to take on e6. That's the hope, and then you're going to also compromise black's pawn structure or have a bishop against a knight position. So this is deep opening prep, Danya. It looks to my eyes like both players know exactly what they're doing, and there's not much to commentate on in a way because they're playing the best moves.
Well, Prag's opening file might actually start here. I mean, if he seriously dug deep, the real question is, whose preparation extends to move 40? And listen, I stand corrected. I thought for a second that Wesley was out of his prep. I looked at his clock time. I think it was just a case of Wesley remembering his opening file. You saw how incredibly complex that line was. If you confuse even a single move, if you play even a single move out of order, you could literally lose the game instantly. That is not an exaggeration. We saw that Black's queen was on the verge of getting trapped. So Wesley very wisely taking a little bit longer than his confident opponent to make sure that he's got all of the moves right. And he did. He's got himself into an endgame. And what counterbalances White's deficient pawn structure is, of course, the ultra-active knight on c5, which is currently threatening to take on e6. The knight on c6 is going to hang, and that's why rook takes b2 is impossible. White's bishop and White's rook also have tremendous potential energy. Look at that semi-open f file. The bishop could come out to c4. White could actually castle kingside. I do not believe that White has moved his king. Took me a second to remember that. And the king on f8 could get caught in the crossfire of the f1 rook. So I think the position is equal. I think the game should end in a draw with accurate play by Wesley. But the big question is going to be, does his opening file extend a couple more moves? Because if he's on his own here, it is far from easy to find the way to neutralize White's initiative. A good choice by Prag. He's basically playing risk-free.
Yes, it's a risk-free position. That's a good way of framing it. And that means he can play for two results, so he feels. But it is an endgame. Wesley So, being one of the most precise players in chess history, if he gets a little bit of wiggle room, he may try to even outclass his younger opponent. Experience does pay off. And these two players, they don't have an extensive history against one another. They played at the Olympiad back in Chennai. That game was a draw. It was great preparation by Wesley. He did err at some point, and then Pragananda had the upper hand, but didn't maximize the potential of his position in an endgame. Wesley was able to make that draw, and Wesley, he needs to win this game if he has any chance at first place. If he wins, Nodirbek loses, and Giri does not win, then Wesley will find himself at minimum in a tie for first place. Actually, it's maximum. He is a full point behind Nodirbek Abusataro, so he needs all of those results to go his way, and he is undefeated. He has performed well. He's gained rating points, but he just has drawn a few too many games if he's hoping to secure first place.
And I think that last bullet point is actually quite important. You mentioned yesterday that Wesley isn't always willing to take tremendous risks when he needs to win a game. And I think he basically decided that, listen, my chances to win this tournament, let's be real, are vanishingly small. All of the cards have to fall a certain way, and they are very unlikely to all fall in that way. And so each player chooses the amount of risk that they're comfortable with. Wesley did play an incredibly sharp and enterprising variation that he had obviously studied carefully. What he would be unwilling to do is, play d4, a6, or play something just to tell chess fans that he unbalanced the position and played for a win. Pragg is more than capable of punishing an unsound opening. So I think Wesley's choice was entirely reasonable. I think he was probably aware that there is a response to this opening that forces the game into an endgame. But if a 2700 player is well prepared, armed to the teeth, and is determined to make a draw, as my friend Sam Shankland would always say, you really can only do so much to stop them.
It's true. If Pragg wants to draw, what are you going to do about it? You're Wesley So. You're a fantastic player, but you have the second move, and you have to sort of react to what Pragg is bringing to the table. And Pragg, he did draw Magnus yesterday. That was a heroic defensive effort on his part. He was able to withstand the pressure for so many hours and make the draw. So let's head away from this game. We do expect the action to continue here, but it seems to be fizzling out somewhat. And in the top left, we have our leader, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He has traded the queens off the board, and there's pressure down the H file in that game. I'm looking as well to the bottom right of our screen, Vincent-Keimer Gukesh. That board is opening up. The top right, of course, is Anish Giri against Richard Rapport. And I think that Anish is going to be focusing on his game. He needs to win, but he's also looking on over to the top left and saying, hey, Nodirbek, come on, don't do it. Don't do this to me. Give me a chance. If I win, please don't win your game so I can play for first place.
And I think Anish Giri must be encouraged by the clock situation on Nodirbek Abdusattorov's board. Perhaps we can take a closer look at that end game. Of course, we have Magnus's game on the lower left, which we want to update you on as well. But I really think that we need to take stock of what has happened in the tournament leaders game, because the queens have come off the board. The pawn on h5 is hanging, and I think that could be a point of confusion for a lot of people. Why can't Nodirbek Abdusattorov just snag the pawn on h5? What does Jordan have up his sleeve? Well, I don't know for a fact, Robert, but I can make an educated guess. I think that in this position, if we could bring up an analysis board, first of all, I'll point out that knight takes c6 does not win a piece, because black can, of course, first capture on e3 and then take back on c6. This is out of the question. White will have to completely ruin his pawn structure. If white plays g takes h5 or rook takes h5, I think black's response is similar. I think Jordan, in this case, is going to trade rooks and simply bring his knight out to f6. And if white develops the bishop to e2, then there is sort of a quiet move that the engine was suggesting, rook a8 to c8. The more human move, the move that appealed to me, is b5, b4, dislodging the knight from its defense of the e4 pawn. And this would not be a fair trade for white if Jordan can snag this very important pawn on e4. But the story is not as simple as it appears. White can drive the knight over to a4, suddenly hitting the bishop. Black has to spend a tempo moving it back, and now white can use this tempo to try to secure the e4 pawn. But Robert, with your knight sitting on the rim, with a lot of pressure against white's central piece construction, I think Nodirbek might be I think Jordan might be aiming precisely for a position like this, where there's just a lot of practical pressure, even if objectively your position, might be slightly worse.
And just to add one more move to this line, if white reinforces the pawn e4 with f3, that bishop on e2 no longer in contact with the h5 pawn. So that would be a pawn that black can capture. And the rook on e8 is protected. So rook h1, rook h8, that's not a threat. Not to mention the knight on d4 is loose. So this is great opening preparation by Jordan van Forest. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he's reacting well, but it could be sharp despite the absence of queens. That doesn't mean that we're just in a drawish position. There's plenty of life left. Both sides have all four minor pieces. Both rooks are on the board for each side. So this does seem like a battle. And for Nodirbek, he has to think, do I want to keep my options open and play for a win, or will he be satisfied with a draw? I do think a draw is satisfactory for him. He's not afraid of a blitz playoff, or rapid playoff, I should say, if it gets to that point against Anish Giri. Anish, super strong, but Anish first has to beat Richard Rapport, and that is a tall order. But for now, I think we are going to let the players focus on their games. We are going to step aside for just a few moments, and when we return, the action continues here in the final round of the 2023 Tata Steel Chess Masters.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
Arjun Erigaisi having a tough event in Vaikunze, and today he plays Magnus Carlsen. The last round for him is the most challenging round, at least on paper. Magnus Carlsen being the world champion in classical, rapid, and blitz. But Arjun Erigaisi, such a strong player, such a bright future. He'll be back in Vaikunze, and he wants to end his tournament with his biggest success because so far it's been 4 losses for him, and the rest of his games have been drawn. So if he could beat the world champion, that would be an awesome conclusion.
It would indeed. And I really think Arjun Erigaisi, he's embracing it. I think he appreciates the chance to perhaps not turn his tournament around. Even with a win in this game, he will lose a good deal of rating. He will finish with a serious minus score. But what a mood improver that would be to defeat the world champion in the last game and dash his off chances for first place. Arjun Erigaisi is not shying away from the challenge. They have a very complex position on the board. It's a sort of King's Indian type of structure where White has just contributed to essential control by pushing the pawn up to e4. But the main difference, Robert, is that fianchettoed bishop on b7. In the King's Indian, that bishop usually remains on the c8, h3 diagonal. I'm not sure exactly who the queenside structure favors, but I can tell you that there are a lot of similarities structure-wise to the King's Indian in terms of the kingside situation, and now in terms of the placement of the bishop, which Magnus has just moved back to c8.
You would think that this is a loss of a couple tempi, because it does feel like King's Indian, where Black went b6, bishop b7, then back to c8. But when White played the move e4, he is allowing for tension between pawns to be created. So when that f7 pawn comes up to f5, suddenly we're going to see some trades being offered. And the question becomes, where is that knight on f6 going? Is it going back to e8 to allow for pawn to f5? Will it hop forward to g4? Will it go back to d7? I don't really think d7 is the move you want to play, because you just put your bishop back on c8. He could have played knight f7 right away if you were going to go for that. So this is going to be a slow maneuvering game, Danya. It's all about playing f5, and White does not have f4. That would be a huge mistake, because that bishop on g7 would be opened up, whereas that pawn on d5 for White means that even if Black plays f5, the bishop on g2 doesn't have full scope of the diagonal. So White cannot control that pawn break. White typically plays on the queen side, maybe a3, maybe b4, maybe trying to advance those pawns on that flank. But it's going to be a bit of a long story for both sides as they jockey for position on opposite sides of the board.
And that's exactly what we're going to get. I could talk about this type of position for ages. I'm very passionate about King's Indian structures, but I will limit myself to just a couple of brief remarks. I co-sign your point entirely about White's main plan. In fact, I think that is White's only plan. I could bet a horse and a cow that Arjun is going to play rook to b1 in this position. And as cumbersome as it is, White needs to prepare before. This knight has to be pushed off of c5 if White is to generate serious play on the queen side. And just as I say that, it does appear to me that Arjun has made a move. And it's not rook to b1. I can't quite say what it is. It is knight c2 to a3. May I be forgiven for not predicting this move. I suppose Arjun is going to b5. Eventually, he kicks the can down the road. He's going to have to prepare b4. But one way or the other, White needs to whip up serious play on the queen side if he wants to counterbalance what may be the rather nasty effect of the pawn advance to f5. I think Magnus Carlsen's path is clear. He's going to drop the knight back to e8 most likely, and shove that pawn down as far as its legs will carry it, perhaps all the way to f3, where it will hit the bishop on g2 and put it out of commission.
Plan is very clear from Magnus Carlsen, and something that is clear to me, is that the game between Fabiano Caruana and Ding Liren, we're getting the sense, we are being informed that this game that could end in a repetition, because Ding Liren's last moves were knight f3 to h4 and back, and Black went knight e7 and then back to c6. So just go back a couple moves here, Danya.
Yeah.
So we can
show. A trade.
Bang. Yep. And then the knights are repeating. Here the game's going to be a draw. Look at them. You can see it. They're just repeating moves here. It's the end of a long tournament, and a draw will undoubtedly be agreed upon.
They are done. Fabiano Caruana obviously has had the better tournament. Ding Liren, he wants to get rid of this event. He wants to get on a plane, fly back home, and start preparing for a world champion and put this tournament out of his mind. I don't think you can blame him, even for a second, for accepting this draw. He wants to cut the bleeding, avoid a loss in the final round. He's going to lose a ton of rating. He's going to have a lot of analyzing to do and a lot of problems to diagnose and a lot of confidence that he's going to have to build back up as he goes into the most important trial of his life in just a couple of months.
Well, if there's anybody who understands it, it's Fabiano Caruana, because when you're playing a world championship match, as Caruana did back in 2018, that is where your attention is fully focused on. So with that result, with the half point given to each player. Fabiano Caruana finishes with 7 out of 13. Ding Liren did not have a great tournament. Of course, his standards are to be amongst the top players. He finished with 5.5 out of 13. A disappointing performance for him. He won just a single game and lost 3 along the way. But now our focus is going to be on these top boards. We have Nodirbek Abdusattarov on the top left. The tension between the H and G pawns is still there. But on the top right, look at Anish Giri's game against Richard Rapport. Anish is the first to jump forward. The knight heading into D5. Let's zoom into that game because I feel like Anish is making some progress.
I'm very glad you made that call because I am itching to share a cool little anecdote about the position that we have in front of us. So knight c3 to d5 is actually the first new move. You might assume that this position that comes already from a rare line of the Sicilian has never occurred. Not true. The position after rook c8 has occurred once. It was in a game between two very strong grandmasters, Alexander Motolyov and Vladimir Potkin, who, by the way, is one of Jan Nepomniachtchi's second. Robert, guess where that tournament was played all the way back in 2012, of all the places.
Okay, so Khanty-Mansiysk is going to be high up on my list just because so many chess tournaments randomly were there. Not that.
The population of this place might be similar to that of Khanty-Mansiysk. It's a small town. It's known for its chess.
Is it Wijk?
It is Wijk. It was played in the Wijk Challenger section in 2012. And knight d5 is the deviating move. That is technically the novelty. Alexander Motolyov, he dropped his bishop back to b3. And that actually allowed Vladimir Potkin to carry out a very pretty maneuver, fully neutralizing White's edge. He played the immediate f5. I pointed out that this move is unlikely as long as the bishop sits on c6. Not so here, because all of a sudden, Black can grab this knight on c3. And if you nonchalantly take back with the queen, whoop, bishop takes g2, that's a discovery, and that's a lost rook on f1. White had to accept the ruining of his queenside pawn structure. The queen came out to g5, threatening checkmate, forcing yet another major weakness on the king side. And with all of these weaknesses induced, Black can accept his own share of weakness. The g-file is also opened. This position is approximately equal, according to the engine, and the game ended in a draw. I just think it's so cool that there is only one game in the database, and of all the places, it happened specifically here in Tata Steel. What a tournament, what a tradition, and what a crazy story.
Love that inclusion to show everybody that this position had happened before and in Wijk, but in this game, the knight hops forward to d5. f5, no longer as good of an option because if you play f5, then White simply takes on f5 and there's no more bishop takes knight on c3. That knight is gone. And you do not want to allow White to just make progress on the king side. And something that's extremely important because I think people in the audience are often told bishops of opposite color means the game is just equal, end games are drawn. We are so far away from an end game. So if Black were to take on d5 with his bishop to get rid of that really pesky knight, the White bishop takes back on d5, and look whose bishop is better. The one on d5 hitting both the b7 pawn. Just put the position on the board for a second so we can really show what it's like. The f7 and b7 pawns are targets. The bishop on g7, it stares into its own pawn. And so White is clearly better in such a position. A rook lift is in the future. Maybe f4 followed by f5 for White, just slamming that pawn forward to shut in that bishop. This would be a great position with excellent winning chances for Anish Giri.
And the final nail in the coffin, really, is that Black can try to play f5, but there's an additional tactic that Black has to keep tabs on, and that's the idea of taking twice on g6. The bishop on d5, you mentioned, pins the f7 pawn. So even if Black does squeeze through f5, his entire kingside is at risk of being pulverized by White's bishop and White's queen. I think what we are getting at here, as we dial it back to the live board, is that not only is bishop takes d5 unwise, Black, I think, has to prepare f5 at all costs, and he has to do it ASAP because White has several easy ways that he can improve his position and take the sting out of the f-pawn's advance. The move that comes to mind is c3, creating a pawn chain. You could bring the rook to d1. White's play is easy. I think it's likely that Richard drops his bishop back to d7 and essentially pre-moves f5. Even if it means sacrificing d6, he needs to find a way to open up the g7 bishop because that is essentially the entire point of playing this line. The longer the bishop is hemmed in by its own pawns, the higher the likelihood that Anish Giri is able to tighten the screws in the center and ultimately win the d6 pawn and crash through.
And the problem for black in some of these positions is, like, even if you get f5, which might not be easy because white can retreat the knight to e3, stopping you from playing f5 and hitting the d6 pawn at the same time. I was going to say that the bishop for white can establish itself on d5. That is an outpost square. We typically put our knights on outpost squares, but here the bishop on d5 is just so frustrating for black to deal with, hitting the b7 pawn, nicely centralized, protecting the e4 pawn so the queen is free to run, hitting f7, so if the queen slides over to b3, you could put increased pressure over there, and white has some simple options. Rook a to d1, just putting your pieces in the center, maybe bring that knight to c4 at some moment, and the d6 pawn does remain a weakness. It's an eyesore, and it's not going anywhere.
No, that's a great insight, and I think Anish has made such an astute opening choice. He took his time, and he chose a line that's easy to play, that's unlikely to be extensively analyzed by Richard Rapport because it's relatively positional, and I can guarantee you that Rapport probably spent the lion's share of his time preparing for scenarios in white castles queenside, because you have to know those positions. This is a situation in which white's game is practically much easier, and even though the engine does not assign an extensive edge to white, I would ignore that entirely, and I would argue vehemently that the difficulty is squarely in black's court. Richard Rapport is the one who has to play accurately for the next couple of moves, and I think the first step toward neutralizing white's positional advantage is still to try to get f5 in. I'm voting for bishop d7, but the Hungarian Grandmaster, you can see his head in his hands. He understands the gravity of this situation and the importance of this game, and he is not ready just to hand the win over to Anish Giri.
No, he is not. But Anish has a good start to this game, and you need to be able to keep it going. You don't want to see an end game that is just pretty level, where maybe you're slightly better. None of that forcing stuff. So I believe that for the time being, it will be easier for Anish to find ideas and moves, and that should give him good winning chances. Not that his position is that much better right now. I just like the direction this game is heading. And so why don't we zoom out for a second from this game, look at our other games in progress, because no game is more important than Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Jordan van Foreest. And we see a similar dynamic to where we left it. The players are thinking, trying to work through the complications. And as soon as I say they're thinking, it looks like Jordan G6.
Ooh.
That's the top left of our screens there. He's protecting his pawn on H5. But while we have a moment, while the players are thinking there, Donnie, which of our other games do you want to dive into briefly?
Well, I'll just point out that Prague Wesley has settled down, as we were discussing. The light squared bishop comes out to d3. I think things are going to continue calming down on that board as both sides essentially get their pieces out, especially black. Wesley's got to get that other rook out of h8 and prepare for what could be a long, grinded out endgame. We have a fascinating battle between Vincent Keimer and Gukesh. Now, I appreciate the importance of keeping tabs on the games that impact the final tournament standings, but I really think that that position merits a closer look, if only very briefly.
Let's go right to that, because I think the last move that Gukesh played in the bottom right, queen sliding from d8 to c8, and that move allows white to shatter black's kingside pawn structure. There's a knight on e4, a bishop on g5. There was maximum tension against his knight on f6, and that still exists. So I think that if I'm looking at this correctly, white can lead with, say, bishop takes f6. It doesn't really matter the move order, I don't imagine. But after bishop takes knight, knight takes back, knight takes f6, we're going to get a position where black's kingside is just going to be open. It's exposed. And after this, I think white can establish a bishop on e4, then move the queen out the way. And this looks terrible for black. At the eval bar saying, not a big deal.
Well, I guess the eval bar must be banking on the fact that black has the bishop pair, and black also has the g file. There is the typical idea of king h8 followed by rook g, and that queen on c8, it appears very awkward, but one redeeming factor is that it will be making contact with the h3 pawn, a pawn that it can capture in the event of the rook on g8 pinning the g2 pawn. Vincent Keimer has made a decision. He has followed the sage advice of Robert Hess, and he has captured the knight on f6. Can you blame him for not being able to resist the temptation to ruin black's kingside pawns, which is even more tempting by the fact, made even more tempting by the fact that black's king sits on g8 and can definitely be attacked by some of white's minor pieces. Once the queen moves out of d1, there is also the idea of swinging the knight around to f5.
This looks really bad for black. I'm not sure at all how the eval bar is suggesting that black is in not too terrible of shape. I mean, it just looks like a clear plus for white. I think from a practical perspective, if this were a blitz game, white would win this position a large percentage of the time. But it's classical chess. Gukesh has plenty of time to evaluate the position. Vincent Keimer has played more quickly than his opponent. And Vincent would like nothing more than to get this victory because he's had his opportunities to score wins. He has 0 wins to this point. He has 3 losses, and all the rest of his games have been draws. If he can end with a win, his tournament won't feel that bad after all. 5.5 out of 13 in your maiden Tata Steel Masters is a good result, and he wouldn't even lose many rating points. So this is a big opportunity for Vincent Keimer.
We expect so much from these players. We take it for granted that they demonstrate poise, resilience, cold-bloodedness. Let's take a step back and just assert the fact that for many of them, for Vincent Keimer, for Gukesh, this is not only their first or one of their first super tournaments, but it's perhaps the first 13-round event that they've ever played. It's the first time that they faced a lot of these super grandmasters. There are some growing pains. There will be a couple of rough experiences, but they're going to come back home. And, Vincent Keimer, in his case, he's going to analyze each and every game very carefully with Peter Lecko. He's going to analyze those end games exhaustively. He's going to figure out what went wrong, and he's going to come back stronger. That is called improvement, and that is a process that is normal. It's part of every player's journey. And our expectations, they are sky high because we're spoiled. We're so used to excellence from these young players. Arjun Erigaisi has been riding an endless streak of good tournaments, but eventually each of those streaks is going to come to an end. And really, players, their verve, their grit, it's defined not by how they act when they're playing well, but how they react after a tournament like this.
Well said. And for Vincent Keimer, I think he does have the upper hand right now. Still a position that Gukesh is going to be able to play, and he has some clear ideas. The bishop will be driven back to g6. Couldn't even say it because the pawn structure looks so bad over there. But bishop g6, the queen will get off the back rank. The rooks will be connected, and I think we may see some major pieces swapped on the e-file. So I do think that while Gukesh, the aesthetics are not there, he does have a clear plan that he can execute. So why don't we hop away from this one? Vincent Keimer does have a chance in this game. I think his many fans from Germany will be rooting for him to get his first victory in the tournament, I should say. And, well, let's go back to the Nodirbek Abdusattorov game against Jordan von Forest, because in that one, we last saw Jordan play the move g6. Abdusattorov has been thinking. And, well, the position... What do you make of it, Daniel? Because h5 is defended for now. That's the good news. But what are the actual plans for each side?
Well, I feel like the fulcrum of tension has shifted from the king side, where it lay squarely after white played g4. Black has managed to patch things up, and that last move g6, it secures the pawn on h5. Even when that pawn was hanging, as we were discussing, it was not very wise for Nodirbek to rush into the pawn capture. Now, I think the tension lies in the center. And the question is, who benefits from this tension between these two sets of minor pieces, the bishop and the knight, for black, and of course, their counterparts on e3 and d4. I will point out concretely that black isn't really threatening the move e5. It may seem like he is, but the knight can still jump into f5. Just because that square is defended doesn't mean anything, because the bishop on c5 is undefended as a result. So the point of g6 isn't to set a superficial tactical trap. It is to solidify the king side. My question to Jordan would be, first of all, what is he planning if Nodirbek just plays a neutral move, such as bishop to e2, or king to b1, or maybe a3, to prevent the pesky idea of b4? What is Jordan van Forest's follow-up going to be? If Nodirbek can figure that out, then perhaps he can find a more load-bearing move in this position. Maybe the immediate knight f5 deserves consideration. You called it the dark squares. You mentioned this as early as move 4. They're still weak, and if the dark squared bishops are gotten off the board, he might pay the positional price.
Well, I just wanted you to put that move on the board, knight to f5, because that looks like it's a crazy move. You're giving away your knight, but if the pawn takes the knight, Then the bishop takes the bishop on c5, and the dark squares are completely under white's control. You have the bishop pair. It's an open position. The evaluation is justified. It is a great position for white. So knight f5 is available, and I think it's a good move because if you played bishop e2 first instead of knight to f5, and as you're showing, the knight would capture the bishop back on e3, black plays d6. And now you don't have knight f5 anymore. And if you make a careless move like pawn to a3, now black plays e5. And you're losing a piece because knight f5, I just take you, and the bishop on c5 is defended by the pawn. So that's very important. So I think black's move is d6, and that creates some tactical problems for white to solve. So that's why I like the move knight f5 initially, as you were indicating, because instead of bishop to e2, you start with knight f5, and then that d pawn. That's at the end of a line with a rook staring down at it. I feel like black could be in some danger here as this game progresses.
And knight f5 is good from a tournament standing perspective as well. White essentially forces the bishops off the board, and I just do. I mean, I'm speaking too soon. I'm jumping the gun here. I get it, but I really don't see Nodirbek losing an endgame like this, given his form in the tournament. And I'm not trying to jinx him. Obviously, there's plenty of fight left, but he has no weaknesses. He's got pressure on h5. He's got a clear set of follow-up moves. He can develop his bishop. He's got plenty of ways to improve his position. And he can also go for more. You can play a move like a4 in order to carve out a direct pathway to that juicy outpost on d6. The knight would like nothing more than to jump into c4 and then move its way to d6. And that pawn on b5, it always sticks out like a sore thumb in Sicilian positions. It's a double-edged sword. It's a strength with queens on the board, but it can be a serious liability with the queens swapped. So a4, the bishop development to e2, all of that, I feel like the arrows are pointing one way, and that's in the direction of knight to f5.
I think it simplifies the position in order to avoid tactics. And we know what Nodirbek Abdusattorov needs to win this tournament. If he wins this game, he wins first place. That's it. The tournament is done in the sense that we know who the champion will be. But if he draws the game, then Anish Giri needs to win to force a tiebreak. So that puts the burden squarely on Anish Giri's shoulders. And I think that's what Nodirbek would like, because if he loses this game, if it gets sharp and he goes wrong somewhere, then that gives Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So a chance to tie him, and it would give Anish Giri a chance to leapfrog him altogether. So I think Nodirbek, he wants to make sure this heads towards a position with two results. I think knight f5 accomplishes that. Either Jordan makes a draw if he plays very well, or if Nodirbek can outclass him down the stretch, it could be a win, and thus another tournament belt for Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
And the importance of not making decisions based on someone else's game is, I think, well illustrated by a case study. The London Candidates Tournament in 2013, which I was watching live on vacation from Philadelphia before playing a tournament of my own. Going to the final round, Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik both stood tied for first place with 8.5. But as far as I remember, Magnus Carlsen had the better tiebreaks. So Vladimir Kramnik decided on a radical approach. In his game against Vasily Ivanchuk, he decided to play a Pirc, which he had almost never played in his chess career, to try to guarantee winning chances. Magnus Carlsen had the white pieces against Peter Svidler, a game that Kramnik assumed Magnus would not lose in a million years. Svidler had been doing well that tournament, but it's Magnus. He's playing white, and Magnus Carlsen knows how to draw on demand. Guess what happens as a result? Peter Svidler wipes Magnus Carlsen off the board with the black pieces. But because Kramnik played a Pirc, he himself was wiped off the board in one-sided fashion. And as a consequence, Magnus Carlsen maintained his lead in the event. Had Vladimir Kramnik played one of his trusty opening weapons, such as a Berlin, or even some variations of the Sicilian, he would have gotten himself a much better chance at first place, and thereby a qualification to the World Championship title. So I think Nodirbek, he's telling himself, listen, I'm going to play this game the same way that I've played every game this tournament, and I'm going to limit my glances at Anish Giri's own affair. I'm going to let the cards fall as they may. I'm going to focus on what I can control.
Yeah, what he can control is the moves that he makes, and, well, he just took control over the dark squares because he made the move knight to f5, and very quickly Jordan took on e2. That was a forcing sequence. So there was no choice there for Jordan. And, well, you're saying that Nodirbek, he can't focus on anything else. He needs to just look at the moves, the position in front of him, and that makes perfect sense. In fact, the media caught up with Nodirbek yesterday to ask him about his thoughts about how he can keep his emotions in check.
Nothing special. I just want to play good chess. I think it's my character is calm, and yeah, I don't express my emotions. So yeah, it's known that I am very calm and without emotions.
I really like the interview because he says, I don't have emotions, at the
smile.
board, but a huge smile on his face. And he is such a nice and humble person. I told this story earlier in one of the previous rounds that after the Olympiad gold medal, the Uzbek team was at the airport, and many other chess teams were taking similar flights, and they took photos with everybody. Sometimes people, after such a performance, they're just like, I just want to be left alone. But Abdusattorov and the entire Uzbek team, they were taking photos. They were letting people look at the trophy. They were so proud to have won that event for the country of Uzbekistan. And I got to catch up with Nodirbek off to the side and congratulate him on his many successes. And he's incredibly humble. He was just appreciative that he was there, that he was able to play. He was thankful for all the online events that helped sharpen him as a player. He's honed his skills online. He's been known for many years as a great blitz and rapid player. And now he's showing the world that he is not a player to be trifled with in classical. He is into the top 20. If he wins today's game, I believe he goes to the top 15. And I think he's there to stay.
And he's showing us that Alireza Firouzja, as I said earlier, isn't the only one that we should be putting on our radar. We should be watching Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He's so exciting to watch, not only because of his tournament performances, but also because of his playing style. He's so versatile. He can essentially play any opening. He's demonstrated phenomenal opening preparation well beyond his years. Case in point, look at the last two games. Look at how he held Anish Giri and Wesley So in a row with the black pieces, something that, even for Magnus Carlsen would be a tall task. And Nodirbek, he does it in style. He doesn't even bat an eye, and he's left himself with plenty in the tank, I think, to finish off the tournament in style. Knight f5 has been played. He is sitting very pretty with, I think, a slight advantage in the endgame, a slight but stable advantage. But more importantly, his position is solid as a rock. This is exactly what he wanted out of the opening.
No complaints whatsoever. The only one complaining likely is Jordan von Forest. He was the one who chose h5, an early pawn push, as his opening weapon. But now that we're in this position, it feels like white has firm control because you can't touch the h5 pawn. The rook on h1 stares through it at the rook on h8, so you can't trade over there. And if you try to bring your knight out to f6, as soon as you make that move, white immediately will push the pawn to g5, releasing some of the tension on the h file, but gaining important space. The f3 pawn will go up to f4, the e4 pawn will likely go up to e5, and those dark squares will be completely under white's control.
Well, that's a great point. Sometimes you have to transform the nature of your advantage. As tempting as it is to keep the pressure on h5, you have to know when to shift the nature of your advantage to something else. In the case of that line, to a firm control over the d6 and f6 squares. In the event of h5, h4, which I think is very unlikely, white could accentuate the pressure with g3. That is actually one of the benefits of having doubled pawns. You can use them kind of like spikes. No matter how far the h pawn goes, there's always going to be a g3 pawn to meet it at the top. So h4 is not possible. Knight f6 is dubious. And Forrest has a very unenviable defensive task ahead of him.
Yeah, so I think he should refrain for the moment from bringing his knight out. I think he can castle queenside, but this is a position without queens on the board. So king e7 is more likely. Just because those dark squares are what we keep complaining about in black's position, they are vulnerable. So king e7 at least takes care of some of them. And you have some time. It's not like white is threatening to win material. But one thing that I do want to point out, that if and when white takes on h5 with the pawn, black will take back with the rook. You do not want a pin along the h file to continue. And they often say the threat is strong in the execution. Here, the tension plays to white's favor. So white will not be taking on h5 unless it is concretely a good decision.
And to piggyback off of that point, another reason you don't want to rush g takes h5, optically, the kingside situation may seem to favor white. That pawn on h5 is isolated. But first of all, it's very, very hard to get to. It can be safely defended by a knight on f6. And should the g6 pawn move out to h5, black will have the g file for his disposal. And later down the line, black might get a rook on g8 and actually put serious pressure on that second pawn, which is presumably still going to sit on g2. We're talking about things that could happen 7, even 10 moves from now, but that's exactly what you have to do in an endgame like this. There is some calculation to be done, concrete decisions to be made, but there's a lot of structural changes that could take place, and you have to have in your mind a very clear roadmap for what you want and what you don't want when it comes to transformations of pawn structure and different types of piece placements.
For sure. And so capturing on h5, if it were white's turn, likely not going to be played. I do think that Jordan should bring his king up to e7. I just believe that castling queenside, there's no real benefit of bringing your king to c8. It's not going to be attacked on e7, so keep it in the center of the board and then decide where to develop your pieces. But I think we can zoom out from this one for a moment here, just because Jordan van Forest is on the clock, and maybe that gives us time to check in on one of the games we haven't really looked at, and that would be the one between Levon Aronian and Parham Maghsoodloo.
I am game for that, especially because we have a rich Najdorf, and that is one of the most fun openings to look at. Parham Maghsoodloo has shown a predilection for the Najdorf Sicilian, which he has fearlessly essayed several times this tournament. Levon Aronian has opted for a relatively quiet line. How do I know that? Well, he has castled kingside, and in the sharpest lines of the Najdorf, bishop g5, some lines of the English attack, white castles queenside, and we get our patented attacks on opposite sides. Here, Levon is aiming for a positional advantage. He has established control over the d5 square, and in many Najdorf positions, that is exactly what the battle revolves around. Can white ultimately stick a knight on d5 and support it with enough pieces? Black, on the other hand, has positioned his rook on c6, his queen on c8. He's putting pressure on the knight on c3. And, any Najdorf player worth their salt knows that an exchange sacrifice on c3 is one of the most typical and sometimes one of the most positionally powerful ideas available to black.
I love it. I would play rook takes c3 right now. And I know this isn't a rapid time control game, and Parham Maghsoodloo excels in that format, but rook takes c3 looks very powerful. And the reason why is that knight on c3 is so stable. It is keeping white's position together. It's also preventing the move d6 to d5. And if in the Najdorf you can play d6 to d5, you're very happy. So I think you could almost force it through. After rook takes knight on c3, if we can bring up an analysis board, black is going to give up some material for the time being, and then play knight h4, not even take this pawn on c3, which can be captured, but let's go knight h4, and bishop takes h3 suddenly is a threat.
Whoa.
If the bishop moves away from f3, you want to keep your bishop, of course, and you go to e2, then black strikes very quickly with d5, and the position opens up. So the rook on d2, the rook on a1, there's an extra one of those, but black has an extra knight compared to that rook, and the position is about to be blown open, and that will be good for the minor pieces and the side that is trying to attack.
This line so nicely illustrates one of the most appealing factors about playing the Najdorf, and that is how black's position can go from seemingly passive to unbelievably active in the span of like 3 or 4 moves. It uncoils like an angry snake as black strikes on all 3 sides of the board, first taking on c3, then striking in the king side, and capping it off with a central pawn strike. This is the type of position where I would take the eval bar and throw it into a trash can on the opposite side of the world, because I would take black any day here. We could continue this line. He takes d5, knight takes d5, the c3 pawn is hanging, the bishop is under pressure, and there we see it. The eval bar immediately drops. Apparently, white has to find a move in this position that keeps the tension. How hard is it to play f2, f3, making even more weaknesses than you already have on the king side, and giving up the c3 pawn with tempo as the bishop is hanging? So rook takes c3, I think, would be a very wise call, and it would be very much congruent with Parham's style. He has shown just a willingness to fight for the win in every game. He's taking a long think here. Levon is up 35 minutes or so. At this point, Parham has sunk so much time into this move, Robert, that it would be a real shame if he didn't take on c3.
And there is something instructive about this, though. If you're playing your own game and you spend a lot of time, that doesn't mean you have to make the move. And actually, Parham did bring his knight to h4. That doesn't take rook takes c3 out of the equation, but he's starting with knight h4. I believe he will sacrifice after the bishop retreats to e2. But a story for everybody is I was playing John Fedorowicz, the legendary American grandmaster, many years ago at this point, and I had invested so much time, and I calculated. It's been about 45 minutes or an hour. I don't remember the exact amount at this point, but I was like, it doesn't work. I don't think it works, but I've spent so much time. I should do it. And I played a sacrifice. I lost the game. And afterwards, John's like, oh, why would you do that? I'm like, well, I spent so much time calculating it. I figured I have to. And he goes, what are you talking about? This is chess. It's an objective game. Like, you make the best move, even if you spent 45 minutes considering an option that doesn't pan out. So that was a lesson learned. I was a teenager at the time. And it is very helpful that even if you are trying to make something work, if you're spending all this time, it doesn't mean you have to do it. You still have freedom of choice there. And so for Parham, he is considering rook takes c3. I think it is objectively a good decision, and that's why he should make that move.
I think you bring up a great point. That is a very instructive story. And you're absolutely right. Each player's allegiance, especially at the very highest level, should be to the objective truth. The players should try to look for the move that gives them the most practical and, of course, objective chances. But there's a psychological and emotional component to this. And sometimes even the best players in the world, they fall victim to this idea that if you've spent 30, 40 minutes calculating a sacrifice, well, you really, really want to make it work. And sometimes you start looking at the board through rose-colored glasses. But in this case, I think rook takes c3, as you've been saying, is actually justified. Parham has set it up by kicking the bishop off of f3. And I thought he was about to make a move. He's going to take a little bit longer. Now, he's got alternatives. He can try to prepare d5 by shifting his rook to d8. He can probably just bring his knight back to g6. His position remains very solid, but I, for one, just wouldn't be able to resist the temptation.
It looks very strong for him, and I think what you mentioned is the big point. It's also Parham's style. He doesn't like to sit and be passive. Even if there are two options and both objectively have the same evaluation, he is going to choose the active one, the sacrifice, and it could come back to bite him in some games or in some positions, but I do think it's a good decision right now. Rook takes c3 and pawn in d5, and the action just gets underway. There will be tension in the position. I just think it's a little bit more fun to play from the black side for the time being. But we'll leave Parham to it. If and when he does sacrifice on c3, we'll make note of it. But if we return to our view where we can see all of the remaining games. One game in the books that was an early draw between Fabiano Caruana and Ding Liren. The game between Praggnanandhaa and Wesley So, second from the left on the bottom. Not too many pieces remaining in that one. I think Wesley So is stable. He is likely to be able to hold a half point. But the top right, that was a big moment just now by Anish Giri. So Anish needs to win this game to have a chance at first place. I like what he's doing here. This was a really good last move by Giri.
And it's a multi-purpose move because you can look at that move from several levels. You can look at it from the broadest level. In order to win this game, he needs to introduce some sort of imbalance. And that's exactly what he is doing. He's trying to get a situation where White has a monster knight on d5 that faces off against a pathetic bishop on g7. Bishop rendered even more pathetic by the fact that Giri has indeed positioned his pawn on c3. So even if Black does manage to push f5, that doesn't necessarily give that bishop amazing prospect down the long diagonal. The more concrete level is just that bishop b5 is a good move positionally. It doesn't forget the imbalances, forget what Anish Giri needs. It's a good move from an objective standpoint. And Richard Rapport is not just going to cooperate by trading that bishop. I'll just point out, Robert, that if he had traded and taken on e4, Anish would have helped himself to Black's entire queen side with queen takes b7. That would have actually threatened a discover check on top of everything else. So Richard Rapport says, you want to trade bishops? Fine, I'll let you trade bishops, but you're going to have to pay a very steep price. Namely, not only are you going to have to move the knight away from d5, but you're going to have to relinquish your control over that outpost, potentially for the rest of the game, because that pawn on c6 is going absolutely nowhere.
You do not want to take on c6 right now. That would be a very bad decision for Anish Giri because your knight immediately gets kicked out of its stronghold of the d5 square, and then the e4 pawn does get targeted and just really just quick pressure against White's position. So I think Anish is much more likely to make a move like rook a1 to d1, and you are not afraid of a bishops of opposite color position. We are talking about that before, that just because in many endgames, there are draw tendencies. When there is an attack, the side with a safer king, in this case, the white king will be safer because the f7 pawn is tender, the white king is tucked at home on g1, and the black bishop on g7, not a very good piece. So just to put that on the board quickly, if we can, I just want to show that position. Rook a to d1, and bishop takes d5, just to really drive this point home for our audience. Queen takes d5, that it's a position where white has a bit more freedom. If black can somehow I didn't even realize the rook on e8 was hanging, by the way. So when bishop takes e5, just to make a point, but rook e5
What's funny is you've got bishop c4 there.
Yeah, so black somehow would come out on top in that variation. But I was going to say, in a position like this, if white can get that bishop quickly back to d5, it's a clear advantage. But black will get f5 in. Will be able to get rid of this pawn on e4, and that's good news. It's a good start for black in his defensive task.
Yeah, there's no question that even here, Richard Rapport is on the defensive, but I agree. He would be well on his way if he could get that move through. F5 is not necessarily as effective as it was earlier in the game under different circumstances, but it's still a move you would rather play than not and keep that bishop hemmed in. But the sort of semi-unrelated point that I wanted to make is that bishop to c6 is a type of move that actually has a name. I learned this pretty recently. It's called a collinear move. COL followed by the word linear, collinear. And a collinear move refers to a move in a situation where two pieces are staring at each other. Let's say two rooks staring at each other down the file, two queens, two bishops. The only time it's not possible is in the case of two knights that are staring at each other. Collinear move refers to a move along that same diagonal or file, but that does not capture the opponent's piece. I don't know if that makes sense. So if rooks are on e1 and e8 and an exchange is possible, a collinear move would be any move along the e-file other than capturing the rook on e1. And the reason that designation is important is because collinear moves are just very hard to spot. Just like retreating knight moves, there are certain chess moves that your brain just doesn't necessarily go to because you're often assuming that either you have to accept the trade or you have to move a piece away. You forget that there's a third option. You can move along that very same diagonal, but not trade and try to trade on your own terms. Bishop c6 is a nice move, and I think Richard Rapport is handling his defensive task quite well at the outset here.
I feel like you're a glossary. You're just giving me terms that I didn't know, but it's one of my favorite things in chess, and I've always said it in the way that I love moves.
Did I explain that definition clearly, by the way? And if not, I just want to make sure
you're
got that
good.
Across.
And people also can Google collinear move. It's not that hard to type into the search bar.
Okay.
But what I really like is I've always called that a move that stops one square short of expectation. Like so many people would look at a bishop being picked up and the bishop takes b5 was going to be played, but you stop on c6 instead. And those type of moves are hard to spot because there's still tension between the pieces. They can capture one another. But I do like the move bishop c6. It's a great choice by Richard Rapport. And I wouldn't be totally surprised, based on the analysis we just did, if Anish retreats his bishop back to c4, because if the knight is captured on d5, he would much prefer to capture with his bishop back on d5, keeping some of his initiative alive against the b7 and f7 pawns. So don't be surprised if and when Anish plays bishop c4. He is not playing for a draw. He is just trying to reestablish his control over the d5 square. So this is Anish Giri leaning in. He is hovering over the board, and he understands that this is a big moment.
He does indeed. The gravity of this game is not lost on him. You can just sense the concentration, the effort that he is putting in order to avoid yet another tournament in which he is the runner-up. But obviously, he's also not catastrophizing. This has been a very successful event from him from every perspective. And being runner-up in Tata Steel, well, that ain't too shabby either. The rating gain, that's not too bad. So Anish Giri isn't going to take any wild risks. He is going to play objectively. He is going to try to generate winning chances. But ultimately, if someone like Richard Rapport plays a good game, sometimes you need to tip your hat, agree to a draw, get a nice dinner, and celebrate your excellent performance. It's not all or nothing, even though it may seem that way when you just think of a tournament in terms of whether you win it or you don't. There are other factors at play.
That is definitely true. And the T-shirt wearing Richard Rapport underneath his blazer has stepped away from the board. So we'll do the same. But before we do, I just want to make mention of a special event that is happening. The Collegiate Chess League spring season has begun. This season is shaping out to be incredibly exciting, with the best players in college chess and future global superstars competing for an impressive $30,000 prize fund. If you missed yesterday's action, make sure to catch the Week 3 matches on Saturday, February 11th. Twitch.tv/Collegiate Chess League has all the coverage. Use the command CCL in chat for more. Yeah, Danya and I will be right back. This is the Tata Steel Chess Masters 2023. When we return, it's more from these games that will decide who the tournament champion is.
I was here.
I was lost. Okay. Well, hey.
8, let's go.
Oh no, I think I should have just done that. Chat, I got 14.
We beat it. Let's go. No, 15. Unreal. No, first try. 8 in a row, 9 in a row, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I got a little achievement thing.
I honestly really enjoyed that. That was really cool.
Become a Chess.com community streamer at go.chess.com/start streaming.
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
There we go. The tournament leader holds Wesley So to a draw.
Busatarov, he has impressed all of us.
Once again, Wijk starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is going beast mode. If Magnus plays like this the rest of the way, who knows what can happen?
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
What a fight! Giri had to give it his all because he was on the verge of losing and he managed to survive.
Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
He continues to lead this event, and he is just a teenager.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
World champion Magnus Carlsen away from the board right now as he takes on Arjun Erigaisi. Entering the round, Carlsen a full point behind the leader Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And in this game, Arjun Erigaisi would like to keep the world champion as far behind the leader as he entered, because Arjun putting up sturdy resistance. He has the white pieces, and for Magnus, he needs to win this game, needs Abdusattorov to lose, and also needs Anish Giri to not win his game in order to tie for first.
Yeah, he controls about 2% of his destiny, but I could bet a silver dollar that Magnus, he isn't thinking about the tournament victory right now. He is thinking about minimizing his rating loss, ending strong, and even if he does not succeed in claiming the top spot, even if he makes it to the top 3, that will still constitute an absolutely incredible comeback. I feel like it was a decade ago that we were talking about Magnus Carlsen sitting on -1, having one of the most disastrous tournaments of his life. No, this is this very same Tata Steel. That was just this past week.
It's amazing what he is capable of when he finds his form. In this event, it might be a little bit too late because he lost 2 games to Abdusattorov and Giri. No surprise they're ahead of him in the standings. And yesterday, the media caught up with Magnus Carlsen after he was unable to convert his game against Pragnananda, and they asked him how he was feeling coming into the final round.
I don't know. I feel like this was a bit of a backbreaker, to be honest. So, I mean, tournament victory is obviously gone. And we'll see if I can sort of find some motivation to try tomorrow. But yeah, for now, disappointing.
You heard it from Magnus himself. Very disappointed that he was unable to win yesterday's game against Pragnananda. And he actually spoke about some of the tactics that he overlooked during the knight takes f7 move in particular. He said that he had seen it and then he forgot about it. So when the moment came for him to execute that move, he just forgot about that option. And then Pragnananda put up amazing defense and was able to hold a draw. So we have the world champion on the screen in front of you. You see Pragnananda, his opponent from yesterday, walking behind him. And also many people in the tournament hall. They are watching their favorite players compete for the top prizes and also just playing entertaining games.
And even just casting a glance at the world champion, no matter what kind of tournament he is having, is an unforgettable experience for a lot of these chess fans. many of whom are watching their first ever over-the-board tournament, many of whom drove 1, 2, or even more hours out of their way, sometimes across several countries, to steal a glance at these incredible players and partake in this magical atmosphere of Wijk on Zee. But you could just sense the dejection, the disappointment in Magnus Carlsen's tone. I would argue that the 2 draws that he's made with the white pieces against Gukesh and yesterday against Pragnananda might actually eat at him even more than the 2 losses that he suffered consecutively. Those losses, they were fighting games. There were a lot of mistakes, but Magnus definitely is tipping his hat to his victors, Anish Giri and Nodirbek Abdusatorov, both of whom played, honestly, probably the best games of their lives against Magnus Carlsen. He just wasn't very lucky in terms of the form that his opponents were in. But those 2 draws were games that he was fully expecting to win. We are accustomed to him winning games in those types of situations. But once again, you got to tip your hat to his opponents. Yesterday, Pragnananda, he was so impressive in the way that he maintained his composure, made the world champion's task as difficult as possible, and the chess gods decided to reward him.
Well, people are accustomed to losing to Magnus Carlsen because when you play a number of games against him, he tends to score some victories. But one player who is not at all used to losing to Magnus Carlsen is Arjun Erigaisi. This is their first meeting in classical chess. So Arjun, he gets his first over-the-board experience with the longest time controls, taking on Magnus for hours. That's going to be a great experience for him. But on Magnus's behalf, right, he has finished with less than 8 points only 3 times at Wijk on Zee since 2007. That is crazy. 8 out of 13 minimum score. Are you kidding me?
Magnus Carlsen's statistics are off the chart. Doesn't matter how you approach them, how you approach his percentages, his opponents. I mean, he's always off the charts. He's through the roof. And this just speaks to the consistency that the world champion has displayed now for well over a decade. We mentioned a by now famous statistic that the last time he had lost 2 games in a row was all the way back in 2015. And the last time he had lost 2 games in a row in Tata Steel, it was 2007. The iPhone had only just come out, Robert. That is how consistent Magnus Carlsen has been. And he has still managed to turn this into a respectable showing. Obviously one that he's going to be disappointed by, but one that will definitely get a little push if he can win this final game with the black pieces. Let's check to see how he's doing.
Well, Magnus Carlsen, he has had several wins in recent games. He won his last 2 games with black, and then in his double white against Wesley So and Pragnananda, and before that against Gukesh, he drew all of them. So with the white pieces, somehow he has not been able to secure the full point, but with black, he has done quite well. And in this game, I think you are going to be the happiest person of all. This is in the style of a King's Indian. The bishop on G7, not a very good piece. It's behind a wall of pawns. The bishop on G2 for white, even worse, behind all of white's pawns. So the question in this position is, where is the breakthrough going to come from? There's tension on both sides. The H5 pawn can take on G4. The A5 pawn can take on B4. And white, on the other hand, does not want to capture either pawn. If you capture an H5, that would be a terrible decision for white. In fact, maybe a losing position on the spot. If we show that, just to play G takes H5, the problem is that once you make the move, the knight comes out to F6, takes on H5, hops into G3. The H3 pawn will become an immediate target. This would be a terrible, terrible strategic mistake from white's perspective. So you are going to keep your pawns on G4 and on B4. And Danya, the big question, and I'm really asking you sincerely because you're such an experienced King's Indian player, is where's the breakthrough going to come from Magnus's point of view?
That's a great question. And of course, G takes H5, as well as B takes A5, would get you immediately kicked out of a Soviet chess camp. It would make you the laughing stock of the grandmasters. We're not going to see that. Arjun Erigaisi is going to keep the status quo on the king side. In fact, he actually does have the idea of evacuating his king and traveling toward the center. That is why it's important for Magnus Carlsen to keep the idea of A takes B4 in his pocket. Play that move prematurely, and white wrestles control of the A file from black and orchestrates piece trades down that file. Every piece trade, especially the heavy pieces, is in white's favor because it diminishes the likelihood that black crashes through on the king side. So black should reserve A takes B4 for the moment, when White's king, in the event, I should say, that White's king has made its way to the queen side, and Black needs to reopen that side of the board. As for your question, how is Black going to break through? I think it's not a question of if Magnus will take on g4. It's a question of when. And I think his last move is part of a long and laborious process by which he prepares to find the right moment to capture that pawn. There are many ways to reshuffle, restructure your kingside pieces. One common idea is to bring the bishop back to f8, drag the rook over to h7. You also would love for your queen to join the party somewhere from h6 or h4. It's very hard to get it there, not impossible. You could play queen f6 to h6, for example, and once all of those pieces are in place, only then do you capture on g4. But there are so many complicating factors. One of them is that White could recapture with the f-pawn and keep the pawn on h3 for defensive purposes. So you would also love to be able to sacrifice on g4. But all of what I just said is right about to go out of the window because Arjun Erigaisi does not procrastinate. He says, I want nothing to do with the king side. I am dragging myself on my own 2 feet to greener pastures in the center. King f2 is on the board, and I think that is a fantastic practical decision by the Indian Grandmaster.
He's doing the Petrosian king march. The king goes up to f2. It's going to walk all the way over towards the queen side in the center. And if h6 g4 ever happens, if Black decides to break the tension with that pawn capture and White takes back with the h-pawn, it's really good that the king is on f2 because the rook for White can slide on over to h1. So the tension is going to remain. Neither side wants to budge over there. And on the queen side, it's the same deal. You don't want to take on b4 until you're good and ready because you release the tension, and in doing so, you open the file for the white rook. So no matter which pawn Black thinks about taking, the white rooks will be happy to see those files open.
And it's very important to indicate that when you talk about open files, it's not just about whose rook is on that open file first. You have to think deeper than that. It would be very myopic to say, well, Black should play a takes b4 because he controls the a file. Let me show a line that disproves that idea. Bishop f8 is on the board really quickly. For good, bring up an analysis board. If instead Black had first captured on b4 and let's say only then play the move bishop f8, this is how quickly White could wrestle control of the a file from Black and capitalize on his domination. Bishop to b2. Let's say Magnus plays rook h7. White slides the rook over to a1. Let's say that Black continues operating on the king side with, a random move like knight f6. Already, you're blundering the c7 pawn. But more importantly, after the trade on a8, White could replace the rook with a queen. A queen trade is disastrous for Black because the rook will infiltrate to the 7th rank. But if you move your queen, the queen is very passive on c8. White's queen can infiltrate to a6. And White is already winding his tentacles around Black's pieces on the queen side. Now, the eval bar is dropping. I get it. Black probably has a sack on g4. I'm trying to illustrate the conceptual danger of taking on b4 prematurely. There are a lot of concrete considerations here that are more important. But Magnus Carlsen wants to keep the tension on both sides of the board until he is good and ready, as you said, to release it.
Yeah, it is an instructive position to look at. The eval bar is a bit distracting. If we just pretend that it wasn't there, your point is well taken, that White gets to make progress up the queen side, whereas in the current position, Black is unafraid of either b takes a5, because Black gets to take back with a piece, and then the c5 square becomes knights for the taking. The a3 pawn is a permanent weakness, and taking on the h5 square makes the h3 pawn a weakness, and as we saw, the knight on e8 can hop right back out to f6, take on h5, go into g3. So White is not looking to capture those pawns, and Black is going to try to time it perfectly. So rook h7,
Whoa.
It looks like a good choice for Black. And what is Arjun's plan? Is he just going to shuffle? Do you think that's the best he can do?
Well, I'm surprised by the move rook g1. I was expecting the move rook f1 to h1. For obvious reasons, preparing for the scenario in which Black takes on g4. He's put the rook one square to the left of that rook to g1. Magnus responds immediately with rook to h7. Is Arjun contemplating g takes h5? I really don't think so. I think that move is associated with way too steep of a price. So, Robert, he could continue his king march, and maybe what he's saying is that I'll give you that open h file, but if you bring your rook to h2, you will no longer attack the bishop. No, he's gone bishop to f1. And I'm just trying to make heads or tails of his reshuffling. What if Magnus takes on g4?
I think he'll take back with the h-pawn, and he'll just be saddled with a worse placed rook. And Magnus plays knight f7. And Magnus is going to keep the tension. H6g4 can happen at any moment because white, is not going to take on h5. But I think Arjun is just going to play like bishop e2, bishop d2, and then ask Magnus how he's going to make progress. There's something that we should really point out here, is that at some moment, Black could make the move c7 to c6. The problem with Black's position is, well, he's better, so it's not really a problem, but he can't find inroads. He can open the H file, he can open the A file, but all of the squares are covered by White's pieces, so you're not actually creating a concrete threat. But if you can open up more lines, more avenues of attack, that's how Black can turn an aesthetically pleasing position, chances to be better, to actually becoming better, because you create more spaces for your pieces.
Yeah, if I had to choose a side, I would take Black, because c4, c5, which is the only pawn breakthrough available to White, is really going to be very hard to imagine. Black is defending that square 8,000 different ways with the bishop and both pawns, and that's the only thing the knight on b7 is good for. It's a defensive piece right now. It could turn into an offensive piece if it is brought back to d8, and then toward the king side, there is the classic idea of actually sacking on g4, thereby creating a very powerful pawn phalanx. That idea could be effective even if the king is evacuated to the other side of the board. Those pawns could potentially become deadly. Arjun knows all about those types of sacrifices because he was the victim of one earlier in the tournament in a similar type of position against Jordan van Forest. So he definitely does not want deja vu.
I like what you're saying about queen c8, knight d8, and that actually sort of reinforces the idea behind c7 to c6, because the c4 pawn can become a target. The knight capturing back on c6 puts immediate pressure on the b4 pawn, and the knight would love to reroute into the d4 square. So the position opening up is bad news for a king in the center, especially because after hg4, the king on g8 is perfectly safe. Not in any danger whatsoever. The rook on g1 is passive. So I think Arjun, he believes that with the closed position, that he will be able to just shuffle and hold. But this is a miserable position to have, right? It is not pleasant in the slightest. Black has a free hand at all to play.
And the last thing I would do is trust the eval bar here. It's giving an incredibly ambiguous minus 0.19. What on earth does that mean in this position? It's impossible to calculate this position concretely. And these are still the types of closed board positions where engines can be ineffective, because you've mentioned it before, the horizon effect. They're not able to visualize the long-term concepts. Humans are still able to do that, and we are able to see that Black holds all of the pawn breakthroughs. As one wise man said, he who holds the pawn breakthroughs holds the advantage. There's the idea of c6. There's the idea of h takes g4. There's the piece sack on g4. White has no equivalent. c5 is not possible. B takes a5 is ineffective. And as long as Black keeps the pawn on a5, the a file is shut, and White has no inroads to make on the queen side.
This looks like very fun position for Magnus, as he's going to calculate, and he controls the pawn breaks. And another player who previously controlled all the pawn breaks, but now his opponent is striking back. That is our top game of the round between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Jordan van Forest. Jordan was tired of sitting and doing nothing, and he finally is able to strike, as we see in the top left, with the move f7 to f6. So, Danya, I think we should dive right back into that game.
We should.
Because the last few moves that have been played have been a bit of shuffling, some pawn pushes, but now there is tension in the position. And so Black's pieces are feeling a bit more free.
Yeah, I think this is a rather encouraging development for Jordan van Forest, who has maintained his lead on the clock. He is up 20 minutes, and, you know, Nodirbek down to 40 minutes. We're only 16 moves in. There's been a lot of action in this game, but we are still an eternity away from the first time control, and Nodirbek is still faced with a lot of very important decisions. So let's rewind a couple of moves and see how this happened. We were just singing the praises of White's position after knight to f5. Jordan traded on e7. He followed your advice with king to e7. Nodirbek got his bishop out. Jordan solved the problem of the d6 square by putting a pawn on that square. And this very, very committal move by Nodirbek is what led to the current position. He decided to release the tension on the king side with the move g5, immediately walking into f6 by van Forest. The idea of f6 primarily, I think, is to get this knight out of g8, because before it was completely restricted and paralyzed by the pawn on g5. I really like the move f6, and intuitively, I feel like Nodirbek might have underestimated it, but no, he's going full tilt f4 on the board.
Oh my goodness, this is now becoming a double-edged position. Before, it looked like Nodirbek had no risk. He was controlling everything. But now I feel like it's a less stable position. He's trying to keep that knight on g8 stuck in place. If White ever captures on f6, the knight would have captured back and headed towards d7 and up to c5. So here, I think that f takes g5. That's the first idea that comes to mind for Black. The knight on g8 is not happy, but that pawn on g5 will be a doubled and isolated pawn. Not to mention e4 will be an isolated pawn as well. The e5 square carved out for the Black knight. So if f g5 and White takes back with the pawn, then the knight comes to e5 and maybe even goes to f7, where it attacks g5, protects d6, and will allow the knight on g8 some freedom, some relief, and it will be able to go up to f6 eventually.
And let's not forget about one of Nodirbek's old foes. The move b5, b4 is once again in the mix. You cannot afford to lose this e4 pawn without clear compensation. So in this situation, Nodirbek would probably have to spend a move preventing b4. He could do that actively by bringing his rook up to d4. But I agree with you. I think in this scenario, the knight would drop back to f7. White actually cannot defend the g5 pawn. He has to try to do it indirectly by counterattacking one of Black's weaknesses. Several moves come to mind. You could double rooks on the d file, but Black could respond in kind with rook to d8. I think this, well, perhaps saving grace is a slight exaggeration, but I think the idea that gives Nodirbek enough chances to balance out the position is a2, a4, forcing weaknesses on the queen side, and you could actually sacrifice the g-pawn and try to whip something up on that side of the board, maybe using the rook and sliding it to b4, harassing the bishop on b7, going after the a6 pawn. But Robert, all of that is water under the bridge. It is clear from a broader standpoint that the position has become a lot more double-edged, and three results are very much possible now.
I like what you're pointing out about the move a4 for White. It's very easy to overlook that. It seems like all of the action has been taking place on the king side, and suddenly you're hit with the move a4. So if you are not careful, White would get the upper hand. And not in this particular position, but the idea holds true that if a4, you crack open the queen side, and Black does not have many pieces over there. So if Black said, instead put like the rook on d8 and knight to f7 and then pawn a4 happens, your queen side could collapse, and that's not good news for Black to handle.
Actually, a4 is very strong here. It's much stronger in this position, as you're saying. B takes a4, rook takes a4, and this is why the rook on a8 was so important. It was guarding the a6 pawn. Now, knight takes g5, bishop takes a6 is a very favorable trade for White. White gets a passer on b2, and Black has not completed his kingside development. The king on e7 could get caught in the crossfire. Now, something interesting has happened. Jordan has taken on g5, and he has gotten up from his chair. I try to avoid getting up when I believe that my opponent's response is forced, because I know that I will just have to sit right back down unless I have to go to the bathroom. But Nodirbek has not immediately recaptured on g5. Is he seriously contemplating a brazen alternative such as e5, Robert? What do you think?
Hard to imagine, especially in a game he only really wants to, needs a draw, because the Anish Giri still needs to win to catch up. So e5 looks so risky here, Danya. He's gonna take back on g5. I don't know exactly what he's considering, but he is for sure taking on g5.
Yeah, well, we talked about that in the context of the Parham game, the sunk cost effect. Sometimes you take so long calculating a move, you want it to work so bad that you subconsciously ignore potential reasons that it doesn't work. So I really think Nodirbek, I think he should limit his thinking time, and he does. He takes on g5, cooler heads prevail, and Jordan's play here is really easy. Knight e5 is kind of a low-hanging fruit. Pick that apple off the tree, and with an hour on the clock, I really feel like Jordan is in the best shape that he has been since they entered this endgame.
He has a nice square at e5 for his knight, while his second knight is stuck at home. That g5 pawn can be targeted. So Jordan, he's handling this well. It remains to be seen from Nordirbek's perspective what he is planning here. I think a4 is in the cards. That's what he's going to look for. But he's also going to be looking, now that he's away from his board, at Anish Giri's game. So while this one We'll look to see how it continues. Let's take a step back and go toward the game of Anish Giri and Richard Report, because f6 to f5 was finally played by Report.
It took him a while, but he got it done. The position keeps changing in very subtle ways, but these subtle piece maneuvers taken together represent major shifts in the way that we should understand the position. F5 is on the board. You called it. Anish Giri decided that he wanted nothing to do with that bishop tension. He brought his bishop back to c4 and has tucked it away on a very well-protected square on b3. The pawn on f5 is making contact with the e4 pawn. It is black to move here. So Richard Report, he could trade on e4. He could trade a pair of rooks, but who's to say that he is the one to benefit? In fact, I think he doesn't, because once a queen lands on e4, there is the devastating threat of a knight fork on e7. You can't really play bishop f5 for that reason. So maybe you take on e4 and then play bishop f5 immediately. He has, in fact, traded pawns. What do you think is going to be Richard's follow-up here?
Oof, I like White's position. I feel like there's zero risk, but in a must-win game, that's really where the stress is for Anish. So I think he will probably put his bishop on f5. I mean, that seems like a very reasonable choice. It forces White to take on e8, but White is very stable here, right? Like you're going to get the e file, true, but Black can also bring that bishop back to e6 eventually. So just to kind of put the line on the board,
sure,
that if we play bishop f5, you forced rook takes e8. It's check, so you can't take the queen on d3. The queen takes back, queen d2. That looks like a good choice. And then bishop e6. I preemptively close the e-file. At some moment, I very well may take your knight on d5. I'll play queen d7.
How about now, Robert? What about, you don't want to take knight on d5?
No.
I'll make you an offer you can't refuse.
I'm going to refuse anyway. But queen d7, it looks like a good reply. And the question becomes, Danya, at what point will trades happen? Now, the capture on d5 will leave White with a pleasant plus, no matter what. But if that knight moves away from d5 and the light square bishops get traded, that could also be good for White, as the knight will go right back to the d5 square.
Yeah, it opens up a line of communication, forces the bishop trade, and as you're saying, the gate closes when the knight moves on to d5, and it will be completely unassailable in the absence of the light squared bishops. Now, again, I get that the eval bar concretely doesn't like knight f4. It might have something to do with the possibility of bishop to h6, pinning the knight and picking the knight off the board. Black will definitely like to have a queen and rook versus queen and rook position where, yes, the pawn on d6 is a bit of a weakness and White will have a symbolic plus, but Black should be able to hold that position pretty easily. So just because we have a positional type of situation doesn't mean that you can ignore concrete factors and that you can set your calculation aside. I would be really curious to see how Anish Giri tightens the screws. This type of position, a move at his style would be something like h2, h4, just continuing to improve, creating some tension on the king side, trying to induce some more weaknesses. Robert, I think it's safe to say if he wins this game, it is going to take him a while to break down Black's defenses. So he has to steel himself for a very long Magnus-type grinded-out effort where he's going to have to chip away mercilessly at Black's position until he induces enough weaknesses to transform his positional advantage into something more tangible.
Historically, Anish Giri has done well against Richard Report. Now, this position, we are seeing the contours take shape. It is one where White has a better position because Black has an isolated pawn and White has outpost and good control of the light squares. But in their history, Richard Report has never beaten Anish Giri. Anish has 3 wins to his name. The other 6 games were drawn. And specifically in Wijk, Anish does have a win there against Richard. So I think that with that lifetime score in Anish's favor, that gives him some confidence, but he'll need to win this game. And that's the hardest part, is when you have to play for a result from the first move, it's uncomfortable. Chess is an objective game. You just want to play the position, but now you have to play the leaderboard.
And for every grandmaster, there is at least one, usually more opponents that they just find very inconvenient. Robert, I'm sure you can come up with some names, not just super grandmasters, regular grandmasters as well. Several names come to my mind. I used to struggle mightily against Varajan Akobian, one of the top American grandmasters. I would lose to him regularly at the U.S. Championship. And when you talk about a player like that whom you struggle against, it's not necessarily for obvious reasons. It's not necessarily that they have a particular style or that they play a particular opening. that you find annoying. It's usually a combination of smaller, subtler factors taken together. The fact that they are particularly effective against your style. The fact that they are somehow constantly able to disarm your finest ideas. They're able to steer the game in a direction that you find uncomfortable. And maybe that has been the case with Anish Giri against Richard Rapport. Anish is such a sound, objective player, and he is often able to douse the flames of Richard Rapport's ultra creative play, kind of like Magnus Carlsen was able to do earlier in the tournament when he just accepted Rapport's double P-sack, consolidated his position, and won his game. This is kind of what Anish Giri is looking to do in this ultra important final round affair.
And he's just risking nothing in his position. And I think that while Anish really wants to win this tournament as the ambassador for it, as a Dutch player playing on Dutch soil, I do think that he doesn't want to lose this game. He's not going to go all in. He's playing a very good game. He is clearly the side that is for choice, but it's also a very measured approach. So I like what he's doing here. I believe that his chances are good to get the full point, but I also think that when I say good, it means non-zero, not that they're over 50%. Richard Rapport, very solid thus far, and I will continue to be so. So let's, we know that Anish will likely put his rook on E1 or on D1. The control of the D5 square dictates the advantage, but making progress from there, that's the hard part, Danya. So I think that for Richard, he kind of needs to just keep his bishop on E6, threaten either to take on D5 or just to not give White any access to any of his squares. So what is Anish's plan? Like, how does he actually turn it from an aesthetically pleasing position to one that is giving him a substantial edge?
Well, I think right now there's no sense for Anish to decide anything. You have to wait for Richard Rapport's next move. Once the placement of Black's light squared bishop is clarified, White can start thinking about subsequent moves. Right now, I think you can essentially pre-move rook e1. I think we can expect bishop e6 with a high degree of certainty if those moves occur on the board. I pointed out the idea of pushing the pawn up. If Black allows it, you obviously want to push it all the way up to h6 and create mating squares on the king side. If Black responds with h7, h5, well, that weakens the g5 square. White can occupy that with a queen, and White's advantage is positional in nature, but that does not mean that an attack against Black's king is out of the question. It is far from out of the question when you have a monster knight like this in the center of the board. So that's one line of thinking that Anish could adopt. We also pointed out the idea of trading light squared bishops. Conceptually, that would be an ideal scenario because you would reach a good knight against bad bishop. There were logistical problems with it, namely, knight f4 always seems to run in to bishop h6. So maybe you find a chance to move your queen out of the way and then drop your knight back to f4. So Robert, I think Anish could take this in tactical directions, positional directions, but first and foremost, I think he's got to play rook e1, settle himself down, and sort of psychologically prepare himself for a very long road ahead.
It's going to be a long road, and even if he does win the game, he's going to need a little help from his friend, as we all do. But Anish actually did an interview with his good friend and compatriot Jordan van Forest after their game, and they were showing their camaraderie to the media during an interview. Let's have a listen.
No, it's fine. It's heard.
I'll just let Anish Steel talk.
Jordan for the looks. Jordan for the looks, and I'm for the chest.
Did you see the game today?
No, I mean, he was too handsome. I couldn't concentrate.
Damn, girl.
Oh, these two, they know each other well. That's very funny to hear from them, and especially after that long game. That must have been taxing for them, and yet they're just still laughing it up. There's clearly many people there. I heard a bunch of voices joining in the cacophony of laughter. And Danya, I mean, all laughs are in the past because right now it's serious business. Anish Giri needs to win.
And Anish will not be laughing if he manages to squeeze a win out of this position, and then Jordan van Forest messes up what by now seems like a pretty promising endgame against Abdusattorov. But as I said earlier, while Anish's game is going, he's not holding his breath. He might steal a glance here and there at his compatriot's game, but at the end of the day, you have to focus on what you can control. Once his game ends, if Jordan van Forest is still playing, at that point, he will stand over the board together with the litany of spectators who make their way to Wijk. he will do that with bated breath because the prospect of winning a tournament like this is definitely enough to get your heart beating. It will not be enough for him to win and for Nodirbek to draw. He will then have to win a tiebreaker. And unfortunately, he's failed to do that on 2 separate occasions. But obviously, he's never faced Nodirbek in a tiebreaker. He lost to Jordan. He lost to Magnus. Will the third time be the charm? He'll have to cross that bridge if he manages to get there.
Yeah, that's far away. Just based on this position, it's going to be a long battle between these two here. So why don't we zoom out while Richard Rapport thinks about how to respond to this move Queen D2 and a rook coming to the E-file. We still have 6 games in session. The one between Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana was drawn. That was an early repetition. And as I look at the boards here, the one in the middle, in the bottom row, Levon Aronian and Parham Maghsoodloo, not playing for first place, but they are still playing. They're giving it their all. It was a sacrifice by Maghsoodloo. The game remains fascinating. Wesley So, in the game next to that, to the left, Pragananda is better. He is making active moves and keeping Black's pieces stuck in place, but there aren't many pieces remaining. So I do feel like Wesley will be able to hold with proper play. And then all the way in the left in the bottom row, down at Arjun Erigaisi, Magnus Carlsen. Arjun continues running with his king towards the queen side, but Magnus is trying to crash through over on the king side.
The board is on the left side. The white king is about to make its way to the left side of the leftmost board. It doesn't want to go all the way to the A file because then you will run in to a well-timed capture on B4. You want to be able to recapture with the pawn. So the king might get all the way as far as B1, but it'll stay there. There is a balance to be found as far as the king's evacuation route. And just because the king has left the king side does not mean that Black doesn't want to open that king side up and infiltrate with his pieces. Magnus, through some very laborious maneuvers, has prepared himself for the capture on G4. He could follow that up with some sort of infiltration. Unfortunately, that rook on B2 is so well placed, preventing Black's rook from penetrating to the H2 square. Magnus, he continues to shuffle, prepare and prepare. When will he take the plunge and take on G4? Will he ever take the plunge, or will the game continue at this kind of standstill? Robert, I've seen a fair share of draws in these positions that occur because neither player is willing to make too drastic of a commitment. And we could see that here. I don't think we're going to see that here because Magnus Carlsen, he doesn't have much to lose. And in his mind, he has to take at least a serious stab at winning this game and giving himself, vanishingly unlikely, but still a chance to win this tournament.
So you're saying there's a chance, and that's all Magnus Carlsen needs. He usually makes the most of his chances, and well, that position is locked up. So I just saw Jordan van Forest make a move. While Magnus' position remains locked up, we can get back to that one in a bit. What about Abdusattorov and Van Forest? Because we were talking about lines just like this, and now it seems the eval bar is creeping up in Uzbek teenagers' favor.
I think Jordan has just made a very superficial move, a move that looks appealing on the surface, but walks right into Nodirbek's main queenside idea. Yes, I will admit I am fully influenced by the eval bar, but in our defense, we pointed out this idea a long time ago, long before the eval bar even came into existence. This idea was being played by top players, and that is the idea of striking at Black's pawn chain with A2, A4. The common wisdom holds that you want to strike at the base of the pawn chain. Unfortunately, there's no file to the left of the A file, so you have to make do here by attacking the tip of the pawn chain. That actually leaves the base vulnerable because the bishop on E2 is going to X-ray the A6 pawn. A2, A4 in this position, Robert, poses Black with very serious problems on the queen side. What is Jordan's idea? Because he definitely saw A4. I have no doubt about that. Is he relying on something concrete such as knight C6 and B4? Or has he hallucinated and overlooked that idea entirely?
He's, I believe, for sure going to bring his knight back to C6 because in the event of A4, White is striking immediately at Black's pawns. We talked about B takes A4 not being a move you want to play because the rook will take and the A6 pawn is immediately targeted and loose. So knight C6 is the retreating move I think that would be necessary. The rook slides back to D2 because it's under attack, and then B4 is played by Black. The knight has to move backwards. Where do you go? To D1? And now I feel like Black has a turn to do something. What that something is a very difficult question to answer. Maybe it's the knight back to E5 again, opening the bishop up to the e4 pawn. The knight can slide back to f7, but the eval bar is saying, no, that's not good.
Well, black is just saddled with tremendous long-term weaknesses on the queen side. Just because white isn't attacking anything at the present moment doesn't mean that there aren't long-term problems. Both of the queenside pawns are now weak. There is a juicy square on c4 that can be occupied by white's knight in the event that black's knight drops back to f7. But you can all understand why Nodirbek was skeptical about this continuation. This is a hard position to evaluate. It's plus 1.4. Yeah, once you see that evaluation, you start to understand why. But, things don't go the other way around. So Nodirbek, he's already made a move. It's not a4. He decides to keep the tension and leave his options open by stacking his rooks on the d file. Let's go back to the live board. Rook h to d1, obviously disapproved of by the eval bar. And Robert, after the move knight f7, we could actually transpose into a position we thought we would have through a different move order. We thought Jordan would drop his knight back immediately. Nodirbek would respond with rook d1, and then black would bring the rook to d8. So they could actually get a position we've already discussed. And in that position, I think a4 is more than likely.
We could also see a repetition here. Wouldn't you be that surprised if black plays knight c6, the rook goes back to d2, it's the only reasonable square, and then the knight goes back to e5. I'm not saying that white has to go rook to d4 in that position, but if we just show that quickly with the knight going back and forth, that I feel like the rook goes back, knight e5.
Yep.
And if you play a4, because the rook's not on d4, then black still has b4 here. And if you play knight a2, going after the pawn, e4 is loose. Black can, of course, reinforce it with a5. h4, h3 is not out of the question for black to try to free up the rook on h8, develop it by pushing the pawn forward. So I just feel like there are some opportunities here for Jordan, but would Nodirbek repeat? What does he have another idea in mind? You think he'd repeat?
I'm quite confident that he would repeat. By the way, a funny line here is if white plays c3, trying to chip away at the pawn chain, well, you pay a pretty steep price for that after b3. The knight is literally trapped on a2. So in light of these and other variations, I think Nodirbek would take the draw here. I think he would say, listen, I guarantee myself at least a tie for first. Richard Report is holding strong for the time being. No need to do anything outlandish. But all of that goes out the window because Jordan van Forst is not interested in begging for a repetition. He has gone for your idea and played the pawn down to h4 straight away, trying to open up that h file and ultimately harass the knight on e3, unsettle the situation in the center. But once again, a4 is very much on the menu for Nodirbek.
Wow, huge decision there by Jordan van Forst. And he's showing that maybe he's also fighting for a win. I don't think he's really results-oriented, but look at this position. He wants to push that pawn to h3, get his rook active. Maybe the rook can slide over to g3 at some point to get that g5 pawn. And white needs to strike with a4. If you don't strike with a4, you give black all the time in the world to start creating active threats. So, Daniel, I believe a4 is a really promising move. The knight will go back to c6. We'll see some of those variations we were looking at earlier with black pushing the pawn to b4. But it's a true fight in this one. I would not be looking at the eval bar for guidance. I think that both sides have their chances. It's not like white is slightly better and it's symmetrical. No. It is a position where both sides really do have their pluses. So, Danya, what do you think?
I agree completely. I just wanted to throw in one more point, and we have, I think, earned ourselves another break. But just to tie off what I hope has been a productive discussion about this game, one of the most important and least talked about skills in chess is the art of evaluating positions, right? It's incredibly important. It's like the cog behind the scenes that allows your position to run. It's not enough to see something. You also have to understand whether it's good or bad. And one of the sub-skills that stands behind successful evaluation is understanding the relative hierarchy of importance between certain factors. And this is also what often contributes to misevaluation. It's when you think something is more important than another thing, but in reality, that other thing is the more important factor. And I think this might be one of the reasons, or perhaps the main reason, why Nodirbek is so hesitant to play the move a4. We see the eval bar, and we know that after a4, knight c6, rook d2, b4, knight to a2. We know that the most important factor in this position is that incredibly weak square on c4 and the relative weakness of black's kingside pawns. But in Nodirbek's mind, he might be saying, listen, I get that, but look at my knight on a2. It's worse placed than the knight on g8. And after a5, I'm basically playing down a piece. and I don't have that second knight to deal with the prospect of the kingside opening. So I don't think this is a case of Nodirbek not seeing a4. I think this might be a case of Nodirbek having the wrong evaluational hierarchy in mind. And in order to play a4, he is going to have to fully appreciate the importance of knight c4, which in this precise position actually wins the game because black has no way to defend the d6 pawn. Let's see if he's able to come up with that. He is taking his time. And this is a big moment.
A half step back there, but like, let's say black didn't play a5. There's just so many different variations. What if black plays b3? And once white takes on b3, black plays knight a5 with a double attack against the b3 pawn and the e4 pawn. So I think this is where the fear comes in. It's not that he's scared of Jordan, but he's looking at this position and saying, this is getting wildly double-edged, and white's pawn structure in shambles. White's temporarily up a pawn, but if you lose one pawn back, g5 can be gone after. The c file is open, the b file is open for the black rook, and now it is just chaotic with both sides having their chances. So I understand why Nodirbek, he's thinking he might not play a4, and we'll leave him to that. And while we are well on our way to a break, I just want to give a shout out to an event that is coming back very soon, because the Pro Chess League, one of the favorite events in the chess calendar, begins February, and that is just a few days away. So with elite players like Magnus Carlsen headlining this season and a prize pool of $150,000, the 2023 season will be one for the history books. Qualifiers begin February 1st, and the main event starts on February 14th. Use the command PCL in chat for all the details. With many players in the field taking part in the Pro Chess League, you will not want to miss it. We will not want to miss the action, so we'll take a quick break, and when we return, the final round of the Tata Steel Chess Masters 2023 continues.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. You getting started on the fundamentals? You should check out everyone's first chess workbook. Maybe you want to stop letting all those points slip away in the endgame. 100 endgames you must know is the course for you. Did you not notice your king was in check and still can't figure out why the pieces won't move? Actually, Chessable can't help you with that. Maybe try refreshing your tab. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin. January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
There we go. The tournament leader holds Wesley So to a draw.
Dusataro, he has impressed all of us.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is going beast mode. If Magnus plays like this the rest of the way, who knows what can happen?
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
What a fight. Giri had to give it his all because he was on the verge of losing and he managed to survive.
Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
He continues to lead this event and he is just a teenager.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mijn vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Let's make chess history together.
Magnus Carlsen focused at his board. He's taking on Arjun Erigaisi. He needs to win his game and Nodirbek Abdusarov to lose his in order to tie for first place. There's been only one result in the books thus far in the 13th and final round. Ding Liren, Fabiano Caruana, an uneventful draw by repetition. They end their tournaments, but 6 games remain, and done at the one between Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi. It has been one with a lot of tension. That tension has been released. So we'll see, can Magnus Carlsen win this game and try to catch Abdusattorov?
This game has resembled a video one of those troll videos that went around Facebook a couple of years back. And I think my mom sent it to me. It was a 10-minute long video, and it involved a high jumper kind of lightly hopping on a trampoline. And he was lightly hopping and hopping. And the video was set up in such a way that it was obvious he was trying to complete a jump of impossible distance onto a ledge. And you keep watching because you think, how on earth is he going to make up that distance? And of course, the troll part is that he never ends up doing anything. You just waste 10 minutes seeing him hop lightly on that trampoline surface. This game, well, it's gone a different path. Magnus has finally shot his shot. He has attempted to reach the ledge, but has he succeeded? I do not think so, although the next couple of moves are going to tell us a lot. He has finally decided to open up the A file. He has opened up the H file, and he has infiltrated along both files with both of his rooks. The position may seem totally overwhelming, but Robert, first impressions are often deceiving, and I think Arjun is so fundamentally solid here that if he can ward off Black's rooks, he might use that A file to infiltrate with his queen, and the tables might very well turn in this game. Maybe a timely sacrifice on G4 is what appeals to Magnus about this position. What do you think of Carlsen's attempt to jump onto the ledge?
I think you're correct that if Black just trades out pieces, it'll be worse in the endgame. And that piece sacrifice on G4 is going to happen. I think White will play Rook G2 to stop the check and trade off that really strong rook on the H file. And I think that we will see a swap of all the rooks. Let's analyze this, because rook takes G2, check, bishop takes G2, rook takes B1, probably king takes B1 because you want to keep your knight on C3, and then knight takes G4. I think this is the direction we're heading, where Magnus is, and the Eva bar says it's justified. So Magnus Carlsen is about to sacrifice a piece. And I think from a practical perspective, Danya, this is extremely difficult for White to play.
Yes.
Because there are two passers coming right for the other side of the board to promote. And if you make a move like bishop f3, like let me trade off that bishop on g4, it's bothering me. A pawn will replace the bishop. You can probably take on f3 and then push your pawn to g4. And I know White is up a minor piece, but those pawns are menacing.
And those pawns can turn into something other than pawns pretty shortly. I mentioned Jordan's game against Arjun Erigaisi. I have no doubt in my mind that Arjun Erigaisi is looking at this position and thinking, not again. I'm going to get another sack on g4, and another situation in which Black has connected passers. Of course, Jordan won that game with the white pieces, but there are so many similarities. The pawns have an easy path forward, supported by the pieces that are very nicely positioned on the king side. Magnus had this in mind when he put the bishop on e7 and then the knight on f7. They're not there by accident. He put them there. The bishop could swing out to h4. The knight can jump into g5, and the queen from c8 has direct access to the g4 square, which could be a very important post from which it could supervise the further progress of the pawns. Now, that's a lot of ifs, and I don't think that line is entirely forced. One spot where Arjun could deviate slightly is after rook takes b1. He could actually decide to take back with the knight, and the rationale behind this move, and hear me out for a second, I know the eval bar is already starting to cackle evilly. After knight takes g4, fg4, bishop g4, the knight could move out to d2, and White could establish a sort of stronghold on the f3 square. White could say, come at me, brah. And the moment Black reaches f3, White sacrifices a piece back on f3 and at the very least eliminates the pawns. So I think objectively the position might actually be balanced with both sides having excellent chances, but I'm totally on the same page practically as well as on the clock. I think Magnus Carlsen is making a very astute call, and he has chosen a great moment to take that plunge. He might make it to the ledge after all.
This is not going to be pleasant for Arjun Erigaisi. He's having a rough tournament, and the world champion is ready to sacrifice a piece for two pawns. And with limited material, there will be queens on the board, but no rooks. Those passed pawns feel like they have the opportunity to reach the promised land. So I am very nervous for Arjun here. I think he has some big choices ahead of him, whereas Magnus Carlsen's, his plan is clear. He is going to trade, he is going to sacrifice a piece, and then his pawns are going to threaten to go to the other side, and that is going to keep White's extra piece at bay.
Now, we should also point out, on the subject of moves that are not forced, rook g2 is incredibly natural, but also not forced. There are alternatives. You could bring your king up to b3. You could also block the check with the bishop, and that has the additional benefit of reinforcing the g4 pawn. Of course, bishop b2 is a very hard move to play because it involves keeping the rook alive on h2. Moreover, you actually step into a pin, which is always hard to do. Arjun has not done that. He has indeed played a rook g2, and we are going to get a fascinating denouement in this game as the world champion is going to fearlessly sacrifice a piece on g4 in the finest spirit of the King's Indian that he hasn't played. This wasn't a King's Indian, but let's call it a King's Indian emeritus.
Yes, well, Magnus, he played the King's Indian type of position with great success, and now is the critical moment because Magnus doesn't have to take on g4. I just think, given the tournament standings and really just given the position, that Knight
does.
Oh, he didn't spend any time. He just didn't allow me to finish my sentence, and he plays Knight takes g4. Arjun has no choice but to take, and Bishop takes g4. I really feel that this position is so difficult for White to play. There are two pass pawns that are easy to push. You can move your bishop right away from the g4 square, then put a pawn to g4, and continue with a pawn to f3. And then the question is, what is White's plan? I think for White, you would think about the move c4 to c5 at some moment, but it's not easy to accomplish that because Black has this bishop on e7, has both of the pawns staring at the c5 square, and White just doesn't have enough defenders to justify it. And I feel like Black has a free hand, just complete control on the only part of the board where action is taking place.
You're absolutely right. White could perform a lot of maneuvers on the queen side, but all of them are like pinching a dinosaur. You're not actually going to stop the process from unfolding on the other side of the board. one way to pinch the dinosaurs to get your knight around to c6. Big whoop, big deal. Black's just going to slide the bishop over to f6, congratulate white on getting the knight to an outpost, and then proceed with the inexorable march of his kingside pawns. Again, I don't want to overstate the case here. I can exaggerate in these situations. Magnus is not winning. The game is not over. The eval bar is still showing zeros. But Arjun Erigaisi has struggled all throughout this tournament. He struggled in this exact type of position against Jordan Van Forest. And the added psychological pressure of facing the world champion, I think, puts him in an incredibly top spot from a practical standpoint. But the next couple of moves for Arjun are going to be critical.
Yeah, and I see a future for this black queen. If Arjun is not careful, that queen may find itself in the H file and going down to the H2 square. I feel like white just doesn't have a plan here, and I don't think that's exaggerating. I don't think that it is being too critical of white's play. White hasn't played poorly. I think the position, as we see it in front of us, objectively, there should be a way out for white. I just don't think it's easy, and for Magnus, his plan is much easier. He's just going to try to push his pawns to the other side. So bishop f3, either now or in the near future, that's the vital question for me. Is white going to be able to trade some pieces, or does that actually help black start pushing the pawns forward? And will white be able to withstand that as the pawn marches from g4 up to g3, and you get connect 5, c7, all the way through to g3?
And as a follow-up question, can you potentially orchestrate counterplay against black's king using primarily white's queen? Bishop f3 might help you do that. It clears some of the shrubbery on the king side, and maybe the queen in some roundabout way can make its way to h5 and threaten to deliver a series of nasty checks, starting with queen g6. That would also enable white to limit the mobility of black's queen. So you're absolutely right. A crucial question to answer for Arjun Erigaisi. Do you play bishop f3? Do you focus instead on improving your queenside situation with a move like bishop to a3? Is it worth spending some tempi to play c5? I don't know. There's a lot of questions. He's got 24 minutes to answer them. And the wrong answer could mean another 0 in the tournament cross table.
I'm hoping all your questions are rhetorical, because I'm not going to answer them. Too difficult for me. It's going to be difficult for Arjun. And I really see this as a struggle for him. But if somebody is capable of holding this position, it is Arjun Erigaisi. He is super strong. He is having a rough event, but that does not take away his class. His form is temporary. His class is permanent. That's so they say. And I think that for Arjun, this is a learning experience, and he will be back, and he will improve on this year's score. And in this game, I do think he has his chances, but it's not an easy position. So let's zoom out of this one, just because, to my eye, something huge is happening in the Abdusattorov game against Jordan Van Forest. Look at this, Danya, in the top left.
My lands, girl. You have crazy action in the center. A pawn has appeared on e5. Forget a2, a4. That is old news. The new update is that we have craziness on the king side in the center. We've got an x-ray against the rook that has just appeared on h5. This is not a position for 8 o'clock in the morning. This is not a position for midnight. This is not a position I would like to have at any hour of the day, but certainly not on a Sunday. That's the final day of a tournament that I am going to win if I avoid losing the game. Who's better? Who has the initiative? I'm going to ask a series of rhetorical questions, Robert, but one question that's not rhetorical is Robert Hess a good commentator? The answer is yes. I think he is uniquely equipped to help me understand the secrets of this position.
Oh my gosh. I mean, this is ridiculous, this position. It's getting tactical. Before, it was one where we said there were some positional pros and cons that white could strike on the queen side. Instead, he makes, let's go back a few moves, just to see how we got here. I think that will help us explain the current dynamic, because we left off when black made this move pawn to h4, trying to bring the pawn to h3. So Abdusattorov brings his knight to g4, and in doing so, he offers a trade of knights. If black took the knight on g4 after bishop takes g4, black's entire plan of pushing this pawn to h3 is stop and strike. Look at that, how high the evaluation just went. Black is playing without two pieces. The rook on h8 is not active. The knight on g8 can't get out. And white can play on the queen side. And this is just a terrible situation for Jordan. So instead of trading knights, he brings his knight back to c6. The rook retreats to d2. And he brings his rook up to h5, attacking the loose g5 pawn. So that pawn can't be defended. If the knight moves away from g4, the rook on h5 is under attack because of the bishop on e2, but the rook will gladly steal that pawn on g5. So e5 is just a tactical shot. The pawn cannot safely be captured on e5, excuse me, because look at this line, Danya. If the pawn is captured after rook takes d8, the knight will take on d8. Knight takes e5. I believe hits the rook on h5.
You're getting at.
And there's rook takes g5. There's rook d7 check. The king goes back to e8. And there is rook takes d8 check. And there's a knight fork on f7. And then the rook on g5 is picked up at the end of this long variation. And that would leave white a piece ahead for a couple pawns. So still chances for black to survive this game. But of course, white would be in the driver's seat.
But in this position, white has alternatives. I think knight f6 might also do the trick because the knight on g8 actually hangs with check. White will put it out of its misery or win the rook on h5. So Nodirbek is going to, Van Forest is going to avoid the capture on e5 like the plague. Similarly, I don't think he can take on g5 because white takes on d6 with check. I think there's only one door that is open for him. He will have to lock up the center with the move d6, d5. Yes, he's taking his time. He is adjusting his eyes to the chaos that's now on the board, but I have no doubt that he's going to play this move. What might his reservations be?
Well, after the move d5, I'm already looking at the f6 square. It's looking like a vulnerability. And there, I think, are more tactics here. What if knight e4? Does that work?
That's what I'm thinking. Knight to e4. You can take that knight. The point isn't that you lose the rook on d8. You don't. If I understand you correctly, Robert, you want to stick a knight on f6 at the end of the line.
Right. I want to take on d8. And after the knight takes back on d8, play knight f6, which means your rook on h5 is under attack. The knight on g8 is loose. If you take on f6, the pawn captures back with check. And that's really bad news because I'm going to take on h5. Yes, because I have two passers now that are storming up the board. This is just completely winning. It's a la Magnus Carlsen, but instead of being down material, you're just going to win the game.
Yeah, material's equal, and you've got two pass pawns on the 6th rank that are totally unstoppable. So that's out of the question as well. In this position, after knight f6, I would avoid this with a 10-foot pole in an OTB game just because of how terrifying it looks for black. But this might be necessary for Jordan. The question is, well, does he have alternatives after knight e4? Because white has a very clear threat. He wants to stick one of the knights on f6. The other knight has plenty of real estate to choose from. It's got, a mansion on d6 and a beach house on c5. Both of those squares are equally juicy. So for black, d takes c4 might be a sad necessity. Jordan might have to delve into the weeds there and try to make that move work. Do you see any alternatives in this position, Robert, to d takes c4? Is there anything black can do to extricate this knight? Maybe move the king back. King e8 walks into a fork. I really feel that he has to play d takes c4. Maybe bishop back, but I don't know what that does.
Well, bishop c8 threatens pawn takes c4. So that's the benefit of bringing the bishop to c8. You preemptively cover the d7 square. So I'm with you. I think that everything you said is true, that there are a lot of luxuries in white's position, and that knight is imprisoned on g8. I think that the g5 pawn being tender is what's keeping black in this game. If that knight on e4 ever moves, the rook steals the pawn on g5, and the e5 pawn is loose if the knight on g4 ever moves. So there are a tremendous amount of risks associated with this position. I think that Abdusattorov, he is going for it. He can win this tournament outright if he takes down Van Forest, but he is risking a ton here. And while Jordan sits and thinks, I'm getting word that the game between Vincent Keimer and Gukesh, that one looks like it is nearing its conclusion. This game looks very level. Earlier, it looked good for Vincent Keimer with the white pieces. Now we see it's a position with bishops of opposite color. So would not be surprised if that one ends very soon. So let's dive into that game just very quickly here before we return to our leaders. Because, Danya, at this stage here, I think the queen was on h3 at some point, and somehow it's back on c8. So
we're getting
a repetition of sorts?
Well, even if we don't get a repetition, we could get a liquidation in an immediate draw. If white plays rook to e8, somehow black has, black's kingside pawns have visited the orthodontist and magically corrected their alignment. That essentially means that black is totally fine here. Gukesh is kind of looking up a draw for might have been issued with Vincent's last move, queen f1 to e2. There is a repetition on the docket here with queen h3, queen f1, queen back to c8. That's possible. Black could trade queens as well. There's no doubt in my mind, Robert, that the game will end in a draw. And we're reading the body language here. A result might be imminent in the next couple of seconds, actually.
So a good final result for Gukesh. If he draws this game, he's looking up. That looks like a player who's ready to make a draw. But he would finish at 5.5 out of 13. And he makes the move pawn to f5. Okay, I thought for a second he played pawn g5. I was like, that looks really risky. Why would you do that?
Okay, but this is a draw because Vincent's going to go rook e8 and offer a draw.
Yes, all the heavy pieces get traded on e8, and that is just equal. And you can see it on Gukesh's face. He's like, all right, I held with black, no problem here. And as you said, those pawns on the king side for black, they are fixed. And with that being the case, it's just completely level now with the opposite colored bishops.
It is indeed. And the only question is, how many moves is this game going to last? There goes Vincent as he brings the rook up to e8. Gukesh is going to take it. And we'll stay on this game. It was a funny way to capture. I think there might have been a draw for sandwiched in between h8 and e8. Vincent, he's holding his pen. When a player holds his pen, that means he's expecting things to happen really quickly. Queen takes queen. Queen takes queen.
A draw was offered.
There is the handshake.
Did you see?
He didn't even recapture.
But did you see Gukesh? Like, he made the move queen takes e8, and he didn't really offer a draw so much as told Vincent, this is a draw, right? Like, he offered it, but was ready to shake hands immediately. There was no life left in the position. A fair result between these two bishops of opposite color in the endgame leaves no chances for either side. So Gukesh finishes with a draw against Vincent Keimer, the arbiter resetting the pieces, and that means their tournament has come to a close. Vincent Keimer, he was able to get some great positions in the last bunch of rounds. He couldn't convert in them, so he drew 10 games and lost 3, whereas Gukesh was more down and up. And I used down first because he was down bad at the start of the event. He lost, I think, 3 games early. It looked like he was just going to plummet out of the top of the rankings, and then he won a couple games late to keep himself afloat, keep himself well above 2,700. So a decent final result for him.
Very decent result and great resilience on display. You called it. At the start of the tournament, it appeared that he was going to lose all the games. He was losing in very one-sided fashion. He had that horrible loss to Wesley So with the white pieces, and then he flipped a switch. He got himself together. He started playing better. He managed his time better. He did get very lucky against Parham Maghsoodloo, but he rode that win to a very impressive finish to the tournament. I think he lost a little bit of rating, but not a lot. And even Vincent Keimer, he's one of the lower-rated participants in the tournament. He made a lot of draws, including a draw in the previous round with Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. He gains a little bit of rating with each of those draws. So definitely not a disastrous event. The tournament cross table doesn't always tell the whole story, and what a phenomenal experience for Vincent Keimer. Yes, a tournament of missed opportunities, Robert, but one that he's going to cherish, one that he's going to learn from, and one that he's going to come back stronger from next year. You can be sure of that.
Yes, and we briefly had the challengers leaderboard up, and Peshak, the Slovakian grandmaster, he's had a tournament to forget. He's had some exciting games, but just to note,
minus 40.
Yeah, has lost many rating points. So for him, it's better luck next time. But in the Masters tournament, we have 5 games still going here, and a chance for 4 different players to reach first place. Wesley So, I think his chances to reach first are out the window because if we see second from the left down on the bottom row, he is down a pawn in an ending. The Eva bars is completely even. The knight on f6 along with the rook on d6 keep that extra pawn at bay. But Praggnanandhaa will likely continue this game and try to squeak out a victory.
Yeah, he will. He's got just the ideal type of situation. You got Wesley So on the defending side of an endgame that you cannot lose. It's the last round. That's a great feeling when you know you're not going to lose it. It's just, you feel all warm and fuzzy inside. At the same time, I don't think that White's winning chances here are realistic. That pawn on e3 is not going to get very far. Black has positioned his knight on f6 very nicely. Obviously guards the e4 square. The rook on the 6th rank is active as well. It is wilding over there, attacking the bishop, and then it's going to harass the pawn. I don't see a great square for that bishop. So, Robert, I think Pragg is going to continue torturing Wesley. He's going to milk this moment, but I would be shocked if the American Grandmaster squanders this position. The defensive effort is so much more straightforward than some of the defensive displays that he's put together in this very tournament.
Completely agreed. So that position is looking level. The game between Aronian and Maksudlu, middle, bottom row there. I think that both players can lose this game. Both players can win this game. But Parham Maksudlu, credit to him. He has been fighting each and every game. And just by the look that we saw on the camera there, Parham emphatically pushes his chair back and gets away from the board. And Levon, he's going to struggle here because I think Parham has the upper hand.
He most certainly does. And we've talked a lot about the practical value of the exchange sack on c3. Well, I think he's better from an objective standpoint. When the eval bar shows an advantage for the side that's down material, you know you are in big trouble because we know how greedy computers are, how skeptically they treat various sacrifices. Rook takes c3 has worked to absolute perfection. Let's take a somewhat closer look at that position because we've got a lot going on here. Levon Aronian's task is unenviable indeed. A pawn has somehow wormed its way to c3, Robert. I didn't imagine that happening. That knight on h4 has stayed entrenched, pressuring and lording over the entire kingside. And Levon Aronian, he just hasn't managed to get his engine started on any side of the board. His pieces are disjointed. He does have a nice bishop on a4, but what is it really doing? The knight on d7 is well protected. It has a direct pathway to d3. And God forbid you give up your dark squared bishop. Look at those massive dark square holes on the kingside. That is the last thing that you need if you're Levon Aronian. I don't see a move for him. It's his move. He's hesitating. I just don't see a way for him to untangle. And he just keeps improving and increasing the vice-like grip that he has on White's position.
It looks like he brought his knight back to f1 based on how I saw his hand move. And so he's trying to reroute the knight to e3.
It's a good move.
But the black knight could go to g6 and into f4. So it's not like only one side has that option. Can we go back several turns? Because I also was confused how a black pawn landed on c3. And it was Levon's doing. He went c3 himself in this position, which is a move he might very well regret because the eval bar not only dipped, it made black simply take that pawn on c3, protect it, and now you have a very advanced pawn here. The bishop on f2 gets some scope. That's the good news. The bad news is there's a passer, and it's just going to be remaining there for the long haul.
Levon made a couple of one-move threats, which Parham easily parried. I don't know exactly what it is that Levon overlooked. Was it a concrete blunder? Was it a misevaluation? I don't know. It's impossible to say. But Parham reinforced the c-pawn. He brought his knight back, trying to smoke that bishop out of b6. Levon refuses to go without a fight, but then he has to drop back. Parham reinforces his pawn one more time. Now c3 is incredibly well protected. You are at no risk of losing that pawn in the near future. And after knight f1, knight g6, Levon can continue to make one-move threats, but you're going to run out of gas pretty quickly here. After knight e3, I don't know exactly where black's queen is going to go. Is it going to move forward to d3? Is it going to slide back to c7? I think you called it, the idea of knight g6 to f4. The other knight could also come in, and then both knights are going to be aiming at that deadly d3 square. If a knight lands on d3, White's position can just turn into dust pretty quickly.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if this game ends in not too long in a win for Parham. I just don't feel like White's position is easy to play. Black has two pawns and a knight for a rook. Those rooks are passive pieces. The a5 pawn is a bit loose. The rook on c1 has to stay in front of the c3 passer. So unless Levon can come up with some kind of active play in the very near future, he is going to be in huge trouble. I just don't really see Parham letting this one out of his grasp. If Parham wins, suddenly gets to 7 out of 13, a plus score, it will be Parham's highest ever rating. So we'll leave Parham to this task because I just saw at the corner of my eye something happen in the Anish Giri game against Richard Laporte. And that game is very important because if Anish wins, and especially if Nodirbek loses, that would allow Anish to be the sole champion of the tournament. And if we look at the top right, the last move played was pawn up to f4, a big choice by Anish that makes his kingside feel a little bit more airy, but he is also claiming space of his own and maybe going after the black king.
Anish Giri says, playtime is over. I am going after you. F4 chases the bishop out of E5. And the big question is, what does he have in mind after Report drops his bishop back to F6? That move is not forced. You have to give some thought to a move like F5, but that move fails concretely because you weaken the 7th rank, and White will have a check on B7. So Richard is going to drop his bishop back. Is Anish Giri going to try to push his pawn one square further? Is a move like Rook F1 on the horizon? Or is Anish Giri going to try to transform his advantage from positional to tactical? He can trade once on E6, forcing Black's pawn to shift from the F file. And that knight, D5 is not its only prospect. I was going to say that it can move on to G4. Something lands on G4, but it's not the knight, it's a pawn. And Anish Giri going full tilt, full steam ahead. It's so very clear that in his mind, there is only one outcome to this game. He is saying, I'm going to win or I'm going to die trying.
Wow, that is such a big decision because now his king is a bit exposed. That could allow Black to remain in the game with some kind of series of checks later on. Just keep that in your mind. The white king side is open. And what is Black going to do here? Because G5 seems like a pretty big threat because it's attacking the bishop. That's one thing it's doing, but it's also opening up the diagonal against the black king. So queen will slide to D4, eventually knight into G4. So with the combination of bishop takes E6 available, I feel like this is a really scary position for Anish. Excuse me, for Richard. Anish is playing well.
If I may illustrate a line, let's make a random move for Richard Report as we bring up an analysis board. G5, I mean, you could see the eval bar shooting up there. I'm not entirely sure about the move order. I think you have to take on E6 first because queen takes E6 loses the game. You trade queens and then you just mop up all of Black's pawns. After F takes E6, you called it. G5. Why is that dangerous? Bishop E7 looks solid for Black. No, it's not. There's an X-ray against Black's queen. There's a check on D4 and whoop. No, my voice is going. But you get the point. Queen takes E5, wins the rook and wins the game because Black's queen is undefended. A great example of not being fixated on one particular structure. You have to be ready to transform your advantage. You have to be ready to make concessions in order to gain other things. You can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. And those words, that cliche is truer than ever when you're trying to convert a long-term positional advantage. For that reason, Robert, Richard Report has to address the huge threat of bishop takes C6. Maybe by moving his king preemptively back to G8 so that queen D4 is not a check. Maybe by shifting his pawn up to H6. But I love the move G4. I think it's gutsy. I don't think it's overly committal. I don't think Anish Giri is doing anything crazy. I think he's putting Richard Report in a very tough spot. And by the way, 12 more moves to make for the Hungarian Grandmaster and 14 minutes and change on the clock.
Well, Richard now plays for the Romanian Federation, but he is from Hungary. And one thing that I think is important to point out is this X-ray is not going away. So if you play H6, can we just show this line? That can't you take on E6? And after F takes E6, play H4. Like, can you continue the attack? Because bishop takes H4 is unavailable to Black because of queen D4 check.
That's a beautiful move. H4 is lovely. You are using tactics to your advantage. G5 is coming to a theater near you. And Robert, I think you made a good point earlier. G5 isn't good just from a tactical standpoint. Black could defend against queen D4 with a move like king F7, but G5 is also good positionally because you are carving out for your knight a very nice post on G4. And if Black takes on G5, then F takes G5 decisively opens up the F file. G6 is weak. That's out of the question. Bishop G7 could be met with knight G4. White has an abundance of options in a situation like this. This is exciting for Anish Giri, especially in Richard Report's time pressure. So, oh my lands was G4, a gutsy call for Anish, and I love every bit of it.
He needs to win this game, and he is going for it. You can't say he's held anything back. He certainly hasn't held his kingside pawns back because they're out on F4 and G4, and maybe a third one will appear on H4. Woo! So Anish, he's trying his best. He needs a little help from his friend, and that friend is Jordan van Forest. And now that I look at the rest of the games, while Richard decides how to deal with the threat of G5, I think things are changing in the van Forest game as well.
This is unbelievable. We have seen so many twists and turns in this round. You couldn't script this better in Hollywood. Nodirbek and Dusaturov's game looked like it was heading directly for the type of endgame Nodirbek would want. No risk, playing for 2 results, essentially can make a draw whenever you want to. That is gone. That is gone completely. It appears, at least according to the eval bar, that Jordan Van Foreest has now taken over the advantage. Let's unpack that a little bit. The last move was knight f6 takes g8. I should mention, Robert, we called it. Knight e4 happened. It was met with bishop c8, which was executed immediately by Van Foreest, sensing the turn of the tide. Knight gf6, rook dropped back to h8. And suddenly, after the rook recaptures the knight, Nodirbek, it's not the g5 pawn that he has to worry about. It's the more important e5 pawn that can't really be defended. What's going on here?
Wow. So you have to take back on g8. I guess you take with the d rook just to keep your. What's up?
Sorry, please continue.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. You just freaked out. What do you see?
I might be missing the mark here. I think the reason you take with the d rook is that so that if White's knight moves back to g4, you leave yourself the option of getting back to h5 and mopping up that g5 pawn.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, taking with the d rook just makes perfect sense. The rook on d8 is not doing anything regardless. And as knight f6, yeah, move the rook back. Knight g4, rook h5. That looks very promising for black.
Winning.
The g5 pawn collapses.
You're winning here. I mean, you win g5. Likely you're going to win e5. Oh, my gosh. And, okay, obviously Nodirbek has options here. But if you're not playing knight f6, you have to move the knight. Am I missing something? Is he just losing a pawn for little to no compensation?
How does he defend that pawn? That is the question we need to answer. So knight f6 seems automatic. I don't see another square for the knight. And after knight f6, rook d8, what else can be played here? Because knight g4 does not work. We just saw that. Oh, is there something tactical like rook e1? Can you defend the pawn? If knight takes e5, there's bishop takes b5 kind of thing? But no, the eval bar doesn't like that either for some reason.
Knight e5, bishop takes b5. Let's
h3.
Oh my gosh! What a move! Oh, that is can I say sexy? That is a sexy move right there. h3, great spot by you. If gh3, then it's obvious. Forkovich on f3. More impressively, rook takes e5. You drive it down to h2, and the h-pawn decides the game.
Oh my goodness. So the bishop on b5 would be hanging. h3 gives you that passer can't be captured because the fork on f3. So that means you can't really defend that pawn. On
no,
e5.
I don't even understand why it's +1 here only and not just winning for black. Wow.
Oh, that is pretty wild. Like it just looks like White's position is falling apart.
Jordan Van Foreest has indeed and quickly taken on g8 with the correct rook, with a d rook. Nodirbek has responded with that f6. And if Jordan plays rook d8, he positions himself in the best, needless to say, the best chances that he's had all endgame long. He is clearly better, but he has to spot some of these tactical details. How easy is it to miss h3? I mean, it takes nothing to miss h3. And Nodirbek is down to 12 minutes. He's got 13 more moves to make until the first time control. This is very disturbing for the tournament leader.
Wow. I mean, he has been looking so stable where for Nodirbek, he did not lose a game yet. He drew against Vincent Keimer in a tough ending. But for the most part, it seemed like he's been the one in control, winning games, drawing without too much difficulty, including yesterday's game with the black pieces against Wesley So, and the day before against Anish Giri with the black pieces. So Nodirbek's tournament is in his own hands. He's in first place. He has earned that lead. He has won 4 games. And if he wins against Van Foreest in this position, he wins the tournament outright. And if he does not win, then he needs a little bit of help from Richard Laporte and some others, especially if he loses, because that means Magnus Carlsen can catch up with the win over Arjun Erigaisi. Wesley So can also win, but his position is never going to be winning. So that leaves Magnus Carlsen with an outside chance if Nodirbek is to lose this game to Van Foreest.
But am I to understand this correctly, that if Anish Giri wins and Nodirbek loses, Anish Giri claims clear first?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. And for the first time today, we are even talking about that scenario. Listen, Anish Giri is clearly better. Nodirbek at this point, it's not up for debate anymore, is clearly worse. If things continue to go according to the trend that they've been following for the last hour or so, we could get one of the most improbable tournament finishes of all time. But Right now, this is pure hypothetical. Nothing at all has been decided. Jordan is not winning. He is merely better. But if he wins either of the pawns that are sitting ducks on e5 and g5, he will inch one step closer to playing ultimate spoiler, a word that you've been using a lot, Robert, and for very good reason.
Yes, that would be a true shame for Abdusattorov. Not every game can go a player's way, but considering the tournament he has had, it would seem almost odd that he wouldn't end up in first place. But that's because Anish Giri has played a great tournament himself. The move Rook D8 was played by Jordan. So the E5 pawn is targeted, and it doesn't really appear there's a good way to defend it. And let's not discount the time. Abdusattorov down to 12 minutes, 20 seconds, and they've only made 27 moves. So he has about a minute per move. That is not a lot of time because this position is complicated.
And he got up from the board right there. I don't think that's a walk that he takes because he's comfortable with his position. Quite the contrary. I think it's nervous energy that he is trying to expend. He is taking a walk. He's just burning off some of that anxiety and trying to freshen himself up in preparation for the defensive task that he is going to have to undertake in order to pull out a draw from this position and guarantee himself at least a tie for first place. This is honestly an unbelievable turn of events. No matter how this game ends, I honestly thought Nodirbek really had that in the bag. Oh boy, how things have changed. Oh boy, how the chess gods have rewarded Jordan for coming to this game ready to fight and ready to play for a win when it was oh so easy for Jordan to play e4, e5, make that quick draw, and, get your deserved rest. No, after a 7-hour game, he comes all guns blazing.
And if Jordan von Forest wins this game, Anish Giri can finally forgive him. For what, you might ask? The 2021 Tata Steel Masters. In that event, Jordan and Anish tied for first place. It went to tie breaks. They drew their rapid games. Then it went to Armageddon, where White had more time but had to win. Black had less time but only needed a draw. And just when Anish was about to win, he stumbled in time trouble, and Jordan won the game, won the title. And it was a great day for Dutch fans who, of course, celebrated Jordan's victory, but a really sad day, a bittersweet day, let's call it that, because while Anish was happy for his friend, that was such an opportunity for him to make his mark. I mean, he has a great chess history behind him, so many accomplishments, but I think there's been one thing that has eluded him, and Magnus Carlsen loves to troll him about it. It's winning a super tournament. He has won some events, but he hasn't won an event with Magnus Carlsen in the field. And so if Anish is able to win his game and Jordan does him a favor and wins here, that would be a big day for Dutch chess and for Anish Giri, the tournament ambassador.
And nothing would silence the critics faster than winning a tournament in this way with a ridiculous photo finish where you come through clutch in the last round and you get a little bit of help from your compatriot. What a poetic finish that would be. This will be written about for years to come if this scenario actually comes to fruition. But let's not jump the gun here. Both games are still ongoing. Nervous energy is being expended. Time is being spent. Precious time by Nodirbek Abdusattorov as he tries desperately to coordinate his defensive forces. He might have been relying on Rook E1 from a distance. He might have just realized that H3 is the party pooper, and he has to reorient himself mentally, settle himself up, prepare himself for the defensive task ahead. This is one of the toughest spots that the tournament leader has been in all tournament long.
I didn't expect you to use that turn of phrase, but yes, he is. What was that?
Which turn of phrase would that be?
None in particular, just, something you said. It was just a little surprising. Now I'm like, worried about you. I'm just, I don't know what to say. I feel like I'm scared now.
But which turn of phrase are you scared about?
No, I'm scared of you, but you said party pooper.
Oh, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah, what else would it have been? Why did this get so awkward all of a sudden?
No, I mean, I just had to clarify, so that I can avoid such terminology in the future. This conversation is going nowhere.
No, it's not. But what is going somewhere is Jordan's position, in particular the H4 pawn.
Oh, that right there was smooth. It was worth all of the awkwardness, that transition right there.
Well, look at that h4 pawn. It is likely to go to h3 in some of these variations. But Jordan can take this pawn on e5. I wonder if there are other ideas because bishop takes b5. We've examined it. It fails. There may be another option that I'm just thinking about, Danya. In the event of knight takes e5, there could be a positional play from Nodirbek. And if you take on e5, if we can just show this, white plays bishop g4. And the point is the knight is under attack. And if you take on g4 and the white knight takes, now you have dark square domination. The bishop on c8 is a bystander. The knight comes to e5 where it threatens the g6 pawn and the fork on c6. This rook can slide up to d4 at any moment, and we can continue with some queenside play. So maybe Nodirbek has some deep idea here to give up material for a positional clamp.
Wow. That is what my coach would call or would classify a mature move. Not only do you have to refrain from bishop takes b5, you have to see h3. This bears repeating. If you take on b5 and snag a pawn with a discovered attack against the knight, black has the brilliant h3 spotted by you instantly. Either you get forked or you allow the pawn forward to h2, or of course you lose the bishop that is still hanging. This is very bad news for Nodirbek. I really like bishop g4. Now, black does not have to take the bishop, but if you drop the knight back to f7 and go after the other pawn, you run into a tactic of your own. Two can play at that game, and white will come around and take that pawn on d5 using the pin on the e-file. I'll tell you what, Robert, even though white is probably still worse after bishop g4, I will be very impressed if Nodirbek spotted this idea in time pressure. h3, though, by Jordan Van Forest, as he delays the capture on e5.
Well, I can understand why he would do that, because he doesn't need to be forcing here. H3, it keeps the status quo on the E5 and G5 pawns, and those pawns are weak. Now, there is a downside in this position, is if a white rook can land on the 7th rank, there is big trouble for the black king. That's very far away, but in the event the white rooks take control of the H-file, that could be a bit scary. So Jordan, he's just trying to open up the board. Nodirbek responds quickly with g takes h3. Reminder, he is down to 9.5 minutes for 11 moves. Danya, not a lot of time for him.
Not at all, but I'm more curious about Jordan's follow-up, because if you take on e5, your idea bishop g4, it becomes a lot stronger. He takes back on h3, so he says, I'm going to leave the pawn on e5 for later. I'm going to box it up and put it in my fridge. The problem is that white could take it out of the fridge by sliding the bishop up to d3 and creating a threat of his own. What is Jordan's response going to be to bishop d3? If you play king f7, white's rook slides to f2, and Nodirbek suddenly creates full-fledged counterplay along the f-file. Am I missing something here, or was h3 a flat-out mistake?
Tough one to evaluate. I feel like bishop d3, the black rook will slide over to h8, and so now you lose rook h1, because a series of tricks. If we take the rooks off the board, black might just win the game because white's pawns are so weak. So the rook g3 also becomes a threat going after the g5 pawn. The one thing you don't want to do is rush that move, because if you slide your rook to g3 too soon and then white takes over the h-file, that's how the black king does find itself in harm's way. So I think that what Jordan's going to do is pretty much slide his rook over to h8 next regardless, and the rook on d8 is not doing much of anything. It's not needed there.
So let's have a look at this concrete line, which we're very likely to follow. Bishop d3 is so natural. I don't know if Nodirbek will be able to refrain from this move. If, in fact, your theory is correct, and Jordan responds with rook t to h8, can Nodirbek snag this all-important pawn on g6? This gives him insurance against losing one of his own pawns, because now he can suffer the loss of one of his pawns without really suffering a true material loss, because now he's up a pawn. Is Jordan going to play rook h1 in response? He might, but then Nodirbek could calmly slide his own back to d1, saying, I'm not giving up a single inch of territory on the king side. How does Jordan actually pick up the g5 pawn? Because white's plan is very clear. He's going to move his bishop back, and the path for the g pawn is going to be clear. This is a nice way for Jordan to actually lose the game pretty darn quick, unless he has a cataclysmic tactical idea in mind.
Good point. Maybe the rook would have to go to g3 to go after that g5 pawn instead of going all the way up to h1. But that's what black is going to need to do, is start taking those pawns. g5 falls, and e5 is weak. I just feel like black has no weaknesses left. Right? All of Black's pawns are safe and sound, whereas White's pawns have gone a little bit too far. They're overextended, and that's not great news for Abdusattorov, who is dropping below 7 minutes. It's only 29 moves played. They need to get to move 40 to gain an additional 50 minutes. The position will remain complicated after that, and Nodirbek has not moved yet. He is trying to figure out what to do. And by the way, Danya, the other game of great importance between Anish Giri and Richard Rapport is getting super tough for Rapport. I feel like the position is opening up over there. And so Anish Giri, he is looking at his game, he's looking at this board, and he has serious chances right now.
He does indeed. He has pushed a pawn to f5. Now, obviously, that is an incredibly double-edged move because he is opening up Black's king, but it comes at the cost of the safety of his own monarch. He believes that the combined force of his pieces, particularly that knight on d5, is going to outweigh Black's heavy pieces because Black's bishop has 0 attacking prospects. The d4 square is controlled. That rook on c4 looks menacing, but Giri has calculated, and he believes that his attack is going to outweigh any of Richard Rapport's attempts at counterplay. What do you make of this? What's likely to happen? First of all, Robert, I think Anish Giri has to start by recapturing the pawn, probably with his pawn, because I don't think an endgame looks all that appealing to me, at least.
No, he definitely doesn't want the endgame, but I was thinking, what happens if knight f4? You drop your knight back to hit the queen on e6, and knight h5 check is available for that knight. That's the good thing about having played f5 is the g6 pawn no longer covers that really important checking square, and the black king feels like it's in pretty big trouble.
It does indeed, and an important detail is that after knight f4, you cannot sneak in the move f takes g4. Let me just real quickly capture this pawn, counterattacking the queen. No, because knight takes c6 is a check. That's a crucial detail. No, Black has to move his queen. I don't think the exchange sack on f4 does anything, and White just wins the game technically after that. Where is the queen going to go? These are the types of decisions that you do not want to make when you've got limited minutes on the clock. Rapport isn't quite in as bad of time pressure as Nodirbek, but his situation isn't much better. He's got 10 minutes for 8 moves, and a lot of those 8 moves are probably going to be very committal decisions. Queen to d7 comes to mind to keep an eye on f5. This move loses on the spot. Why? Because after knight h5, check king g6, Robert, there's probably... Do you see some...
No, rook d6. Oh my gosh.
Hello. A deflection.
That's game over.
And it's mate. What a mating construction. Look at this. Beautiful.
Oh my gosh.
Wait
a second. Thought? That means that Richard's king can never... It has to go back. No matter where the queen goes, the king has to go back. So put the queen back on e6. Let's say queen e5. Queen e5 might run to rook d5. Or not yet because the knight f4 is hanging. But knight h5 check. The king can still not go up to g6 because that same tactic with rook takes d6. So the king has to go to the last rank, but that's very scary because there's a check on a8, for example. Oh my gosh, this is looking scary. And look, Anish is about to move his knight.
Oh, he's seen it. That's why he played f5. It wasn't to weaken Black's structure per se. It was actually to vacate the f4 square for his knight. How hard is it to find those retreating knight moves? And what a beautiful maneuver by Anish Giri. This puts Richard Rapport in such a difficult spot. And yet again, we repeat this almost every round, Robert. Yes, the eval bar is displaying an ambiguous evaluation. It's saying that Rapport is doing a good job of defending, but that tells about 1% of the story because Richard Rapport is about to be faced with potentially the hardest defensive task of this entire game. Knight f4 is on the board.
And Richard down to 10 minutes and under 30 seconds remaining on his clock. It's only moved 33. And if you think about it, with a knight h5 check coming, the king having to go to the last rank, that looks really problematic for him because the queen a check will force the king up to e7. Putting the king and the queen on the same line looks scary. And so I think that Richard is in some trouble here. It's not an easy position for him to play. And this is really good news for Anish Giri. You couldn't ask for a better situation with Jordan van Forest duking it out with Nodirbek or Abdusattorov. That one remaining complicated with chances for Jordan to seize the edge. And then this one, if the king goes up to g6 after knight h5 check, the game is over on the spot. So Richard Rapport, he cannot have a blind spot to that rook takes d6 tactic because if he falls for it, the game is over. And then Anish Giri will likely end up at worst in a tie for first and maybe in clear first. And we see a move has been played. I believe, Richard, he moved his queen up, and that forces Anish to go knight h5 check. I think the queen went up to e5.
Good, because queen e4 actually would have been a blunder.
Right. Okay, so where is Richard going to move that? This is a huge moment.
Everyone's holding their breath right now.
Moment. So let's see. He needs to bring his king back to the last rank. He has no choice here because as we saw, King G6 runs into Rook takes D6.
And how easy is that to miss? Much easier to miss because the mating construction is so unconventional. How often do you see a mate with a queen on F5 and a knight on G5? A knight on H5. The simple mating patterns are going to be spotted within milliseconds.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, he's played it!
G6!
Oh my lens!
Oh my gosh!
He's blundered
He brought the king up to
That's
G6.
That's it! Rook takes D6 ends it. Anish can barely contain his excitement. He's not writing the move down.
No, he's not right. He can't believe it, and he shook his head. That was a nod. He's confused, and Richard Report has... Look at him. Look at Anish Giri. He
can't believe it.
And
I can't believe it.
He just took a breath. He is going to find it. He is looking. He knows it's there, and it's completely winning for White after Rook takes D6. Look at Anish.
He can't believe it. Am I dreaming? Have I missed something? Is my queen hanging? Is there a checkmate? The answer is no, 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 and no. He might have to pinch himself, and he is going to take his time here. He's going to savor this moment. But Rook takes D6 ends the game. That was a fantastic call by you. You saw that from a mile away, and I cannot believe this, Robert. I cannot believe what we are seeing.
You helped me out by putting the queen on D7 and the eval bar went sky high. And it just goes to show that if the tactic works in one position, maybe it works in another. And Rook takes D6 is going to be played. You could see it in his body language. He is like a tiger ready to pounce. And for Richard Report, a really bad mistake here. He was struggling. His king was going to be in danger no matter what. But bringing the king up to G6, that is playing with fire. And he is going to get burned. And Anish Giri, he is going to take this pawn on D6. And when he does, I don't see how anything happens in this game besides a win for White.
We are going to see an immediate handshake. I think after Rook takes D6, Richard Report might try one more move. He might play F takes G4 and resign after H takes G4. Amazingly, that capture changes absolutely nothing. White maintains the pawn on G4. And as I just said, that mating pattern is hard to spot. But Richard Report is going to be kicking himself for making the decision as quickly as he did. He had 9 minutes on the clock, not 30 seconds. And retrospect, hindsight, it's 2020. Richard Report's tactical vision in this game has definitely been far from 2020. This is going to be amazing. Anish Giri is going to win this game, and that is going to put the heat, a lot of Scoville units, on Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Oh my gosh. And I can understand why he didn't want to bring his king to the last rank. I think he just completely missed Rook takes D6. And Danya, I think if we check, and I'm going to check right here, Rook takes D6 is the only move that is good for White. Every other move, it says it's level. I mean, there are some bad moves for White, but the next best moves are a level game. So Richard did not want to bring his king to the last rank because the queen would have slid all the way to A8 check. Let's just show something very quickly. That if the king went to F8 instead, that the queen goes to A8 with check, it takes an A7 with check. Like, that doesn't look very good for Black. In fact, it is still better for White. So I get it that Richard brought his king up to G6. He did not want to allow the queen to come in with check. The White king is still safe and sound because the knight on H5 covers G3. But King G6 is a terrible mistake. And I think the person who's even more upset than Richard Report would be Nodirbek Abdusattorov, because if Rook takes D6 is played and it's about to happen,
that's it.
Anish Giri, he sees it. Richard Report's
triple
like,
check.
What did I do?
Triple check. Anish Giri, in one of the most consequential moments of his chess career. This is the tournament that he has never won. This is the tournament he's come oh so close to winning so many times. And if Jordan Van Forest is able to convert what now is a surefire advantage, Anish Giri will have clear first place. This will be ridiculous. But Anish understands the gravity of the moment. He knows the importance of making the correct call here. And what sense of responsibility, what discipline by Anish to take his time to force himself to check the move again and again and again. We know what the eval bar says. Anish Giri knows no such thing. It's a question of when he's going to take on D6 and not whether.
Wow. So Rook takes D6 is played. He will have a winning advantage. Richard Report, he knows that it's there. You know, he sees it after Anish goes to grab it. And there it is. Rook takes D6 is on the board. You can't take the rook because queen takes F5 is not just check, it is mate. And that means that Richard Report's king is going to be hunted. He is lost G5 in this position. Yeah, he's bringing his king up the board. And I guess maybe there is some opportunity for White to go wrong if Rook takes F6. which looks like a free piece. Maybe that gives black some hope to even take the pawn on g4 down there.
Don't shovel dirt on him just yet. Anish Giri has 19 minutes to figure this out. The winning move here is rook back to d5, creating an unstoppable mate threat against f5. Note that queen e1 check, king g2 is a complete dead end. But rook takes f6 here would indeed be a grave error that would greatly complicate the winning task after f takes g4. But listen, this is easy to see. It's clear that after f takes g4, white has no effective check. Apparently, white is still winning with some sort of intricate computer play. You have to give a check on h4 with the pawn, but throw that out of the window. Anish is going to avoid that like the plague. He is going to find the winning move, rook to d5. And wherever the queen goes, the problem isn't only queen takes f5 checkmate, it's also just rook takes f5, and then you pick up the bishop either with check or accompanying it with a queen trade. Either way, black is going to end up down a piece.
Yeah, just a couple checks, queen e1 check, king g2, no more checks for black, whereas the white king is safe. The black king is just going to be checkmated. So while Anish Giri, he ponders his move, he has rook d5. Let's remind everybody that going into the round, Nodirbek Abdusattorov was in the lead by a half point ahead of Giri. So Abdusattorov, he could win the tournament with a win of his own, even if Anish wins. That is looking unlikely, which means that with a win here, Anish Giri will guarantee himself at minimum a tiebreak match against Abdusattorov. But if it becomes the double Dutch dream and Jordan van Foreest takes down the Uzbek superstar, then Anish Giri will find himself alone at the top of the standings. First place, a dream come true for Giri in the Dutch town of Wijk aan Zee. And so you see Anish grabbing his rook. And if he makes the move rook d5, he's done it. He's going to win this game.
And he's not hesitating. He knows the game is in the bag. Did he get lucky in this game? Absolutely. But do you manufacture your own luck in chess? Yes. Anish Giri, he brought every ounce of energy, his remaining energy, whatever he had left in the tank after that marathon session against Jordan van Foreest. He brought it to the board with him today. He played a great opening. He made a nice, astute choice to get that positional advantage, that positional crunch, and he followed it up with some daring tactical play. He got Richard into time pressure, and of course, he benefits from, let's be real, a very uncharacteristic blunder. We see this almost never at the highest echelons of chess, a one-move tactical blunder, and Richard Rapport is going to accept the inevitable. He delivers a spike check on e1, and I think, Robert, that he is going to resign after the king slides up to g2.
And I think just for the tournament, he has to play it out a little bit. I mean, you can't just resign. You need to just play some moves, even if you know you're lost, because for Abdusattorov, I feel like that's the fair thing to do. And unfortunately for Richard Rapport, he had a great second half. He won 3 games, and suddenly he makes a one-move blunder in a difficult position. I think I need to make that loud and clear. It wasn't like he just hung a queen when he was fine. No, his king was in danger. White was in the driver's seat, and it was a mistake, an uncharacteristic one. But for Anish Giri, he is a 5-time runner-up in Wijk aan Zee. He wants to remove everyone talking about being runner-up. He wants to win this game, win this tournament, and because he's missed it by that much in the past, it would be a kind of a rightful win for him in this tournament because he did defeat Magnus Carlsen earlier on. But in order for him to win this tournament, we need to take a look at Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Jordan van Foreest. As our chat is saying, sometimes Richard makes one-move blunders. It happens. This happens to everybody. It's not just Richard. But as we look at Abdusattorov on the screen here, Danya, and we look at his position in the top left, I love van Foreest's game. I think that g5 and e5 pawns are permanent weaknesses. So I would much prefer to have Jordan's position in that endgame.
Jordan made that very interesting call to throw in the move h3 and open up the h file. The eval bar disapproved of it initially, but you convinced me that its practical value was tremendous. It puts Nodirbek in such a difficult spot. It forces him into an open-ended position. Why is that important? Well, it's because he's in severe time pressure. You want to give your opponent a lot of rope when they're in time pressure. You want to force them into making decisions. Anish Giri did that against Rapport. It's a totally different type of position with the queens off the board in Nodirbek's game, but it's the same general principle. And now Nodirbek is saddled with 2 long-term weaknesses. First of all, he has to make it to move 40, and even if he does, who's to say that those extra 50 minutes are going to grant him the time that he needs to pull off a draw in that game? I'm speechless right now. This is unbelievable. And this just continues to unfold in one direction and one direction only. And
Yeah,
we know what
man,
that direction is.
Well, we have the game between Giri and Report.
Okay, I'll stick to the Giri game then.
Yeah, I feel like just because that other game, it looks like it will continue for a bit. We will keep our eyes on it. But the king's on G5, and the evaluation bar is through the roof. And Anish Giri, he is not rushing his decisions. He wants to win this game. He is completely winning. Why should he make moves quickly, game regardless? In fact, is this not just like checkmate about to happen? Rook takes F5 check, just to show that if the king runs back to G6, you may have some hopes, some dreams of saving the day. Rook F6 check is another brutal shot. If you take the rook, the queen takes back, the king has to go to H7. Queen G7 is check and mate. The knight has been a heroic piece all game, Danya. Remember how strong it was on D5, but with a timely flick of a pawn from F4 to F5, the F4 square is vacated, the knight hopped back, then forward to H5. It ventured over towards the enemy king, and it did the job for Anish Giri. He is about to take the pawn on F5 with his rook, and if you can't move back with the king, Danya, the king has to move forward, but come on. A king on H4? No way.
Well, it's kind of sitting there, king H4. The simplest way to win is what else but another knight move. Knight H5 drops back to G3. Yet another devastating retreating knight move. Anish Giri has had a couple of these. He went back to F4 and then forward to H5. Hither and thither he has gone. And knight to G3 sets up essentially an unstoppable threat. Rook H5 is the threat. Black can close off the fifth rank with bishop G5. But here, all white has to do is vacate a different mating square, F5. And, of course, who else but the knight to deliver the mating honors. Rook to D5 is the most clinical move because this also prevents the queen check on D2. Not that that check would have been dangerous, but this closes all of the defensive doors. And guess what, Robert? The prettiest win comes after Rook F4 when white delivers a queen sacrifice on top of everything else. It's a simple one, but a queen sacrifice indeed. After bishop takes F4, yeah, the rook steals the thunder, but Anish Giri doesn't care with what piece he delivers the checkmate. All he cares about is that it's a 1 on the tournament cross table, and one way or the other, I think he's going to bring his knight back to G3. He's also going to reach time control, and Richard Laporte is not going to suffer here for much longer.
Yeah, I don't even know if we will reach the time control. I feel like we're one move away from a resignation. And while that rook was going to steal the queen's thunder in that variation, I think Anish Giri is happy to steal Nodirbek Abdusatarov's thunder because it has been all Nodirbek in this tournament. He beat Magnus Carlsen early. After 7 rounds, I think he had 5.5 points. He was just showing a tour de force. And now in the last round, Anish Giri looking ready to catch up. And that relies on Nodirbek not winning his game. And if Nodirbek loses, then it's Anish Giri's tournament. So Giri's win is clear. He can play knight G3. He can probably play like 8 different moves and be completely winning because there's a king on H4. But knight G3 looks like the simplest variation. Just try to replace the knight on H5 with the rook. Wow. And then you see the chat. As a Dutch chess fan, this is an amazing day.
This is just an amazing moment. This is why the payoff in these types of tournaments is so worth it. Now, every round has had its own character, its own personality. But yes, the rounds have been long. The time control is generous. But if you don't feel like this is worth it, that this moment is worth all that we have waited for, then I'm sorry, but you're not a chess fan. I feel like everybody, whoever you are rooting for, everybody is holding their breath and just appreciating the drama and the fire that we are seeing on the chessboard. Just to make one more concrete point, the reason I think knight G3 is the most precise is because in response to queen D2 check, this is actually kind of a funny line. After knight G3, I don't have to make the moves on the board. It's a simple line. To visualize queen D2 check, the knight moves back to E2, another retreating knight move. And white has the double mate threat of rook H5 as well as a queen checkmate on G3 or F2. This knight has performed unbelievable feats. It has just done acrobatics on all sides of the board. It has served white positionally. It has served white tactically. It has served white defensively. And it's going to most likely deliver the final move of the game.
And you see Richard Laporte. I mean, he's pretty much resigned. As soon as Anish makes his move, he is extending his hand and giving up. And for Richard, it is disappointing because he did have a really nice last bunch of rounds. He beat Ding Liren. That was a really good game. And he has played well in the second half. His move G5 against Arjun Erigaisi in round 9 with the black pieces, that was such fascinating display of knowledge and just a way to be ball constrictor. Queen G3 check has been played instead of Knight G3. Same exact thing. The clock is stopped. Anish Giri wins, and that means he moves up in the standings. He finishes his event with 8.5 points out of 13 games. He gains more rating. He is having a phenomenal performance. But now, Danya, even though his work is done, he might still have more chess to play. If Abdusattorov holds on, makes a draw against Jordan van Foreest, we will get tie breaks.
We will indeed. Anish Giri is now going to watch with bated breath as Jordan van Foreest attempts to convert his endgame advantage into a full point, giving Anish Giri the victory in the tournament. We review the live standings. Anish Giri has completed the tournament with a score of 8.5. Historically, a score of 9 has been necessary in most cases to win the tournament outright. This might be an exception if Nodirbek is stopped at the gates of heaven here by Jordan van Foreest, who has won this tournament in 2021 and now has another chance to put his fingerprints all over the final standings. This is the magic of a tournament like Tata Steel. Those in the bottom half of the tournament standings can very much impact the situation at the top. They can, and they have, and they will, and Jordan van Foreest very well might.
And we need to tune right into that game because Jordan van Foreest can do his compatriot proud. He can earn him the title by taking down Abdusattorov. And we are into an endgame where black is significantly better. Those pawns stuck on dark squares for white on e5 and g5. The e5 pawn is already in sight of the knight on c6. And if that knight drops back to d8 and to f7, maybe black will just win that pawn on g5 very directly. It is move 37. Black has a few moves to make the time control, but it's white who has the worst position and is in time trouble. Danya, this could get out of hand before we reach the time control.
It can, but Jordan has to resist the temptation to do something drastic, to play moves that objectively ruin his position but set superficial traps. He has to stick to objectivity because Nodirbek has shown the ability to defend with ironclad resilience and in cold-blooded fashion. So yes, he has 4 minutes. Yes, you want to pose practical problems to white before the time control, but by and large, you want to keep the pawn structure as it is. You want to try to get your knight to f7. I'm looking at moves like rook h4, moves that accentuate the pressure without fundamentally changing the nature of the position. What do you think about that idea?
Rook h4 looks like a nice, useful move. Just advancing your rook, keeping the knight on f6 stuck in place. I really like the idea of bringing the knight to f7 as well. There's just nothing wrong with it. It's near your king. It's a compact position. And how is white going to deal with the threat of knight takes g5? Look at this knight on f6, by the way. It looks like a stallion. It's protected by 2 pawns. It can't be kicked out of there, but it also can't move. So that means it's a bystander to the rest of the action, and knight d8 to f7 hits both e5 and g5. You only have 1 rook. If the rook slides to the g file, you lose e5. If your rook stays in the e file, you lose g5. So you're going to lose a pawn, I think, pretty directly in the event of knight d8 to f7.
The knight on f6, it's like a king stuck in its palace during a revolution. Chaos is going on around it. It looks nice. It looks nice. It's surrounded by its loyal guards, and yet it cannot impact the game or its surroundings in any appreciable way. That knight on f6 shows us that we have to look past appearances in chess. The knight, it looks beautiful. By the positional rules of chess, it seems to be the strongest piece on the board. But if black's knight reaches f7, then you cannot even compare these 2 knights. They are 2 completely different pieces. And how crazy is it, I'm jumping the gun here a little bit, that Anish Giri's knight wins him the game. And if Jordan successfully gets his knight around to f7, then his stallion, as you called it, will very likely win him his game.
Oh my gosh. And this would be tragic for Nodirbek Abdusattorov because he's been leading the tournament from the start. He got off to a hot start by beating Richard Report in the first round with the black pieces. So for Nodirbek, he won in rounds 1. He won 2 more games in rounds 4 and 5. Note, in round 5, he beat Magnus Carlsen. He then beat Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces as well. So he has had 3 wins of his first 7 games with the black pieces. Another win with white. That was a 5.5 out of 7 start. But you can see he had 4 wins overall heading into today's game. They happened in the first 7 rounds. In the back half of the tournament, he was held to a draw in every single game. Now, there's no shame in that. Look at the list of opposition. Aronian, Keimer, Ding Liren, Anish Giri, Wesley So. These are superstars, the who's who of the top level of chess. And Jordan van Forest, the lowest rated player in the tournament coming in, and Nodirbek had the white pieces, and that might be the first person to hand him a defeat. Now, Abdusattorov is such an easy player to root for. He gives it his all. He is always fighting. He said he doesn't get emotional, but this is a big moment for him. It would be the biggest individual tournament success of his career in classical chess. He won a World Rapid Championship. He won the Olympiad gold for his team, for his country, and had a great performance there. But to beat Magnus Carlsen, to win an event ahead of him, and to hold off a surging Anish Giri, that would be a really, really amazing finish. But right now, Danya, I think I'm worried about his position. E5, G5 pawns, both so weak.
Now, it's important to clarify that if Nodirbek is able to hold the draw, we're not even talking about the scenario anymore in which Nodirbek wins. Obviously, anything is possible. This is chess. What haven't we seen just in the last hour? But if Nodirbek holds the draw, then he doesn't win the tournament outright. He will go into a tiebreaker against Anish Giri. So he will have to find some more gas in the tank, but that is way into the future. He is not thinking about that. He is not thinking about Giri or anything except how to defend and hold a draw in this position, Robert. But I'm with you. I think his chances, they aren't huge. At the same time, let's not forget his game against Vincent Keimer. Arguably, that endgame was even worse objectively. It was lost. Everybody was shoveling dirt on him, and Nodirbek calmly found some incredible study-like ideas. He defended that endgame for 40 moves and ultimately pulled out an incredible, improbable draw. So he has a track record of defending bad endgames. He's done it in previous tournaments as well. He has to hunker down. He has to stay composed. He has to avoid scolding himself for getting into this position in the first place. You do all of that after the tournament. You do all of that back at home with your coach and your laptop. Right now, you need to focus on the task at hand. You need to roll up your sleeves, and you need to avoid all further blunders. That right now, Jordan, he's literally rolled up his sleeves. He's got 9 minutes, and he also has a couple of important moves to make. Knight d8, though, Robert, the more I look at it, the more you say it, the more I like it.
Yeah, it looks very promising for Jordan. And just want to give a quick shout out to the over 60,000 people spending their Sunday watching the Tata Steel Masters across Twitch and YouTube. Right now, Anish Giri in the lead. He has 8.5 points, and he has concluded his tournament after 13 rounds. Nodirbek Abdusattorov entered the final round with a half-point lead. If he wins this game, the tournament championship is his. If he draws the game, we will get tie breaks later. And if he loses, Anish Giri, the Dutch legend, will become champion, the second Dutch champion since 2021 when Jordan van Forest, the man you see on the screen in front of you, he won the tournament. So I think, Danya, we will see knight d8. We will see knight to f7. The e5 and g5 pawns are weak. So the question becomes, how does white save the position? I think a timely c2 to c3 will help out. The problem is you cannot easily play the move c3 without a rook landing on h2 with check. You need to start creating a pass pawn for yourself. That is what white has going for him, a 3-on-2 advantage all the way on the queen side. So you play c3, you try to trade, then play b4, try to create a pass pawn to distract black's pieces, but you can't do that with rooks on the board.
Yeah, Jordan has arranged his queenside pawns in ideal fashion, slowing down as much as possible White's process of creating queenside counterplay, which, as you're mentioning, isn't going to even get off the ground if you allow a check on h2. So as we're talking about the meta narratives here and about the importance of staying calm, you can stay calm all you want, but you still need a concrete defense against the threat of knight f7 and knight takes g5. And at this point, as Jordan has spent now, I think, well over 10 minutes on this move, I'm curious what it is exactly that he's afraid of after knight d8. Is it some sort of piece sacrifice on d5? This is an idea that I've been eyeing for a while, Robert. After knight d8, white could try the devious bishop f3, and Jordan is about to play a move. I don't want to get us too far into the weeds, but just really quickly, I think this is crucial to an understanding of the position. If we could bring up an analysis board, knight to d8, bishop to f3, and if you nonchalantly waltz your knight over to f7, I think bishop takes d5 generates drawing counterplay, because after ed knight takes d5, suddenly black's king is at a loss for squares. King e6 walks into a fork of white's own. That bishop on a6 is picked off. If you go elsewhere, then white's pawn advances to e6. And even without any further calculation, there is no way that Jordan is going to opt for a position like this. Now you could ask, Where can he deviate? Well, obviously, it's after bishop f3. He can respond with the prophylactic move bishop b7. But there's an old friend, Robert, who can come knocking at Jordan's door, and that is c3. Now this move is possible. Eval Bar hates it, though. But I thought that after rook h2, there's bc and d4. How easy is this to miss?
Yeah, clearly very easy because you're a brilliant tactician.
I missed it.
And in the moment, it didn't catch your eye. But that is something that Jordan Van Forest will see. And I think the reason why he's thinking right now is because he could play instead of knight to d8, if he chooses to keep the knight on c6, he can play the move rook h2 to start in the live board. So if we just return to that, back in the live position, he can play rook h2, and he may freeze White's pieces and threaten knight to d4 next as well. So, and bishop d3, the pawn on c2 is pinned. So he's thinking, do I go active here, or do I just go right ahead and win these pawns on g5 or e5? And he did just play knight d8. He retreats the knight.
And he has made the decision to maneuver his knight over to f7. And listen, Robert, I've taken a page out of your book. I'm more than happy to admit my mistakes, because when you make mistakes, you reach a better understanding of the position. We already saw Richard Report commit one losing blunder. How easy is it for another blunder to occur in this game, especially with mutual time pressure? Either side could miss a tactic, but I still think that Nodirbek should start his defensive effort with bishop f3, and after black slides the bishop back to b7, in that position, maybe there is a way to prepare c3. Maybe you could drop the bishop one more square down to e2. But I think any successful defensive path here for Nodirbek will have to be associated with the formation of active counterplay on the queen side. And the only way that you can do that is by finding a way to push this pawn through to c3.
Yeah, and you look at the clock. Right now, Nodirbek Abdusattorov down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds. He has 3 moves to make. A minute per move is not easy, given how complicated this position looks. Black is threatening to go knight f7 and win a pawn. You may say, so what? It's just one pawn. No, that's not just any pawn, because once you win the g5 pawn, you go back to f7, and you're going to pick off the e5 pawn next. So this position could end up being lost for White in, say, 5 moves. So that is why Abdusattorov needs to find a correct continuation. At this moment, he needs to find a break for himself with c3 and then eventually b4, because if he doesn't get that, Black is going to pick off the pawns and just win this game without serious challenge from White.
I could not have phrased it better. He is running out of time, literally and figuratively. With 2 minutes on the clock, he has to find a source of counterplay, and he has to do it on the very next move. As you're saying, knight f7 could simply end the game if White starts crumbling at the seams on the king side. You cannot afford to lose both of these pawns unless you figure out a way to create some sort of cataclysmic counterplay on the other side of the board. I really feel that bishop f3 is mandatory for White. Let's see if Nodirbek comes up with it. As I'm talking, seconds, precious golden seconds, continue to evaporate off the tournament leader's clock. He is down to 2 minutes, Robert, and a move has still not been made.
Wow, he needs to make a move ASAP. Bishop f3 with the sacrifice on d5. I think that's a difficult move to play, but I don't see anything else. c3, as we mentioned, rook h2 check. That move is slammed on the board. The king is forced away from the protection of the pawn on c3. So for Nodirbek, if he's going to play c3, he needs to cover his second rank. Maybe there's an argument for bishop e2, but I think that you swap bishops very quickly, put your knight on f7, and Black is just first to the punch. You are winning the g5 pawn. You'll bring your knight back. You'll try to go off to the e5 pawn. Oh, no, this is really bad news for Abdusattorov. I feel for him. Honestly, I'm watching him. We're commenting on the game, and I don't root for anybody, but I'm sitting here being like, I just don't want to see him throw away tournament victory on the last day after the magnificent tournament he's had. It's just kind of heartbreaking.
It is. It is, no matter who you're rooting for, no matter where you are from. And yes, Nodirbek has displayed composure and cold-bloodedness and well-roundedness in this tournament far beyond his years. Composure that is only acquired sometimes by age 40 as he slides the bishop back to e2. And I would not peg this loss if, in fact, he loses on a loss of composure. Jordan is just playing like a beast in this endgame. Now, Robert, bishop e2, what do you make of this? Is this another mistake? Can Jordan just take and go knight f7 here?
It's what he's going to do, but I wasn't expecting the evaluation part to drop this much. Black has to take on e2, because if you move your bishop away, then White goes bishop d3 and targets the g6 pawn. That is not what you want. You need to act quickly. You need to be precise. If you're Jordan, you swap bishops, and that is what he just has done. Nodirbek quickly, the former world rapid champion, he is showing off his speed chess skills. He quickly takes back, and now knight f7. Knight f7 goes right after g5. And Danya, I'm not seeing it here for Abdusattorov. I think his pawns are being picked off one by one.
They do, and I think the reason he traded bishops is indeed, I sound like a broken record, but I don't see a single other source of counterplay. I think he is going to play c3, and that is going to be his 40th move. The problem is that after the pawns are swapped, he still hasn't created a passed pawn. He wants to play b4, but the problem is that king on c3 is a sitting duck, and it can be targeted by a well-timed rook check on h3. That rook, it's been on h4, it's been all over the h file, it's back to home base right now, and it could make one more sally to h3 in order to knock the king off of c3, delaying b4 by a couple more moves. And Yordan will obviously take those moves to eliminate both of those pawns. There's no question now that Yordan's position is objectively winning. Whether it's completely winning, that can be debated. But once he makes move 40, Robert, those 50 minutes could not arrive at a better time for Yordan Van Foreest, because he can make sure with every move that he is eliminating Nodirbek's counterplay, that he is double checking all of his options. And Yordan, he needs these 50 minutes a lot more than Nodirbek does at this point, and he will get them.
Yeah, because the position is objectively, it looks like, teetering on the edge of a win for Black. So with extra time, Yordan can calculate. And we want to remind everybody that Yordan did falter a day ago against Anish Giri, but that's a very different type of position. It was sharp. There were tactics everywhere, checkmating threats for both sides. And then we got to an endgame that ended up being level. So this is a very different type of position. We see the knight about to hop over to f7. Yordan, he is not making the move just yet, but he knows that he has the advantage as he looks over at his clock. He has just 4 minutes remaining, but it's about to be move 40. And the good news for Black is his 40th move likely. Knight takes g5. He gets to make a move, steal a pawn, get the extra time, and continue to put Nodirbek Abdusattorov under pressure.
And Yordan's time management in this game, in particular in the last stretch, has been exquisite. I just have to commend him on the restraint that he has showed. He has left himself with exactly the amount of time you want to have to play the final move. 4 minutes. It's better than having 1 minute. It's just enough to make a well-informed decision if a curveball is thrown at you. The problem is that I don't see a single curveball that Nodirbek can throw. He can only defend one of these pawns at the same time. And Robert, to bring us back to a point that we made previously, what kills White's defensive chances in this game is just that knight on f6. It has no prospects. It is imprisoned, and moreover, it simply cannot contribute in the defensive effort in any appreciable way. To the contrary, it's actually blocking the f-file, stopping White from creating counterplay on the king side. There's c3. It's the only thing Nodirbek can do, and Yordan's going to play b takes c3. He has no choice, and that will be move 40.
And that's instructive because you can't allow White to take on b4 because it is a pawn trade. It's 1 for 1. That sounds good. But you give White the outermost passed pawn. Black, because you're going to have to focus your attention stopping a passed pawn. You do not want it to be an A pawn unless you're getting something for it. So he takes on c3. He'll take on g5. And I'm only noticing for the first time, Danya, that the players, Yordan in a white shirt with the black pieces, Nodirbek with a black shirt with the white pieces.
Wow.
So things have been reversed. Things have been up in the air. But for Abdusattorov, this is also a switch based on the performance he's had throughout the event. He has been dominant. He beat Magnus Carlsen. He beat Richard Report in the first game. He has been looking just super powerful every single round. He's barely been in trouble. He beat Parham Maksudlu. That was such a masterful display of restraint. And then he gets to this last round with the lead. And Yordan Van Foreest, from the very opening, when he made move 7, pawn to h5, he was showing that he is willing to fight. He is not going to just let this game be a simple draw or anything of the sort. He wanted to fight, and credit to Yordan Van Foreest. And Nodirbek still has chances. We don't want to say this game is over. And a big reason why is a pawn is going to become a passer on the queen side. Is going to be an A pawn. That pawn is very far away from the rest of the action. So how does Nodirbek draw a game like this? If many of the pawns get traded and he has to give up his knight for the remaining pawns, a rook and a knight versus a rook, that is not winning material advantage. So that is a dream. It is far from reality. But if somehow Abdusattorov can give up his knight and get rid of all the pawns, then he would have some chances to draw. Yordan knows better. He will not allow that.
And every time we get into a situation where the eval bar throws an overwhelming assessment, -3, -4, -5, I always like to point out that you can have many different types of -4 positions. You can have a tactical -4 position, such as the one that Jordan had in the previous round against Anish Giri. How does that differ from an endgame like this, from this -4? Well, it differs in one crucial way. In that game against Anish Giri, Jordan had to find an only move in order to preserve the advantage. The moment he missed that move, the advantage halved. He lost its lion's share, and with another mistake, the game immediately equalized. In this endgame, he has a much wider berth. He can commit an inaccuracy, and he will still probably be winning. But more importantly, the path to victory is so much more clear. There is a trail that is nicely laid out with brick. There are arrows pointing him in the right direction, and some of those arrows include bringing the knight back to f7. He's got no other choice. That will indeed threaten to take the other pawn on e5, and the other arrow is that the move b4 is always going to be met with rook to h3 check. The issue isn't so much the evaluation itself as the simplicity, the relative simplicity of the winning process for Jordan Van Foreest. That said, Robert, anything is possible. We are experienced commentators. We have seen it all. And I'm not just saying it. We really have. We've experienced it all. And given how crazy the turnarounds today have been, let's not call anything done. Let's not shovel dirt on anybody. Let's sit back and enjoy the show as long as it lasts.
Well, right now, we will enjoy a brief break. The players have reached the next time control. That means Nodirbek Abdustarov has time to think, try to find a way out of this. So while he does that, Danya and I will take a short breather, stretch our legs, come back, and we will cover the final action here in round 13 of the Tata Steel Chess Masters. We'll be right back.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more. January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
There we go. The tournament leader holds Wesley So to a draw.
Dusataro, he has impressed all of us.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is going beast mode. If Magnus plays like this the rest of the way, who knows what can happen?
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
What a fight. Giri had to give it his all because he was on the verge of losing and he managed to survive.
Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
He continues to lead this event and he is just a teenager.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mijn vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Let's make chess history together.
After 13 rounds, it all comes down to the board on the screen. Jordan van Forest, he controls both his opponent's destiny and that of Anish Giri, because Anish Giri, who entered the round in second place, a half point behind Nodirbek of Dusataro, he was able to win his game over Richard Rapport. It was a finish that was aided by a huge oversight, a blunder by Richard Rapport. But still, Anish Giri played an excellent game in an excellent tournament, and now he finds himself a half point ahead of Dusataro as Dusataro tries to find a miracle draw here, Danya. I mean, we see it on the leaderboard. It's clear. Nodirbek, he entered the round ahead. Now he's behind. He needs a draw.
He needs a draw, and a draw will propel him not to a tournament victory, but to a tiebreaker, to a rapid tiebreaker against Anish Giri. But at this point, he might have been disappointed if you told him before the round that you would get a tiebreaker. Now, he would ask for nothing more. It would be the ultimate miracle, one of the craziest miracles of his career, if he achieves this draw and gets himself into the tiebreaker. Anish Giri, along with the entire chess world, along with tens of thousands of chess fans, over 60,000 of you, watching Jordan van Forest attempt to convert this position and put his fingerprints indelibly on the outcome of the tournament. Anish Giri is going to give Jordan a very big hug if he can convert this endgame, and he's going to send 2 bottles of Dom Perignon straight to Jordan van Forest's hotel room. The bill is going to be on me, Anish Giri will say.
And you see Jordan van Forest entered the round, currently live results. He's in 12th place, and with a win, he jumped up into a tie for 9th. So it would be a great finish for him. Parham Maksudlu, by the way, still playing against Levan Aronian. Arjun Erigaisi facing off against Magnus Carlsen. But all eyes are on Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the teenager from Uzbekistan who has won the World Rapid Championship in 2021. He won the Olympiad gold medal for his country of Uzbekistan in the 2022 Olympiad in Chennai, India. He wins this tournament. If somehow he wins this game, that is not likely to happen. It is almost impossible at this point. So if he draws the game, he gets on to a tiebreaker to Anish. But Anish Giri, watching Jordan van Forest game closely, he is rooting for his friend, his compatriot, like he's never rooted for him before. And he hopes that Abdusattorov loses. It's not great to root against somebody. I know that Anish Giri has a ton of respect for Abdusattorov, but right now he wants nothing more than Nodirbek to lose this game to Jordan van Forest.
And as we delve into this endgame, as we ask ourselves the question of whether Nodirbek does, in fact, have miracle drawing chances, I'll just close off our discussion of this incredible young man by saying that he's had a very unique career trajectory. Yesterday, I studied his rating progress, and I found a very interesting trajectory indeed, a story of peaks and valleys, a story of constantly overcoming plateaus and adversity. Nodirbek started off with a rating of 1930 in 2011. He was stuck on 1900 for 3 years until 2014, after which he finally crossed to 2000. He climbed all the way to 2465 within a year. Then he dropped all the way back down 100 points to the 2300s, where he stayed for another year. Then he laboriously climbed back to 2400, made his way over the hump to 2500. Back he went over 2600. He got stuck there for another 3 years. And only recently, in September of 2022, about 5 months or so ago, Nodirbek Abdusattorov climbed that barrier, the barrier that so many struggle with, over the hump to 2713. He went, and he has solidified himself among super grandmasters. I think it is safe to say, whether he draws or loses this game, Robert, that he is there to stay. He is going to be a member of the 2700 club for long, and his career is only on the upswing.
Yes, it is. He's had a great turn, no matter what the final result is. And Jordan van Forest does have time on his clock. Once he makes his move, and the time will be added, the 50 minutes that you get after reaching move 40. So, of course, he has not lost on time. He's still calculating at the board over there. But with Rook H3 check on tap, Danya, you kick the king away. You take this pawn on B4. Why is Jordan not just winning a second pawn? And with it, shouldn't this be a pretty clean victory?
Well, let's bring up an analysis board and take this move apart. Rook H3 check is almost certainly going to happen. Obviously, Jordan has the time to double, triple, quadruple check, whichever move he wants to play. The king is almost certainly going to drop back to B2. And you're saying that after A takes B4, this pawn is going exactly nowhere because it can be easily tailed by Black's rook. Let me try something. Let me try, the move Rook C2.
Okay, so you're trying to go for Rook C7 check, and then what is the question? So let's say
I will leave you to figure that out.
Yeah, I figure you're doing that. Let's say I get greedy. I'm gonna go Rook A3, just trying to win your pawn. I'm gonna play with your hands a little bit.
You haven't had enough. You've taken B4, G5. You want more? Okay, I'll give a check on C7.
Okay, so I can run to F8 or to D. Let's go to D8. It seems like I can run away more easily from that side.
Okay. Now I'm actually going to figure out what it is that I wanted to do when I gave the check on C7. I didn't exactly know. There's a check on D7. It leads nowhere. I could go after the G6 pawn, but that's way too cumbersome. You're going to take A4 and go after E5. Perhaps White should try Rook to A7, because this pawn on A4 is really the only pawn, I think, that could deliver any sort of miracle save. But the eval bar dropping down even further. Apparently, White had some way to muddy the waters, Robert. And this is like totally inhuman. Apparently, the best move here is Rook B7. And after Rook takes A4, just to play the anticlimactic King B3.
Yeah, but I'm sure when the engine gains depth, they will say that Black's is winning. I mean, you see the eval bar is pretty heavily in Black's favor anyway. But I get why. The Black King is stuck. And if the White King takes on B4 and makes a mad dash into the position with King C5, King D6, there could be an attack against the King. There are not too many pawns remaining. And I said this a while back, that if White is able to sacrifice the knight for the remaining pawns, Rook and Knight versus Rook is not a winning endgame. So we see Jordan's time has been added to his clock. He has over 51 minutes. This is a great position for him. Yeah, he's going to take this one, I believe.
And we have been excoriating the placement of that knight on F6. We have been highlighting every deficiency. The one virtue of the knight's placement, apart from allowing these rook checks, which could potentially, if the king joins the attack, allow some sort of counterplay against Black's king. That knight is guarding the G4 square, and while seemingly insignificant, Black is not going to win this game by accumulating extra pawns. Black is going to win this game by promoting one of his extra pawns to a queen, and that G pawn is actually going to be quite hard to push. The D pawn is close to White's king, but the G4 square is guarded by White's knight. So even after Jordan gains 2 or even 3 extra pawns, he is going to have to keep White's piece tandem at bay, and and he is going to have to figure out which of his pass pawns he wants to push and how he wants to break through the sort of last Maginot line of defense that Nodirbek Abdusattorov is going to try to build. Rook h3 check is on the board.
I think ultimately that Jordan should not be overly concerned about the a4 pawn because we're likely to see king b2, pawn takes b4. I believe that he can just go after the e5 pawn, and once he grabs that, like when the knight wraps around f3 into e5, then the knight can hop around with checks. Let's not forget that if black gets to keep that b4 pawn, it's a passer that's quite far advanced. So you shouldn't just be afraid of your opponent's passed a pawn, the newly created pawn. You should also think, well, I have a passed pawn of my own. Do I really have to be scared of your pawn on a4? I don't think the answer is yes.
Agreed completely. And to transform your point into a concrete remark, in the line we were just analyzing, I don't have to make the moves again, but I'll just point out abstractly that after the king drops back and black takes on b4, white plays a move like a5. You're right, the black does not have to automatically go rook to a3 and get behind the pawn at all costs. That pawn is a long way to go until promotion. Black can also, as you were indicating, activate his own knight. And the b4 pawn is also a passer. It actually happens to be black's most far advanced passer. So black could try to do to white's king what I was trying to do to yours, except something tells me Jordan is going to be just a tad more successful. He could try to get this knight around, let's say, to d4, and then deliver a rook check to b3. I'm throwing out a lot of moves here, but I'm essentially trying to co-sign your point that Jordan needs to take his time. And if, in fact, Nodirbek creates a passed a pawn, Jordan should not immediately rush to eliminate it with rook to a3. He should put some thought into some other candidate moves.
Yeah, I think he's going to bring his knight up to f3, get that e5 pawn. That just frees up his pieces because the knight on g5, it stole a pawn there. Now let's bring it to help the rest of the board. And yeah, I feel like Jordan, he is going to use all of his forces. And what a game this has been from him. Seriously impressive chess from Jordan van Foreest, who many people would say, what does he have to play for? He's out of the running for first. He takes every game seriously. He fights. He tries his best. And other players are doing the same because this is the matchup for the tournament victory. Abdusattorov, if he was able to win this game, he would have taken first. But there are still two other games in progress, and it goes to show that these top players, they give it their all. They are still fighting. Magnus Carlsen, he's still in the playing hall. In fact, he's right there behind Abdusattorov, I think, and he is playing against Arjun Erigaisi. So if we zoom out from this game for just a moment, we will see that we still have two other games going. Parham Maksudli, by the way, up 2 clean pawns against Levon Aronian. So credit to the Iranian star. He is going to reach his highest ever rating. He's going to finish on a plus score. He is winning against Levon Aronian. And Magnus Carlsen, the bottom left over there, he has won his piece back for those 2 pawns, and he still has a passed pawn. So Dunya, Magnus working his King's Indian magic. This looks like a great position for him.
It does indeed. I think we should take a closer look, and we promise to keep you abreast of the developments in our main game. But given that move 40 has been made, it's safe to say that the pace is going to slow down a little bit. So I think we just have a couple minutes here to go around the horn. World Champions game is also important. It may not dictate the first place, but Magnus Carlsen's comeback has been incredibly impressive, and a win in the final round will really cap off what has been an amazing second half of the tournament for Magnus Carlsen, not without its own disappointments, not without draws with the white pieces, and very disappointing result in the last round. But his ability to just like win on demand with black it's unique. It's incredible. Apparently, Jordan van Foreest took a page out of his book, but can Magnus Carlsen complete the effort? So my question to you, Robert, how winning is this? Material is actually equal, believe it or not. White has a 4-on-3 on the queen side. That could not matter less, as white is not even close to creating a passed pawn. But how decisive is this pawn on g4?
It's not just the pawn, though. It's also the problem for the white king. Black's king, after the move knight f7 here, looks pretty safe to my eyes. And on the other side of the board, I feel like that white king on b1 is in harm's way. And for black, you can eventually bring your queen up to h4. Maybe even now, queen h4 looks pretty good. You're just supporting your pawn. The king on b1 is in trouble. The e4 pawn's a bit loose. The bishop on f6 is the best minor piece on the board. The bishop on f3 is maybe just as good, helping the g4 pawn start advancing. No, I think that Magnus has an overwhelming advantage, and the eval bar doesn't tell the story of just how much better it is for him, easier to play.
And the world champion's time management is talked about very infrequently, and that's a shame because Time management in general is a great skill. It's an underrated skill. I mentioned evaluation of positions. That is another skill that Magnus himself mentioned in a recent podcast. He believes he has mastered this skill to a much greater extent than some of his super GM colleagues. His time management is almost always stellar. He has left himself with almost an hour to figure out the subtleties of this position, and that is standard fare. Magnus Carlsen rarely finds himself in a situation where he's got to blitz out 6 complicated moves in order to make time control. But the Magnus approach in this position, I think, is in fact to first and foremost drop the knight back to f7, controlling a nice stronghold on e5. And on the following move, like you said, the queen comes down to h4. Black can simply push the pawn down to g2, or alternatively go after white's king with, let's say, a queen infiltration to f2. Can Arjun whip up anything resembling counterplay on the queen side? I feel like the only way for him to even try would be c5, but what does that even threaten? Once the knight sits on f7, Robert, you're not even threatening to capture d6.
And you're opening up your own king, right? So if knight f7, c5, b takes c5, we swap pawns, the black queen may just end up on b8 and deliver a checkmate in the near future. I just feel like the position is falling apart so quickly for Arjun. And if he tries to gallop with his knight forward to b5, look at the bishop on f6, especially when the knight goes back to f7. And Magnus just played the move. If you go knight b5 to go after c7, the queen slides all the way over to a8, threatening queen a1. And you've been doing that a lot. But yeah, it is misdirection, right? You thought the queen is going to h4. Now it slides to a8. And how are you stopping queen a1 check? Knight c3 back? I don't think so. You just
give me that pawn.
Yeah, queen a1 is going to be devastating.
Well, as Yasser likes to say, and Yasser paraphrasing his old friend Nikolai Minev, at least I'll die with a full stomach. The knight has captured a pawn on c7. At least you'll die with a threat on the board of knight e8. But the checkmate is going to come after the check on a2 and the mate on e2. And a beautiful mate with the bishops crisscrossing all of the key diagonals and controlling the important squares. This is like the first game in which the winning side's knight isn't directly involved in the winning process. Jordan's knight, Anish's knight, Magnus's knight on f7 ain't too shabby either, as it controls the crucial e5 square. So that's out of the question for Arjun. Knight b5 is futile. It's counterproductive. If he doesn't play that, I can't even find a way for him to tread water. He's almost in zugzwang in a weird kind of way. Moving the queen from the first rank allows a check on h1. Moving the knight allows queen a8. Moving one of the pawns weakens his king side. Moving the bishop allows the pawn forward. What does he even do here?
I have no idea. And I don't understand. What's it, -1 for black, essentially? Yeah, I feel like practically this is just
BS.
Nothing. Yeah, what do you even do? There's no threats. The knight on f7 is such a great defender. It covers the e5 square if you have everything up pushing the e5. It covers h6 if the queen moves away from h8, so you're never going to get a check there. G5 is an important square to cover in case the bishop leaves and there's no queen coming up into the enemy territory. So I just feel like black is everything nice and compact. And for Arjun here, even this move is hard to play.
Yeah, there's just not much to say here. I mean, it's a simple position. Magnus Carlsen has had a spotty track record of converting advantages, but you cannot compare the technical task in front of him here with that of his game against Praggnanandhaa in the previous round. There were a lot more pieces on the board. The position was a lot more double-edged. There were so many things different about that game. But Arjun, give him his due. He has played the top engine move, knight to b5. The idea, actually, is to meet queen a8 with queen a3. It is so hard to convince yourself that a queen trade doesn't lose on the spot, but apparently it's the only way to keep drawing chances alive.
That must lose, though, right? If we trade queens, I mean, I think it's a very forcing variation.
Mm-hmm. Should I
swap queen? Yeah, just
boom, boom.
It's like queen a3. If you take the queen, and bishop e5 even comes to mind as a way to just try to push your pawn.
How is this not plus 17,000?
It's probably on the, the depth isn't high enough where it probably is winning for black, but it's just going to take a while to get there. It just seems like it's too easy for black. That's also the biggest problem.
If I were to play devil's advocate, there is the obscure concept of sacking the bishop for g4, and then if you could guarantee that you win c7, black isn't left with all that many pawns. Obviously, if White could eliminate all of black's queenside pawns, knight versus knight and bishop is a dead draw, but that is obviously a total counterfactual. That is a very unlikely reality. I agree. I mean, even without delving deeper into this endgame, Arjun will have to convince himself that this is his best chance. And if he does that, kudos to him. But his work just begins in this endgame.
No, I just don't believe in the position. So Arjun will have to find something miraculous in order to survive this game against Magnus Carlsen. And we saw the interview with Magnus earlier in the show where he discussed the fact that if he's playing for first, he's always motivated. He'll have to find some internal motivation to play this final round. I would not have guessed that he wasn't playing for first place based on this game. From the very early stages, he decided to pick up the gauntlet, to play into the King's Indian, to go for an attack, and now he's in a position with great chances for him. So we'll leave Magnus and Arjun here. I believe Magnus will play Queen A8. It looks really strong for him. But if we zoom out of this one for a second, I think that another player who has the black pieces, the 3 games we have left, all of the players with black pieces are doing well. Parham Maksudlu is just dominating. He is up 2 pawns. There's not even much to really speak about because it's 2 clean extra pawns for the player from Iran. I don't see any hope for Levon Aronian there. And so I think that Parham, we can safely say, will go on to win this game. Something would have to go very wrong for him.
The plan for him is so depressingly simple. He just pushes his connected passers. You don't want to do it indiscriminately. You want to make sure to limit the counterplay afforded by White's tandem. He goes for a very precise move, knight g6 to e7. A knight trade, I think, would result in immediate resignation. Obviously, his king on g8 is in no threat of getting perpetualed. It has the h7 square. You can't even come up with a hypothetical perpetual construction. Levon could refrain from the knight trade. He probably will play a move like knight c7. I think Parham is getting his knight around into the center. And this is one of those games, Robert, where resignation could come now. It could come 10 moves from now, but the result is really not in question.
No, it's not. So if something gets interesting there, we will bring our attention back to the game. But of course, all eyes are on Abdusattorov against Jordan von Forest. It seems like your idea with the rook coming to c2 has been played by Nodirbek. And if we bring up that board, I just want to show one mistake that can be made here, because there's something that chess players are taught. They said when you're up material.
Guess, is it rook c3?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Right? When you're up material, trade pieces. So rook c3 says, I'm up 2 pawns, so let me trade off the rooks. But after rook takes c3 and pawn takes c3, the king, of course, will take back. And now white has this outside pass pawn. So unless black can very quickly go ahead and grab the pawn, it's going to take a long journey. And in the meantime, white is going to go after black's pawns. G6 and E6 are potential targets. So still maybe some chances to win this game for black, but objectively, you see the evaluation, it shows that white would have a draw with best play.
And I'll just tack onto your point by saying that knight e4 in this position, hey, I'm forcing a pawn endgame up a pawn after knight e4 to e4. Yes, technically black is up a pawn, but you can see the eval bar inverting there. White, of course, is winning after the prosaic king d4, and this is a classic winning plan. Black has to expend countless tempi to stop the a-pawn with his king, and in the time that he does so, white will simply sop up all of black's isolated pawns in the center, first d4, then g6, and finally e6. So Jordan will not play rook c3, but that is a very instructive line. A trade of rooks is good in some circumstances, but in this case, his rook is actually more active than its counterpart. I think the main decision he has to make is between the move that we started our analysis with, as I go back to the live board here for a second, and that is rook h3 to a3. I would argue that that is the most natural move. There is also, as I mentioned later, the possibility of jumping into f3 with the knight. And this is what I'd like to briefly point out. After knight f3, a5, things may appear a little bit dangerous for black, but if you calculate one move further, I don't think in fact, I think you can just take on e5. Robert, I think you can also play knight d4. Eval bar did not like that move. Probably knight takes e5. Oh, because you're going to c4. No, this is just game over. I didn't see the c4 square. This ends the game. The knight has to move. It has nowhere to move. It's trapped, and even if it wasn't, c4 would end the game. It's just lost on so many levels here.
Yeah, the b4 pawn is a pass pawn. It's not just an extra pawn. It is very good. Jordan is playing.
Giri is
so
jumping on his bed right now.
I'm guessing Giri stayed in the tournament. He's ready to buy Jordan a very nice dinner. They are friends. They both are from the Netherlands. And so, this would be a huge victory for Anish Giri. He's not playing, but Jordan could do him the ultimate solid by beating Abdusattorov. And now the pawns are collapsing down here. So let's see what White can do. How can you keep hope in this position after knight f3? Maybe knight g4. We said pushing the a pawn doesn't quite work. So bring the knight back to g4, at least for the time being. It protects your pawn on e5, and then the a5 pawn can push on the next turn.
So knight g4 is definitely an attempt. I have one more bizarro, ridiculous attempt, which I'll offer after we deal with knight g4. I suppose that black's knight will travel to d4 in this position. And the problem is that once you leave f6, the check on c7 is now entirely innocuous. After king d8, there's no follow-up check. So is there anything here to muddy the waters for white?
No.
Right answer.
Just being honest. Yeah. The thing about this, right? You need to get the... Actually, let's show this. This is very instructive. Rook c7 check. King f8. Now go the other way for a second.
Okay.
Let's say you run away. And then the knight goes into f6.
Ooh.
You know what I'm setting up. And the rook goes to a3. So I'm going to go get your a pawn. Yes. You put your rook on d7. And you say, oh no, my pawn, after rook takes a4, this is immediately a draw. The knight h7 check, knight back to f6. This is the perfect construction for white. The configuration of the pieces, the geometry is such that the king goes to g8. Of course, you go back. Don't go to the corner. As you go to king h8, rook h7 is check and mate. The knight covers g8, can't escape. So you go to the other direction with king e8, and then knight f6 check. The knight checks the king and protects the rook. The rook keeps control of the d8 and e7 squares. The king has to go back to f8, and then we get a repetition. It's a little bit of a wheel. So that's one configuration that's just probably useful to know for some of you people. I've had that in my games in the past against Gadakomsky. That has happened before. So, yeah, it's just something to keep in mind.
How many hearts has that drawing mechanism broken? Many, many, many hearts, especially in Blitz and Bullet, when these types of mechanisms are so easy to miss. And what makes that drawing idea you just showed particularly powerful is that it does not depend on any pawns. You could hypothetically set that up down 8 pawns, and that's essentially what Nodirbek is going to be down in this position. Unfortunately, Jordan is not going to go to f8. He is going to go the other way. He's going to go to d8, attacking the rook. That is going to give him the tempo that he needs to get his rook onto an ideal square. And as I said earlier, I think he might refrain entirely from pursuing the pawn on a4. If we go down this line perhaps one final time, and then we will let Jordan do the rest of the work. After rook c7 check, after knight d4, which he's going to play, rook c7, king d8. Doesn't really matter where the rook goes. Let's say the rook goes over to b7. I think there are a million ways to win this game. And as I look at it, I'm going to contradict myself, Robert. I think the simplest in human terms is to deliver a Czechoslovakia on b3. If you go to the c file, then what's going to await is probably another check on c3, or maybe the knight will dial back and dive its way into c4. If you go to the a file, you are awaited by another check, followed by rook takes a4, pre-move b3, deliver the check on a2, and just easily promote the pawn. And you're playing with a huge security blanket, because even if tragedy strikes and you lose the b pawn, you are still essentially completely winning with 2 extra pawns waiting for you in case of heartbreak. So just 2 or 3 moves away is Jordan Van Forest from really clinching without any shadow of doubt the victory in this game.
Wow. What an upset with the black pieces. Nodirbek Abdusattorov looked unstoppable. And if Jordan Van Forest can conclude this game in his favor, that's what it's looking like at the moment. That means that Anish Giri, you see the middle line here, Anish Giri clinches the tournament with an Abdusattorov loss. And that is looking more and more likely by the move, even by Abdusattorov's facial expression. Nodirbek is looking away. Usually he stares through his opponent's soul. I think he can hardly bear to look at this board, and I do feel for him. He played such an amazing event. He beat Magnus Carlsen. He was looking like he was in the best shape of anyone in the tournament, but it's easy to forget that Anish Giri, throughout this event, has shown tremendous preparation. He had some spoiled opportunities himself. There were a few games where it felt like Anish was in huge trouble. One of those games happened to be yesterday against Jordan Van Forest, where he was able to survive with a draw. So Anish Giri also deserved a lot of credit. No matter who ends up the tournament champion, both of those 2 players deserve to be at the top.
They do indeed. And I'll repeat another thing that I was saying a lot at the start of this tournament. which is that anybody in this tournament is capable of beating anybody else. Let's set form aside, let's set results aside, and rating aside. There's a reason that each and every one of these players is invited to Tata Steel. Just the fact that Jordan has won Tata Steel before should already be an indication beyond a shadow of doubt that he is capable of beating anyone on the planet. He's beaten virtually everyone on the planet at the top of the rating list, and he is just going to tack on to his list of achievements with a win in this game. Yes, Jordan has had a bit of a cold spell in the last year and a half. He hasn't had the kinds of spectacular performances that he had in 2021. He's dropped under 2,700, but put all of that aside. That is water under the bridge. That is just a bunch of noise, because we know that Jordan is capable in any individual game of playing at a high 2,700 level. There is no coincidence that Magnus Carlsen selected specifically him to help him out in his opening preparation for his World Championship match. Magnus Carlsen doesn't eeny, meeny, miny, mo and point his finger at just about anyone. Jordan is a creative, resilient, tactically gifted player who is capable of explosive performances in tournaments, but also, as he has shown today, in individual games.
And for Jordan, this is going to be a very big victory for him, because he started this tournament on shaky ground. It looked like he was going to suffer a losing record, and he will finish the tournament even with a win with a sub 500 record. But considering he was the lowest rated player in the field, that still is a perfectly good result. He headed into today's game gaining 1 rating point. When he beats Nodirbek Abdusattorov, that adds another, say, 6 rating points. It means that he gets to go from number 50-something in the world to number 40 in the world, something around there. So I think that for Jordan van Forest to be able to bounce back from 3 consecutive losses with the black pieces in this tournament, he lost in round 3 against Fabiano Caruana. He blundered a pawn. Let's not forget that he blundered a pawn in round 1 as well against Wesley So. He drew that game. Then he lost a game to Parham Magsudlu. Then he lost to Pragnananda. So he was actually dropping pieces, unfortunately for him, uncharacteristically throughout the event. And to be able to right the ship, better late than never, it's been an impressive second half for Jordan.
It has. And to take this discussion to kind of a meta level, our job as commentators, I think, not to put words in your mouth, is really to accentuate the positive, right? To focus on, to celebrate the achievements of each of these players, to highlight the incredible individual performances. And, you know, the praise, when it's repeated over and over again, it might seem saccharine, it might seem unauthentic, and there is such a thing as overhyping someone, or making a mountain out of a molehill, or pretending that a game decided by a massive blunder owes all of the credit to the victor. And I don't think we've done any of that in Raport's game. Anish Giri played a fantastic game, but he was helped along by a massive decisive blunder by Richard Rapport. True, but in this specific instance, Robert, I think Jordan van Forest has just played a fantastic game. Yes, there were a lot of mistakes in this endgame by Nodirbek, but the way that Jordan navigated the complexities, starting from around move 20 and ending right about now as he swings his knight to the correct square, has really been just a tour de force, something that's going to be analyzed, repeated, something that Jordan is definitely going to tell his grandkids about. The time that I beat Nodirbek Abdusattorov in Tata Steel 2023 to completely reshuffle the tournament standings.
And it's kind of odd to give credit to one move for what has been a long game. But if you don't mind, Danya, putting the position back on screen before he made the move h4. It's been all about the h-pawn for him. He started on move 7. With that move h5, he's like, I am going to fight today. And in this position, with h5 first, this was a big choice by him, creating new territory in the opening. h5 was just a move that says, all right, you're on your own. And it just was a fascinating choice. But then later, when he made the move h4, he decided that he was going to break free his rook on h8. The evaluation bar slightly in White's favor, but such a crazy tactical affair. He was able to cause Nodirbek some problems. He, in fact, pushed up onto h3 later to get his rook active. So it was all about Harry the h-pawn.
Wow.
And Jordan used it to great effect.
I think you drew a beautiful through line there. It's such a nice way, such a refreshing way to conceptualize and understand all of the twists and turns that we saw in this game. And we saw a lot of them. You could point to a lot of other auxiliary factors, but the progress of that H-pawn, it's been pushed 3 times at 3 very appropriate moments. And the final push of that H-pawn opened up the entire king side. It is exactly what allowed Jordan to have the machinery to get to Nodirbek's pawns on g5 and e5. Nodirbek thought that those pawns would win him the game when he positioned that knight on e4. Ultimately, they are most likely what's going to end up doing him in, and they are following precisely the line that we had analyzed. They check on b3, and I think a check on a3 is forthcoming. And have we given up hope on Nodirbek? Yes.
Yes, we have, because that king went to a2. If it had gone to c1 in this position, we were talking earlier, you don't want to trade rooks because it could be dangerous. But in that particular position, if the king went to c1, you're all good. The king went to c1, then rook c3 check looks good enough. You force the rooks off the board. Black has 2 full extra pawns. The king is close enough to the a pawn. So the reason it wasn't good earlier was because the white king was scooping up that pawn. Here, you got to keep it. That means just a completely winning endgame for black.
It is indeed. And to the younger members of the chat, to players watching and hoping to gain inspiration, hoping to occupy the chairs that Jordan, Van Forest, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov sit on right now, it's great to have lofty ambitions, but I always point out that even the best players in the world, they always take their time. Notice that Jordan hasn't made a single move really in under a minute and a half, even if the move is painfully obvious, as rook a3 check is. They always double check. They always make sure that there isn't anything better, anything more decisive. They blunder check, and they never get too arrogant, because no matter what your rating is, you are never too good for double checking a move. Jordan fully understands the gravity of the situation. And guess what, Robert? I don't think rook a3 check has force. I think there are other winning moves. Rook g3. You could slide your king to d7 preemptively and carve out the c3 square for yourself. Jordan just making sure that he finishes this game as surgically as he started it.
Yeah, he just does not want to give his opponent any semblance of hope. He is not giving him the slightest bit of hope, because after the king went to a2, he can, in fact, bring his rook over to a3 and take this pawn on a4 if he wants it. Now, if there were a black pawn on f7, then you have to be careful, because the knight can go back into f6. But here, Danya, the king has the escape square to f7, whereas if a pawn were on f7, that would actually be checkmate.
That's something. Great point.
Another mating construction. The other one was a drawing mechanism. This was a checkmate construction that you need to keep in mind.
You're always one step away from getting checkmated. That's a beautiful concept there. Put a pawn on f7. I actually can put it there for you. Knight to f6, if it were white to move, would create the insurmountable, the unstoppable threat of checkmate on e8. We mentioned the drawing mechanism with knight f6, h7. How many games have been suddenly decided by an endgame mate, right? All of those things Jordan has to keep in mind. He does indeed deliver a check on a3. And once again, taking his time, slowly, meticulously, methodically doing what at this point is the easy work to convert the advantage into the full point.
Yes, he's going to take this pawn on a4, but he is calculating that it is okay to do so. The last thing you want is to allow an endless barrage of checks to get your king in some trouble. But rook takes a4.
Yeah, he's done
See it on the board, and there he's played it. The camera a couple seconds behind there, but he has captured this pawn on a4. The next move is b3, followed by rook a2 check. It's just too simple.
Yeah, the machine just drives, the tank just runs white over here. Black is now 3 pawns up, and the final knight salvo by Nodirbek. He brings the knight back to f6 in desperation, but desperation it is, because this move doesn't even come with a threat. I think the simplest for black is just to play b3.
Straightforward. And b3
Go for it.
with the threat of rook a2 check. I mean, there's just nothing that white has. Knight f6, rook e8 check, the king slides to f7. That's one single check. It's not mate. But if that pawn were on f7, that would be an unstoppable checkmate threat. Thankfully for Jordan, it is not there. He wouldn't have fallen for this. And for Jordan Van Forest, what a end performance here. He almost took down Anish Giri. He played the ultimate role of spoiler, because by drawing Anish, he kept Abdusattorov in the lead. But now he takes down the leader of the event, and you can see it on Abdusattorov's face. He's leaning in, but there's nothing here. The king can always run away to f7, and I do think that he is going to resign in the near future, and that will leave Anish Giri with his first super tournament victory, and he can breathe a huge sigh of relief. He will win in front of his hometown crowd. The Dutch #1 will be a champion in Wijk at long last.
And what better way to silence the critics, to silence the trolls? Twitter responses can only get you so far. The best device is a tournament victory, and the best tournament to win is the 13 round, the most prestigious super tournament held annually, Tata Steel. It's held now for the 85th year. It's a nice round number. And Anish Giri will enter that incredibly exclusive club of players who have won this gargantuan, this Herculean tournament, who have withstood these 13 rounds and maintain their form from beginning to end. And that is exactly what Anish Giri did. Let me tell you though, Robert, he is still holding his breath. He hasn't opened that champagne bottle yet. He hasn't tucked into his filet mignon or whatever he will get for his celebratory dinner. He is still pegged either to the board if he's in the playing skull or to his computer screen if he's back relaxing in his hotel room. He will not celebrate. He will not jump on his bed. He will not pop the champagne until this game is over and the score sheets are signed. But let me tell you, the score sheets are about to be signed.
Yes, they are, because after the move B3 screwed into that square, the rook will be on A2 next. That pawn is a passer. It can hardly be stopped, and white just has no threats. All you can do is give a single check, if that. And we see Jordan and we see Nodirbek on screen. That what you always say, Danya, when you drink that water, you know that that player is happy, and he is drinking all of that water. Yeah,
it's true.
He's taking it, a sip and another, and he is going to have that sweet taste of victory in his mouth after this game. And, it's going to be one of those wins that you feel badly about, because for Abdusattorov, if he ended as the champion, you'd be like, that's fitting for this event. But he's young. He will be back. This is not going to be his last time in Wijk. It's not in the Masters tournament. He has more events coming up. He's won an Olympiad gold. He's won the World Rapid Chip. You can count the accolades here. We know how good Abdusattorov is, and it's going to sting. It's going to feel unfortunate. But we know that he will be back. He will continue his ascent, and he is just maybe one of the top few players in the chess world that everyone has their eyes on right now.
And I know this sounds very reductionist. It sounds like I'm minimizing the pain. The pain is real. The pain will persist for several weeks. The flight back home to Uzbekistan is not going to be a pleasant one. Nodirbek is just going to have these moments on repeat. What if I had just made one move differently? What if I, hadn't allowed Jordan's H-pawn to squeeze its way to H3? What if I didn't play Queen G3 and kept the queens on the board? All of the what ifs are going to accumulate, and they are going to keep circulating like a washing machine dryer. Like that cycle is just going to keep going and going and going. And we've all experienced that type of feeling when one thing we could have done differently could have led to a much happier conclusion. But he will get past this. And in the grand scheme of things, understanding that time heals all.
Wow, there it is.
Nodirbek resigns the game. He will get through this.
Wow. And with 70,000 plus people watching on Twitch and YouTube, they see the resignation. That means Anish Giri wins this tournament. And you can see the look on Abdusattorov's face. It's a tough one for him. But if he came into the event, if you asked him, you are going to finish in second place, you are going to beat Magnus Carlsen and win 3 other games, he would say, sign me up. Unfortunately, he had the lead. If he had lost in round 1 and stormed back, he'd be feeling great about his tournament. He'll feel badly about this for a little while, but when all is said and done, when we look back on the 2023 Tata Steel Chess Tournament, you have to say that Nodirbek Abdusattorov was an absolute beast.
He was a beast. There's no other word for it. He has defeated Magnus Carlsen. He has defeated the world number 2. He has so much to hang his hat on and be proud of. And there's smiles exchanged. So gracious by both players right there. Let's not neglect that moment. Nodirbek could have easily stormed out of the playing hall. What pain he must be feeling on the inside, and yet maintaining his professionalism, congratulating Jordan on a well-deserved win. And I'm sure that he will congratulate Anish Giri as well. What a performance. What an end to the tournament. And there, Robert, we have it. The smiling face of Anish Giri, and that smile will be on his face for many days to come.
He was a deserving champion. He won that final game against Richard Rapport. That one was a true fight where Richard was uncomfortable and ultimately blundered. And you see people talking about Anish Giri, silencing the critics, the haters, and he won this event. And it's not about the internet right now. It's about his play in this tournament. Because as we look at the leaderboard with one game still in progress, or 2 games, I should say. Levon Aroni is about to lose to Paramaksulu, but Anish Giri officially wins the 2023 Tata Steel Chess Masters. He wins in round 13 against Richard Rapport. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he stumbles in the final hurdle, and that hurdle is Jordan von Forest.
What an absolutely unbelievable finale. And if we trace the arc of Anish Giri's career, where does that false reputation come from? The reputation that Anish Giri doesn't win super tournaments. All he does is make quick draws against the top players. Well, it comes from the 2016 Candidates Tournament, where Anish Giri played 14 games and he made 14 draws. And ever since then, Anish has struggled to shake that reputation. He's been the butt of some Twitter jokes. And guess what? I think now it's time to officially move on. It's time to officially acknowledge Anish 2.0, and Anish Giri, who brings to the table sharp opening preparation, exquisite tactical play, and who comes to every tournament with only one desire in mind: to claim first place, even if Magnus Carlsen is participating. This must feel amazing for Anish Giri. And what better way to celebrate his victory, Robert, than to remind everybody, particularly those who are just waking up and joining us, how Anish Giri won that sparkling final game against Richard Rapport. Take it away.
It was a positional advantage. We see that white has great control of the light squares. If the light square bishops ever get traded, the dark square bishop is helpless against a knight that will jump right back into d5. But here, Danya, that move f4, what a choice from Anish Giri. He kicks that bishop back to f6, and he said one pawn push is not enough. He throws the next pawn up the board with g4. And as we saw this game continue here, after the next few moves, Danya, it was just getting scarier and scarier for the Black King. And unfortunately for Richard Rapport, after this next turn here, rook c4, queen 3, queen to e6, f5 was an absolute shot. It opens up the Black King. And after g takes f5, which is an acceptable move, knight f4 hits the queen, aims for h5. And this, after queen e5, step 1 is correct. Step 2 was not. King g6 was a fatal error.
It was indeed. This position signified Richard Rapport's last chance to change the outcome of the tournament. He had to play the fearless king to f8, a move we cannot really blame him for eschewing, because you have to allow what seems to be a devastating check on a8 to add insult to injury, a capture with check on a7. But if you carry this line forward after king f8, it transpires that white actually doesn't have a good way to coordinate his pieces. Let's not forget that Anish Giri has also introduced major weaknesses to his king position by pushing his pawns. The engine does assign a small advantage for white after a move like rook f1. It's hard to say how the game would have ended here. Anish Giri still might very well have won in Richard Rapport's time pressure, but that did not happen. It is not meant to be. Instead, Rapport walked the king forward to g6, allowing a brilliant tactic that Anish spotted immediately. We could see it written all over his face. He actually didn't write the move king g6 down until a couple minutes had passed. So disbelieving was he that Richard Rapport blundered the incredible rook takes d6, a classic deflection sacrifice. If you take the rook, you get checkmated on f5, and that was all she wrote, Robert. A couple of attempts to keep the game going, but Anish Giri was not about to let the cat out of the bag. Another accurate move with the rook d5, and what a way to finish the game. Queen to g3 check, forcing the queen trade. Is he about to convert a technical endgame? No, he is not. You're shaking your head. I'm shaking your head. Richard Rapport extended his hand, because after queen takes g3, knight takes g3, you're going to get checkmated on one of two squares. Either h5, or if you cover that square, the rook is going to move just about anywhere, even as simple as rook takes b5, and knight f5 is simply unstoppable. You have to give up your rook, and, well, with an extra exchange and 3 pawns, I think Anish Giri would have converted it into a win.
I believe that would have been the case. And even if Richard Rapport had not made that blunder, it was going to be difficult. It was just a tense position, a lot of tactics there. So Anish Giri, he played a game without fear. He threw his pawns forward. He earned himself a victory, not just in round 13, but in the Tata Steel Masters. And now there still are games going in this final round. That is how determined the players are. They don't want to just go home. They fight to the very end. And in the game in the middle, Parham Maksudlu with the black pieces, he is about to win, promoting his pawn against Levon Aronian. And then we have Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces in the bottom left against Arjun Erigaisi. We will dive into that one more deeply. But first, we will take a break. And when we return, we will just look at the final games here at the Tata Steel Chess Masters. Actually, Maksudlu, he might already be about to win, so maybe we'll stay here. The pawn went up to a2. And
kill the commercial.
Kill the commercial, exactly.
Yeah, well, the pawn has appeared on a2. It is rifling forward with preternatural speed. And I'm going to flip that game on because we are watching Levon Aronian take his last breaths here. He has managed to create exactly 0 counterplay against Black's king. That Luft square on h7 is all that Black needs to dodge White's futile attempt at perpetual check. Levon Aronian continues his agony no more. It's a handshake, and it is a win for Parham Magsulu, and the first loss, Robert, for Levon Aronian in this tournament. That is an absolute backbreaker.
Yeah, no, that is unfortunate for him. He was playing a good event. He drew that first game against Magnus Carlsen where he showed great defense. He ended up almost winning against Arjun Erigaisi. Wasn't meant to be in that one in a tricky endgame. And he did score a victory over Vincent Keimer, but the rest of the games were drawn. He ends the tournament with a loss. But Parham Magsulu, he finishes with a flourish.
And you've pointed this out several times. Parham was a last-second replacement for Jan Krzysztof Duda, who couldn't make it. So not only was his performance impressive, the lead-up to it is impressive as well. He didn't have the time to prepare that the other participants had. He had to book a ticket straight to Amsterdam. He had to make preparations about a week in advance. And not only did he do that with grace, he managed to turn this tournament around. I think he's actually going to gain rating, and he's going to come away with a couple of sparkling victories. Yes, a few painful losses as well, particularly the one against Gukesh. That is going to sting, but the bitterness, the pain of that game is going to be diluted by the sweetness that he must be feeling now as he defeats Levon Aronian with the black pieces to cap off a fantastic tournament performance.
Yeah, he gains about 10 rating points. So Parham Magsulu at his career high rating. So an excellent event for the last second replacement. He won his final 3 games. Parham Magsulu beat Pragnanda, he beat Erigaisi, he beats Aronian. So what a finish. It's a turkey if you're going bowling. But for the player from Iran, it was just an excellent display of aggressive tactical chess. So we are going to head towards a break. We see our 6 results are in the books. We have Arjun Erigaisi still playing against Magnus Carlsen. And well, speaking of Magnus Carlsen, when this tournament ends, his chess playing does not, because we have some excellent events coming up in the very near future. We are so excited to announce the Champions Chess Tour 2023 with Chess.com and Play Magnus Group officially coming together. We're bringing you a chess tour like no other, with the biggest prize pool the chess world has ever seen, $2 million. It all kicks off with the Air Things Masters play-ins on February 3rd with your reigning CCT and CGC champs, Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, locked into play. We will call all the action right here at twitch.tv/chess. Use the command CCT in chat for more. And as you see, Nodirbek Abdusatarov's results, he had a great first half. The last game was the one that left him in second place rather than first, but we'll see if Magnus Carlsen can join him after this short break.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text?
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
He's gonna win the tournament.
This is gonna be a turnaround.
Whoa.
Oh. 3 seconds. 1 second. Make a move. Wow.
Just a few games remain in the playing hall. In the background is the challenger section. In the front view is Magnus Carlsen taking on Arjun Erigaisi. And all the way in the back are the many fans who are staying to the end of this tournament. It is a true chess festival. It's known as the Wimbledon of chess. And they want to see Magnus Carlsen play his final game in Wijk in the year 2023. So, Danya, we know our winner of the year. It is Anish Giri. At long last, he is a runner-up no more. And as you see on this graphic, he has finally won in the year 2023 with a score of 8.5 out of 13.
What a story. Third time's the charm? No. Sixth time is the charm. Anish Giri was runner-up in 2014. He had 2 chances to win Tata Steel in a tiebreaker against Magnus Carlsen. And then what really stung in 2021 against Jordan van Foreest, Anish Giri was a monster in that tournament as well. That's when he came to be known as Anish Giri 2.0. That really was the watershed moment in his career when he came armed to the teeth with great opening preparation, but it wasn't meant to be. He lost in a time scramble, and now it took until 2023. Anish Giri is still very young. He's only 28 years old, but already so experienced, so patient, so resilient. And Robert, what we just saw today, the scenario that unfolded before our eyes, is one that I honestly will never forget. We had mentioned this outcome as a remote possibility, as something that we had to mention because we do our job as commentators and let people know what could happen. I did not think even for a second that 20% of this was going to happen, much less that Anish Giri was going to win outright when he was trailing by half a point going into the last round. It's even hard to conceptualize mathematically that this is possible, and it actually happened.
Abdusattorov had the white pieces, and he was playing the lowest rated player in the field, someone who had struggled throughout the event. But Jordan van Foreest, he showed his championship fortitude, his pedigree. He has won this event before. And I just want to say, for Anish Giri, this is more than just a tournament that he has won. This is a tournament in front of the Dutch people. All of the newspapers in the country, they pay attention to this event. It's the 85th edition. And so I think more than just winning rating points and winning a chess tournament, this could be a huge spark for his chess career. The amount of attention that will be on him. I hope he's on the talk shows. I hope that the Dutch public, they really celebrate this victory because it was hard fought. It was well earned. And it was a last minute scramble. He had to beat Richard Rapport, and then he needed his compatriot and friend, Jordan van Foreest, to take down the leader, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So he is a runner-up no more. He is a champion, and he has earned this championship.
And just an amazing side fact is that both the number 1 and number 2 players in this tournament, the winner Anish Giri, and it's hard to say this, but the runner-up Nodirbek Abdusattorov, both of them have defeated the number 1 and number 2 rated players in the world. Ding, of course, is now in the live ratings number 3, but at the time of the game, he was number 2. I'll do some research. I am definitely a chess history and chess stats nerd, but I think that you can probably count on one hand the amount of times that has happened in a chess tournament. This actually might be the first time that it's ever happened. Both Nodirbek and Giri deserve the ultimate kudos, but Anish, he was the one with just a little bit more gas left in the tank and a little bit of more steel around those nerves on the final day of action on this amazing Sunday.
As we bring up the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Magnus Carlsen, the final one in the 2023 Masters, I was shaking my head just because Maxime Vachier-Lagrave beat the number 1 and 2 rated players in the world in a Sinquefield Cup past. So it is a rare occurrence. Okay. And the reason why is because Magnus Carlsen has been the number 1 rated player for over a decade, for 12 years, I believe, and he doesn't lose very often. So
yeah, and has lost about 3 games in that time.
Right. In order to beat number 1 and number 2, you need to beat Magnus, and he just rarely loses. But in this game, I mean, he is definitely not going to lose. And you see the evaluation bar. It is all the way down. Arjun Erigaisi has had a bad tournament. There is no beating around it. He has lost to this point 18 plus rating points. If he loses this game, he may even just be at 2,700, if not dropping a little bit below. So he wants to get out of Wijk as quickly as possible, but he would prefer to end on a result that's not a loss. But look at this position, Danya. We count the material. Black is up a pawn, and it's a pass G pawn. White's king, not the safest. Black's king, hard to see how it gets attacked. You would need to go queen A3, queen A7 check. It takes a couple turns, and Black's queen is ready to slide down to H1 if that queen leaves the first rank. This just seems like a position that is getting out of hand, or maybe it's already lost for Arjun.
Yeah, it's out of hand for Arjun. It's definitely in Magnus's hands. He is an endgame virtuoso. He was, by now, I think it is safe to say, the undisputed best endgame player of all time. I think he would win this game with 3 minutes left on his clock. He has managed his time exquisitely in this game. He still has 26 minutes to navigate his way through the final couple of hurdles. I think the simplest is indeed to play the move G3. You can trade queens. You can win without trading queens just by driving the pawn down to G2. And finally, Arjun has paved the way for the move C5. And still, that move has been on the horizon and on the docket, Robert, forever. It's like something that you see, but you can never reach it. You keep walking and walking, and you never seem to find the opportunity to play that move. And even still, after the knights have been taken off the board, if we just look at one more line, after G3, Arjun might very well try C5, but it ain't going to cut it because I can take one pair of pawns off the board. The problem is that as long as the king is on the queen side, and let's not forget, this seems like it was an eternity ago. No, this was this very same game. Arjun's king used to be on the king side. He evacuated it for safety reasons because Magnus was gearing up for a massive attack on the king side. Well, how sardonic, how unfortunate it is that Arjun will end up getting victimized on the side of the board that he ran in order to evacuate from an attack. The simple queen to h4 creates decisive threats against White's king. Yes, Black allows the move c6, but in comes the queen, bang, after queen b2, bang, and Black delivers the decisive check. White either loses the light squared bishop or after the capture, he loses the dark squared bishop, and Black follows up by making another queen. What a game for Magnus. And it's not over yet, Robert, but you just feel that sense of control. You just know that he knows how to land the plane here.
Yeah, and he probably won't even give Arjun this much play because the position we have on screen is winning for Black. It's clearly winning, but I'm wondering if at the start he will do something that just leaves Arjun with no options. And it just feels like the Magnus thing to do. We've seen it so many times over the years where he plays these moves that just handcuff his opponent and they can't do much of anything. So in the live position, Dunya, I'm wondering, G3 looks very strong. Why not just push your pawn to the other side? I'm just wondering if there's something else that Magnus would consider here that doesn't give Arjun even a breakthrough with the C5 move.
Is there anything concrete you're thinking about?
I liked bringing my queen to A8, but there's a pawn on E5, and the queen has gone back and forth, by the way.
Yeah,
the queen was on H8, then it went to A8, and now it's back to H8. And I'm thinking about going back to A8. I know it just sounds like a lot of eights, and it's kind of like a figure eight, but E4, I think, is a way to open up the queen and the bishop. That way, next move can be queen to A8.
Yeah, LaGuardia to JFK, back to LaGuardia, and finally it ends its journey on A8. I think that's a lovely idea, E4 and Queen A1. You always need to think about mating ideas, no matter how many pieces are left on the board, or how few pieces, in this case, are left on the board. I agree. Queen A8, you close your eyes and you essentially pre-move the move E4. Even if White plays Queen C2 to prevent it, that actually makes E4 even stronger because it deprives the king of its final evacuation square. And this is just flat out checkmate. Wherever you turn, Robert, the lines are extremely one-sided. Black has an abundance of options. Magnus always emphasizes precision. He always emphasizes the elimination of his opponent's counterplay. So he's going to take his time here, but I've given up hope on Arjun.
Yeah, this game, it looks like it's completely out of hand. And if Magnus Carlsen wins this game, that means he would have won 4 out of his final 7 rounds. That is incredible. In any other tournament, in any other year, Magnus probably would have ended up in first place. But the problem was he dropped the rounds to Anish Giri and to Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He first lost to Giri in round 4. He had the white pieces, the black piece against him. And then with the white pieces in a rebound game, he lost that one as well to the Uzbek sensation. So for Magnus, he ends the tournament with an absolute bang. 4 wins, 3 draws in the final 7 games. That's phenomenal, but he just lost those 2 games to Giri and Abdusattorov, and that's the only thing keeping him back from another first-place finish. And it just goes to show how dominant he's been that we are saying what a terrible tournament he's had. He's going to end up in a tie for second place. And as I just noted, he beat many strong players along the way.
I was going to say the exact same thing in a slightly different way. I know that half the chat cringes when I make any sort of sports reference, so I promise I won't belabor the point. But when we see dominant athletes, and one could debate whether Magnus Carlsen could be called an athlete. You know what I mean. A sportsman, someone who dominates their field. The expectations for them, as you're saying, become so sky high that essentially anytime they don't win a tournament in ultra convincing fashion, we call their performance a failure. Well, the fact that we even do that in and of itself signifies the extent of their dominance. It's not even the tournaments that Magnus Carlsen wins that show us how dominant he is and how long he's been dominant for. It's the tournament that he doesn't win. It's the big deal that we make of a performance where he scores +2, +3, and stays out of first place by half a point. The fact that we have these expectations means that Magnus Carlsen is undisputedly the greatest player alive right now, perhaps the greatest player in the history of chess. But this tournament belongs to Anish Giri, and this moment in the sun belongs squarely to the Dutch Grandmaster.
It does. And he beat Magnus Carlsen. That is what separates the two of them. It's going to be a half point ahead for Anish Giri. He beat Magnus Carlsen, and that was a really nice game from Giri. So Anish started well, he finishes well, and that's why he is he has already won this event. He's clinched it. But for Magnus Carlsen, right, this final game, we heard his interview. He seemed a bit down. But then if he looks back on the tournament, the last bunch of games, and he plays e4, opening up his bishop and queen. He wants queen a8 down to a1 with checkmating threats. But if he looks back at the finish here, it was great. 4 wins in the final 7 rounds. That is exceptional. That's a performance rating through the roof that gains him rating, which is very hard for him to do. And he has been just so dominant in years past that we expect him to win. And when he doesn't win, it's like, oh, what's Magnus up to? What's wrong with him? And it seemed like something was wrong when he dropped rounds 4 and 5. And then since then, it's just been he's crushing people. It's not even close. The game against Fabiano Caruana when he had black.
I was thinking that too.
He blew him off the board. It was not close at all. His win over Richard Rapport the round before that, Richard got desperate and sacrificed pieces, but Magnus was playing well. His victory over Magsudlu, another nice game from Magnus. So I just feel like the Magnus we've seen in the second half of the tournament, he proves why he's the best player in the world. He just was not in form in rounds 4 and 5, and Anish Giri took him down and thus earned tournament victory later, helped by that early win.
Indeed, he did. And really what separated Magnus from tournament victory, even with those 2 losses, were those 2 white games against Gukesh and Prague. And as I said before, I really think that those are the games that actually sting the most, not the losses. It's that draw, especially yesterday against Pragnananda. Magnus missed a tactic we expected him to see, but as weird as it is to say this, Magnus is human. He does have the occasional human moment, the occasional moment that we have sort of on a daily basis, that we have every tournament. Magnus has it once in a blue moon. And so when he has it, we make such a big deal of it. But by and large, Magnus Carlsen has demonstrated yet again that he is the best player in the world, that even when he is in quote unquote bad form, he plays at the very least 4 or 5 games that we can all learn from. And that if anybody else played, they would consider them to be some of the best games of their career. For Magnus Carlsen, a game like Fabiano Caruana, or even a game like this one against Arjun Erigaisi, a brilliant positional display, a textbook illustration of all the litany of ideas available to Black and King's Indian structures. For Magnus Carlsen, it's just par for the course. Of course, he wins the final game with Black against the most talented Indian junior. Of course he does it, because he's Magnus Carlsen. That's what he does.
He wins games, but your point is well taken. That draw yesterday, imagine if he had won that game and then won this one, he would end up in the tie for first with Anish Giri. So after rounds 4 and 5, everyone thought, okay, this is gone. He's got no chance. But then he stormed back and he almost made it happen. But Magnus Carlsen, he is definitely going to win this game. Let's talk about the ways he can move forward here. So the bishop just took a pawn on b6. There is no follow-up for white. I think that Black, you can think about trying to get your queen in. Queen a8 is met by bishop a5. So that's a good defensive resource that Arjun has. So maybe you can slither in from the other side, play queen h2, and then try to bring the queen around that way. It also can play g3 next. So you're helping your g-pawn. You're bringing your queen into the e2 square, and you're just hunting for checks, which inevitably will lead to checkmate. Not such a queen e5, getting your queen in front of the bishop. I didn't even think about that at first. Oh my gosh, everything is a threat.
Queen h2 is an excellent move. I've heard this type of move referred to as a setup move. In and of itself, it doesn't carry a threat, but you could argue that it carries a second order threat. It is a move that sets up decisive threats. It puts the kibosh on all of White's remaining counterplay. And by the time White finishes putting his pants on the queen side, by the time the pawn even reaches c6, the king is going to be mated 7 ways to Sunday. And I can finally use that expression on a Sunday. So it makes a little bit more sense. Queen h2 is on the board. Magnus Carlsen does not miss moves like this at all. He missed one of those moves against Praggnanandhaa. That was his allotment for the year.
And look at this. Queen to e5 is a threat, and that lines the bishop and the queen up on the same diagonal, going over to a1. There are no moves to stop queen e5. Maybe it's not going to be the best move after this, but g3 is available to you.
Yeah,
and
there's
White
a past
is so
pawn
far away
that we thought would win the game. It turns out the black's just going to win by checkmate, but there's this little thingy over on g4.
And for White, what's the current move? c5 just locks your bishop away from the rest of the game. That doesn't seem very helpful. The d5 pawn will also be loose. So,
allow me
do you have a
to
move?
make a remark. Sorry to interrupt you. It'll be worth it, I promise. That just this remark alone tells us everything we need to know. I did commit the grave sin of turning on our Silicon Fiend. The top move is bishop b6 to d8. And no, there's no devious idea. You literally give the bishop away, then the bishop returns to f6, and black delivers checkmate. Do I need to say anything else?
No, that is how you know the position is incredibly lost and incredibly sad. When your best move is bishop d8, just giving away a free piece to distract the bishop for one turn. So that must mean that there is a checkmate on the horizon. A queen e5 looks like it's just going to crush White's position. Yeah, I got nothing for you, Danya.
I guess Arjun could throw in a check on e6, but even that move harms his defensive chances as if he has any, because once the bishop moves away from f5, black gets yet another mating idea, pushing not the g-pawn, but the e-pawn. And not to promote it, but to vacate the e4 square for his light-squared bishop. So every single one of black's pieces, perhaps except the king, could in some way contribute to the mating mechanism. Magnus will choose his pick. Arjun Erigaisi there. He knows the outcome of the game. He is searching hard for last-ditch attempts. He does not want to lose the last game of the tournament. It really is a heartbreaking performance for Arjun. He will come away without a single win, not how he envisioned his first Tata Steel. But the key words there, Robert, his first Tata Steel, definitely not his last. Well, his first Tata Steel Masters, I should say, because he rampaged the challengers last year. And all he needs is a little bit more experience. And as I said about Vincent, he too will come back stronger. He will analyze the games, and he will come back with a vengeance next year.
And you see it for most of the teenagers in this field. They have dominated the circuits, right? When they play the Challengers Tournament, we saw Arjun Erigaisi crush that field. And then they play in some open events, and they win those titles. But it's a lot different when you're playing in a closed round robin with 13 players who are amongst the world's best. And that's with all due respect to the grandmasters out there that they've been beating along the way, but they're beating sometimes grandmasters like me versus grandmasters like Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana and Ding Liren. You get the point. So it's a great lesson for them. It's probably their first classical event playing this level of opposition. And we saw Arjun Erigaisi in the World Rapid and Blitz. I mean, he had such a great performance. I think his opponent average in the Rapid was something like 27-20, and he scored like 8.5 out of 13 points, something like that. Maybe it was 8 out of 13. Either way, it was a massive score against great opponents. We know he has what it takes, but this in his first foray into the top section, it was a tough go of it for him, and we definitely feel for him. Magnus Carlsen is not going to be sympathetic. It will be Arjun Erigaisi's 5th loss of this event to go along with 8 draws, and he'll get back to the drawing board. He will improve, and he will find more success in another event.
And I will tie up our discussion of Arjun by making a point that I made after we finished commentating a tournament a couple of months ago, which is that chess fans, I think, fall into the trap of just assuming that the result of each tournament is in some way predetermined, or it was meant to be and it had to be this way from the very beginning. Not so. And I think Arjun's performance is a case in point. Lest we forget, Arjun did not lose a game until I think round 4 or round 5. He had a brilliant save with the black pieces in time pressure against Anish Giri. In fact, he saved several bad positions in a row in the early going of the tournament. And we just thought that if he manages to get out of the opening in a slightly better position, then he will be able to turn the tournament around and score some victories. He had a better position against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So one of the most scintillating things about chess, as Magnus shifts his queen even closer to White's king, completing the vice-like grip and setting up 8,000 checkmate threats, things could have turned out differently, Robert. And things really do, in elite chess, come down to one move. One move differently against Nodirbek. One move differently by Magnus Carlsen against Pragnananda. And we could have been looking at an entirely different cross table, singing a completely different tune, singing the praises of completely different players. That takes nothing away from Anish Giri's performance. It just shows that everything comes down to the details.
They do indeed. And Arjun Erigaisi, he handed the U.S. team some suffering in this past Olympiad. He beat Leonard Dominguez in the final round, and Leonard was having a great tournament. So I was there firsthand to watch Arjun's excellence. He also won the Abu Dhabi Festival, the Masters tournament.
That was amazing.
He went, I think, 7 or 7.5 out of 9, and he just was dominating an impressive field. He beat Wang Hao. I remember that game. So I feel like, he's on the cusp of something, and he's shown that he is a 2,700 plus player. It's just so difficult to play this level of opposition. 13 rounds against players where you lose a game in a Swiss tournament, you get a lighter pairing. You lose a game here, and your next opponent is Magnus Carlsen. That's just pain adding on top, setting insult to injury almost. So I feel for the guy. He's so strong. He's so likable. He is an absolute legend. He signed a huge sponsorship deal in India, and he is about probably one move away from resigning in this one. And Magnus Carlsen is going to take this final game here at the Tata Steel Chess Masters.
He is indeed. There are many ways, every road leads to Oslo here. And the queen, I think, is going to slide back to d3 with a devastating check. In the event that White's queen blocks, I think the queen will slide to its final destination on a3. If the king moves away, that bishop from f3 could jump into d1. Literally, if you lift a piece and drop it on a square, the likelihood is, Robert, that move will indeed lead to checkmate, and Magnus is not going to keep Arjun Erigaisi struggling too much longer. A check on d3 has been delivered, and resignation will happen any second now.
And with that win, Magnus Carlsen will go into a share of second place. There are no tiebreaker matches for second place. He will tie with Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who beat him head-to-head. So for Magnus, a good end to what has been an event to forget. And look at that. It's a handshake. It's a victory. And I do feel for Arjun Erigaisi. I mean, such a good player, such an excellent person. He's won the Junior Speed Chess Championship ahead of Nihal Sarin. And the players, they're talking about this game. The tournament is over. It's been a long time, and yet they still want to talk about chess.
And I just have to commend, the sort of state of chess in India. There's a huge chess boom going on. We've obviously named the big names so many times, from Nihal Sarin to the two competitors in this tournament, Gukesh and Erigaisi, but also just the class with which they handle themselves. It's not just the moves they make on the board. I have noticed that after every one of his losses, Arjun Erigaisi has remained at the board, calmly discussing his mistakes with his opponents. And I know that may seem like a small thing, but that right there, I think, is the hallmark of a future champion. Arjun handles himself like a professional. He cares about the truth. He cares about improving. And he understands that these 20 points he loses in this tournament, yes, very painful. Yes, he's going to come back to his hotel room and he ain't going to be happy tonight, but he's going to move on from this. He's going to learn from his mistakes. And this is not his last game. Far from his last game against the world champion.
And I believe Fabiano Caruana said on the C-Squared podcast, when talking about these teenagers, the kind of next generation who has the chance to reach 2,800, I believe that Fabiano singled out Arjun Erigaisi. He said that he sees it in him, that he is capable in all facets of the game. He's great at quick chess. He's great, of course, in classical chess. And just the way he is able to put a stranglehold on certain positions, but then also open up with devastating tactics. Arjun Erigaisi is a beast. He just was in a tournament full of bigger beasts at the moment. So it's just a next tournament, it could be completely different. Abusatarov and Arjun could switch places, but it just wasn't his event this time around. We look forward to seeing him back in the tournaments, but we do have to talk about what happened besides this game. Magnus Carlsen scores a victory with the black pieces. So did Jordan van Forest in an upset, and Anish Giri is thrilled because with his win over Richard Report, Anish Giri is the champion.
You would be forgiven if you just joined us, if you just woke up. If you're on the West Coast, it's still 8:40 in the morning. The sun is still just coming up. Hopefully, you roused yourself early. If you didn't, you will want to watch the replay because this was one of the most epic rounds I have ever seen in any tournament in my entire chess commentating career. You would be forgiven for assuming that there is a typo, that no, Nodirbek Abdusatorov should have the 1, Jordan van Forest should have the 0. It is not a typo. Jordan van Forest delivers. He is the kingmaker. He is the ultimate spoiler. He changes the final standing. Anish Giri is going to buy him a whole case of Dom Perignon or whatever Jordan van Forest desires. And Anish Giri wins the tournament with a monster score of 8.5 out of 13. And let's not pretend, Robert, that win was coincidental. Was he helped? Yes, he absolutely was. Did he deserve this win? Yes, he absolutely did. Among his wins, Magnus Carlsen, Ding Liren, and in the last round, a sparkling, brilliant...
You mean Richard Report?
Richard Report. It's been a long day, my friend.
Hey, yeah, but Jordan was his friend, and Richard Report, we see he leads the bottom half of the tournament, 6.5 out of 13. He was doing so well in the last bunch of rounds, and then today he blunders in one move in a tough position. So we understand how that happens. And for the rest of the field, Jordan van Forest jumps up to a tie for 9th place with Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa improves on his performance from last year. I believe he scored 5.5 a year ago. This year, 6 points. He showed at the start of the tournament that he can play for first place, and then it kind of went downhill from there a bit. That's the nature of this tournament. The biggest player on the stage who struggled was Ding Liren, 5.5 out of 13. That is not what we're used to seeing from the World Championship challenger. And while we have to congratulate Anish Giri, I mean, he really had the performance of a lifetime. It's just such a great feat for him. He did catch up with Fiona.
The main feelings are related to the game. I found out that I ruined a very big advantage, so I'm slightly annoyed with that. I thought it was a better game than it was. Because I think I told you in the previous interview, it doesn't work. There's Bishop G7 is there. So yeah, I cannot say it's the best day. But of course, it's the best result I've had so far, obviously. I think it's, as Jordan said also, when he won, like it's hard to have a better result other than win the World Championship. But of course, as I already was saying before, like this doesn't change very much in terms of what I have to do looking forward. And I have a lot of challenges this year. And yeah, it stays the same. There's a lot to accomplish, and already here and there I felt there's a lot of work to be done for me. And even though I rose in the rankings very much, I felt that I've been given a little bit of a like an advance payment, and I still have to do a lot of work because I haven't played classical chess for so long, and I saw here. Remembered, what it takes to play classical chess well, and yeah, I'm need to work.
You heard it from Anish Giri. That was this the best day? It would have been better if he was even more precise than the precision he showed to take down Richard Report. And that's such a chess player answer, Danya, that when you win the game that leads you to the tournament victory of your life, you're still a little bit upset that you didn't play perfectly.
And let me tell you, Anish Giri is euphoric. I think those feelings of happiness, of unbridled euphoria, they're bubbling up inside of him, but he's still just getting his eyes adjusted to the final tournament standings. He has just won that game. He still needs to just pinch himself and remind himself that, yes, this is reality. I think later today, when the tension will have fully subsided, when the players will be seated together at a table for the closing ceremony, it will dawn on Anish Giri what he has just done. And what that is a tournament victory in the second most important event after the World Championship. This is an incredible accomplishment. It is one that he will cherish for many years. But as Anish Giri is the first to admit, he hopes to use it not as the culmination of his career. Obviously, he isn't even 30 years old, but as a springboard to even greater achievements and hopefully one day the World Championship.
I know Anish Giri quite well, and I know that his thoughts are that he wants to be the best player in the world. He doesn't just want to win a tournament here, a tournament there. He wants to be the best, and that is the drive you need to succeed and to become a champion like he became today in Tata Steel. So, Danya, it's been an amazing event. We saw some players come back from the dead, so to speak, like Parham Maksulu winning 3 in a row, finishing the top half of the field. He was a last-second invitee. So, of course, the storylines were about Anish Giri, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Magnus Carlsen, the big three, if you will. But what are your final thoughts about the tournament at large?
Well, I'm speechless. I feel like in these moments when a tournament of this magnitude, of this gravitas, when it comes to an end, words really fail to capture the essence of the moment, because the essence of the moment is ineffable. It's so deep, it cannot be captured in just a couple of sentences. But what I will say, first and foremost, is that it has been a great honor, a pleasure, a privilege to cover this event. I'd like to shout out my previous co-commentator, Jovanka Huska. But of course, Robert, we covered the last 3 days. There really isn't anybody I could possibly think of who I would rather buckle in to the seat and watch the games with. I think you're amazing. And, it has been just such a treat to have courtside seats to the action in this marathon event. It wasn't always easy to wake up. It was still dark outside when our alarms went off. Sometimes we stumbled in various states of undress with teeth unbrushed to the computer. But at the end of the day, there would be nowhere I would rather be than in front of the computer watching these games as the tournament unfolded and as we hit an epic finale. What a performance by Anish Giri. How many storylines and narratives did we see in this tournament? Countless. Wherever you look, you will see amazing games, you will see memories, and you will see performances that will be remembered for many years to come.
They certainly will, and the feeling is mutual there, partner. And I just want to say that, on behalf of all the players in this field, from first place finisher Anish Giri, all the way down to the teenagers who struggled, some of them who showed better chess in the second half, this would not be possible without their play, their great chess. They are trying their best, they are giving it their all, and they're also performing works of art for us as we see them play some beautiful games. So I want to thank the players first and foremost. I did thank you, partner. I want to thank the chat for always being there, for watching these games, even when they start very early in America's time zones. And of course, our producers, all the commentators. I mentioned Jovanka Huska, also Tanya Sachdev. She had the call with me earlier in the event. And of course, just everybody who plays chess. So thank you so much. If you haven't had enough chess, a rebroadcast of this final round will take place at 10 a.m. Pacific time. I know it's early for plenty of people, and it's Sunday. Maybe you're doing other things, but we will have a rebroadcast at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So tune in for that if you missed the start of the round. But we will say goodbye to what has been a great tournament in the Dutch town of Wijk. This is the Wimbledon of chess. It was the 85th edition, and Anish Giri is your champion. Until next time, this has been Robert Hess and Daniel Naroditsky for Chess.com.